Regarde, moi je préfère être ici, tu vois. Mais c'est pas bien grave. Pas bien grave. Partie intéressante. Ok. Tu me dis, hein. Donc, comment je lance? Je lance, je dis bon, mesdames et messieurs. Mesdames et messieurs, s'il vous plaît, une méditation. Une.
Je dis.
Un accueil de l'élève.
Je peux dire Mathieu. Non, j'ai pas dit ça.
T'as dit Mathieu.
Pardon, non, c'est bien. Dans ma tête, c'est clair. J'ai juste forché. Si tu veux, je vais dire ça justement.
Ouais, voilà, c'est bien.
Bien, messieurs, dames, nous allons commencer. Avec un petit peu de retard, mais les gens arrivent encore, mais tant pis. Sinon, on risque de finir trop tard. On va commencer par un petit accueil en français. Ensuite, on switchera en anglais sur les présentations scientifiques. Donc tout d'abord, Mathie Gagnon de l'ENAC va nous accueillir puisque cette conférence a lieu à l'ENAC cette année. Ensuite, on vous fera une petite intro avec Romain sur la conférence elle-même.
Ouais.
Mathie.
Ok, merci. Donc, mesdames, mesdemoiselles, messieurs, bonjour. C'est un grand plaisir, avec un très grand plaisir que nous accueillons donc, sur ce campus principal de l'ENAC, École nationale d'aviation civile, à Toulouse. Donc la 6e édition de la Toulouse Hacking Convention. Donc l'ENAC, pour ceux qui ne le savent pas, est une école aéronautique qui offre un très grand éventail de formations, d'expertise et aussi d'activités de recherche dans le domaine du secteur du transport aérien. Ce système du transport aérien, il s'étend à l'échelle mondiale. Il a le devoir d'accomplir et de réaliser des missions critiques, des missions où la performance est de mise, qu'elle soit effectivement en matière de sécurité, et je pense que ce sera le thème évidemment principal de cette convention, dans le domaine environnemental aussi, dans le domaine de la capacité. C'est un des systèmes les plus complexes en fait créés par l'homme, système le plus complexe créé par l'homme. Alors, j'avais préparé en fait depuis assez longtemps ce mot d'accueil, puisqu'on était informé depuis longtemps évidemment que nous allions accueillir cette convention. J'avais préparé, je disais de longue date, j'avais prévu et j'avais inclus tous les mots-clés qui peuvent se rattacher, on va dire, à la thématique principale de cette convention, les menaces en particulier qui pèsent sur nos systèmes et donc sur nos organisations, sur nos activités économiques, sur nos vies, sur la paix en général. J'avais prévu d'évoquer le caractère très critique de l'aéronautique vis-à-vis de ces menaces. On peut les imaginer. Tant le système du transport aérien est complexe, je le disais à l'instant, et tant aussi l'augmentation exponentielle des cyberattaques dans le monde est de mise. J'avais prévu d'y évoquer aussi le fait que personne ne peut prétendre ne pas y être exposé à ces menaces. J'avais prévu de parler aussi de la puissance de la mise en commun des savoirs, ce qui est effectivement l'objectif de cette convention, des expériences, la mise en commun des générations. Nous avons des étudiants, nous avons des industriels, nous avons des chercheurs, des seniors, des plus jeunes. La puissance des partenariats aussi dans cette instance. J'avais prévu d'insister sur l'importance de ce sujet pour une école comme l'École nationale de l'aviation civile, pour que nos étudiants, c'est-à-dire des futurs diplômés, des futurs professionnels de ce secteur, puissent concevoir des architectures et des systèmes de défense efficaces et fiables. Donc, je disais à l'instant, tout cela était prévu et était rédigé, sauf que patatrac, comme vous pouvez peut-être l'imaginer, comme vous le savez déjà, nous avons nous-mêmes subi une cyberattaque il y a un mois. Et j'ai donc tout perdu, ce fameux discours que j'évoquais à l'instant, j'ai tout perdu dans cette cyberattaque, dont aujourd'hui encore, en ce jour même, nous subissons les conséquences opérationnelles, à la fois dans la partie enseignement et la partie recherche. Les conséquences ont été majeures. Nous vivons en mode de crise depuis un mois suite à cette cyberattaque. Donc, ça me permet d'être court. Je vais me concentrer sur l'essentiel. Tout d'abord, eh bien, avec un grand plaisir, je vous souhaite tous, chers invités, une chaleureuse bienvenue ici, même si, pour certains d'entre vous, c'est un accueil à distance. Je tiens également à saluer le partenariat entre 3 établissements toulousains, donc l'ENSET, l'INSA et l'ENAC, sur ce sujet de la cybersécurité. Nous avons construit ensemble des formations de haut niveau, un master spécialisé dont vous avez le kakémono à mes côtés, dans ce domaine de la cybersécurité, mais également un master de l'Université de Toulouse sur ce sujet. Nous collaborons sur ce thème depuis longtemps et c'est avec un grand plaisir donc, que nous accueillons tous les 3 cette convention. Je tiens à remercier le comité évidemment local d'organisation, que ce soit à l'ENAC, à l'ENSET ou à l'INSA, Vincent, Romain et Jean-Christophe. Et puis, je conclurai en disant que j'espère que vous passerez de bons moments dans nos locaux, ici à l'ENAC, et que les échanges, les discussions, les présentations seront utiles, intéressantes pour tous, et que vous en retirerez beaucoup de satisfaction de ces quelques heures passées dans nos murs. Je vous remercie, je vous souhaite une très bonne convention, et à bientôt.
Merci. J'enchaîne rapidement. Donc, juste pour vous donner quelques informations sur cette conférence, en fait, elle a un peu changé de format malgré tout. Elle existait depuis pas mal d'années sous la forme d'une journée. Et à l'INSA, on avait une journée qui s'appelait la journée sécurité aussi, en une journée. On a décidé de fusionner ces 2 événements. On a gardé le nom Toulouse Hacking Convention parce qu'il est plus joli. Et donc, c'est un événement qu'on a voulu faire sur 2 jours. On a essayé d'élargir un petit peu le panorama. On a essayé de créer un comité de programme cette année, de demander aux gens de soumettre des articles, donc voilà, puisqu'il ressemblait plus à une conférence académique. Alors, il y a eu des soumissions du coup qui viennent de l'étranger aussi, c'est la raison pour laquelle on va présenter tous les papiers en anglais, puisqu'il y a des gens qui ne sont pas francophones dans cette salle, voilà. Et donc voilà, donc, on essaie de donner une autre dimension, un peu, que ce soit une conférence un peu sympa sur plusieurs jours de l'Occitanie, donc elle a lieu cette année à l'ENAC, on verra dans les années suivantes. Donc, bon, parmi les gens qu'on voudrait remercier, bien sûr, les 3 écoles d'ingénieurs, Mathilde a dit. Bon, ensuite, les organiseurs, vous voyez sur le slide, hein, donc la région nous a soutenus, le LABEX Toulousain-Simi nous a soutenus, et puis 2-3 mots sur l'ICO. Hein, vous voyez, Institut Cybersécurité Occitanie, c'est un institut que nous sommes en train de créer. Suite au défi de la région l'an dernier, il y a eu un appel défi de la région, on a proposé la création de l'Institut Cybersécurité Occitanie. La région a accepté cette proposition, nous sommes en train de créer cet institut qui va favoriser la recherche amont, hein, on va financer des thèses, des post-docs, etc. Mais on va aussi pouvoir financer des projets en collaboration avec les industriels. Donc, ok, c'est essentiellement des académiques qui vont driver cet ICO, mais bien sûr, on a eu pas mal d'échanges avec les industriels à propos de cet institut. On pourra financer aussi des projets en collaboration avec des industriels. Donc, n'hésitez pas à revenir vers nous. Il est tout neuf, il est en train d'être créé, mais c'est l'occasion aussi d'avoir de la synergie entre nous pour travailler sur ces aspects cybersécurité. Je regarde mes notes, je crois que j'ai tout dit. Donc, Dernière chose, c'est que du coup, on a fusionné 2 événements. Un événement à l'INSA qui était plutôt organisé par des vieux et un événement à l'Inset THC qui était organisé par des jeunes. Voilà, et donc je passe la parole aux jeunes. Et on essaie de travailler ensemble maintenant, jeunes et vieux, pour faire une belle conférence. J'espère qu'on y arrivera.
Merci Vincent. Donc tout d'abord, j'aimerais vous dire bienvenue et merci d'être passé au nom de l'équipe organisatrice. Parce qu'évidemment, si on fait tout ce travail, c'est surtout pour vous, et en particulier pour vous. Donc merci à vous d'être venus, d'avoir répondu présent, malgré, on va dire, tout le temps qui s'est passé entre la dernière convention et celle-là. J'aimerais vraiment remercier toute l'équipe organisatrice pour leur investissement. C'est un travail de longue haleine. On a commencé en août à réfléchir à comment on allait fusionner avec Vincent, comment on allait organiser tout ça. C'est un travail titanesque et je leur remercie pour ça. Je remercie également les bénévoles qui sont venus, quasiment que des étudiants, qui sont venus 3 jours, qui ont travaillé de 7h du matin à 18h sans relâche. Sans eux, c'est impossible aussi de faire tout ça. Il y a énormément de choses à faire. Je remercie également tous les sponsors de nous avoir aidés à organiser ça. Sans eux, on ne peut pas financer tout ce que vous allez pouvoir avoir, que ce soit les goodies, les repas. Sans eux, ce n'est pas possible. Et en particulier les sponsors Gold. Donc on a Airbus, on va avoir Capgemini, Devoteam et Cyber Reason. Et j'espère que vous allez passer un bon moment en notre compagnie. On va faire en sorte que ça se passe le mieux possible. Et on reste disponible si vous avez le moindre problème. Merci à tous.
Thank you. Now we're going to switch in English for the first presentation. It's okay. First presentation is from Pascal Andrei for the Airbus company. Even if I'm really convinced that everybody knows in this room, just a few words about Pascal. So Pascal is a PhD in competitive intelligence and security from University of Paris, I think. He started his career in aerospatial in 1992. And then before leading business activities in EIDS quarters in Munich, I think. Now, his current position is, because this is quite complicated, is Airbus Senior Vice President Chief Security Officer in Airbus. So probably he's involved in all the security aspects for all the Airbus assets, I think, from aircraft, helicopters, launchers, satellites, etc. So, thank you, Pascal. I'm really happy that you opened this conference. So, the title of your presentation is Security is now a continuum, and we're all part of it. We're listening to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Vincent. So good morning, everyone. Happy to be there. The aim of this presentation today is not to go into details of what we are facing in Airbus in terms of attacks against the aircraft, our satellites, our different kinds of products, but to give you probably 2 big ideas. The first one is the importance of what we call the continuum. That's why it is part of the title. And you will see why today in Airbus we have decided to cluster and to bring all together all the different activities around security, physical security, cyber security, and I will come back on that. And the second one is the collaboration between all of us and the collaboration between each of you and each of our employees, each of our stakeholders, partners, customers, regulators. We cannot work anymore on our corner. We see that now the threat is worldwide, the threat is everywhere, and the evolution is key, and we have to anticipate a lot what could happen in the future and also what happens today. So we will have, I guess, some times, Vincent, for the Q&A at the end, so don't give me a sign if I'm late to ensure that I leave some room and some space for the questions and answers. So if we start with the aircraft, because we are at the ENAC, we are part of Airbus, most of us, and part of Airbus by Earth, I say, in Toulouse. And what is important is to explain to you, to tell you how we decided to build the new model of governance of the security today. And it started long years ago. It was 25, 30 years ago, in the late 90s, as Vincent said, when I arrived in Toulouse. And we have decided, because of, or thanks to, the development of the A380, to change totally the way we were designing the security of our products. We had some physical security on the site, of course, everywhere in the world, but in fact we were quite scattered. And also, regarding the product, the aircraft itself, or the satellites, there was no clear and defined organization, no clear model of governance, and I will probably come back on that later on, which was key. So we decided to recruit hackers, what we called hackers, but just for some of you, I think you were even not born yet. It was 30 years ago, and when I decided to recruit 14 hackers, and some of them are still in my team today, few, I have to admit, but some of them are still in the team. Some people in the organization thought that I was crazy. And I said, no, we need them because we are now starting to design new generation of aircraft, and we have to ensure that during the development, we have to instill the security by design. And the A380 at this time was what we call the E-enabled aircraft. So pretty much connected with a number of onboard systems totally different from what we used to install in the past. So with CAN bus, with IP numbers and IP protocols, with switches that are better known by hackers than our chief engineers. So we had to get the support from specialists to help us for that. What we've seen after that also was a number of people claiming on the net that they were able to hack into our aircraft. So that was also something we had to face. Despite all what we've done, we had to show and to prove that the way we were designing our products, whatever I'm talking about, aircraft, satellites, helicopters, missiles, drones, we had to show that the security per design was part of the Airbus DNA. I will come back on that because it's important. In the aerospace, you know that we are in a regulated environment, pretty much safety-minded. So most of our energy has been used to convince the people that security and safety were two different worlds with a lot of interactions, and we had to convince the engineers that the fact that they were safety compliant with the regulations or with the design assurance level, you know, the 10-9 for the DAL-A and so on, the fact that we were safety compliant was far not sufficient to be security protected. And also along the way, we have seen that the design of an aircraft, the fact that we had on-board architects, on-board secure architectures, was not sufficient to get the full security of our product. And that's why we have progressively created a new organization in the company that encompasses all the items, all the assets, all the functions, all the services regarding security. And that to secure our core, our critical assets. If I'm going to very quickly through the product, but I guess you know, probably in Toulouse and ENAC, you know that Airbus Commercial is designing commercial aircraft, but in fact, we have a huge bunch of products. Most of them, as you can see on this slide, we have aircraft, we have helicopters, we have military aircraft, we have drones, satellites, we have communication systems, we have ground segments of the satellites, we have missiles, we have launchers, rockets. So a lot of products. We need to ensure the security for all of them, and those products are dual for some of them, which means that we can have commercial, like aircraft or helicopters, but also military products like aircraft, helicopters, satellites. So with new regulation, over regulations, over requirements from the customers, and that's why it's very important to show that for any kind of product in the company, we are coordinating the way we manage the security. We have also to face the future. I told you a few minutes ago that the A380 was the very first E-enabled aircraft with 60 antennas for communication, different operating systems on board, different kinds of firewalls and so on. Now also we are thinking wider. as soon as we are talking about the future combat aircraft, what we are designing, called the FCAS, Future Combat Air System, it's no more aircraft, we see that we need to comply and to get new and additional competencies, expertise, for instance, in the cloud, in the combat cloud, in the interconnections between different partners, different stakeholders, in the air, on the ground, and in the space. So those are different fields that we were not expecting to build inside Airbus, let's say 5-6 years ago. Now we are in, and we have to be ready for the future generation of our products that are more systems of systems than pure aircraft. For sure, we still have aircraft flying with the rules that we all know, but we are coming into another dimension, which is the interconnectivity of systems with clouds, and more especially the combat clouds, with quantum computing and some other things. When I say security is a continuum, I just wanted to show you how important today to ensure that you get the big vision. The big vision is what I have to do when I have to talk to my CEO, to the executive committee of Airbus, or to the board of directors of Airbus, that I meeting regularly, and I have to show them what is the risk map of the company. And they don't want to have very accurate information regarding we have an issue on the in-flight entertainment of an A350. That's not the case. They want to see what are the major risks, what are the major threats we have today, how we do anticipate them, and what is the big picture. So we are talking about digital security, we are talking about physical security, and we cover a lot of assets, and I will come back not on details, but on the kinds of assets we are managing today. You see that in the core systems, at the middle of the slides, you have product and services, so everything we sell, we produce, and more especially as soon as safety is at stake, it's critical to ensure the security of our products and services. But of course, we have to ensure the security of our industrial environment, the pre-production, the final assembly lines, the testings, the delivery center of Airbus, so a lot of activities around the aircraft, the IoTs, our IT, information management and information technology, all our data. We have critical data, more especially on the military field. Our people, and I will come back on the people on the second part of my presentation to show you how much people are key in the company regarding the protection of our company. And then we have our facilities and workplaces. Airbus has many sites in the world. We have more than 220 sites over probably 60, 65 countries. And we have to comply with the rules of all the countries. Probably a short video would be useful to show you the scope of all the activities that the corporate security organization in Airbus is managing. After the video, maybe Milan, you can come to launch the video. I will let you know how we are organized, what is our model of governance, what is the official governance model that we have selected with the CEO to manage the activities. Come back just after those 2 minutes. I can stop because I see that it's working here on my screen, but not on the big one. Comment tu regardes là?
Du coup, c'est le VP qui est mort, on est en train de régler ça.
C'est le VP qui est mort. You've been hacked? Some people are playing in the room. Je continue? Allez. Ah, mais ça sert à rien. On en remettra après. So, that won't stop me to talk. When we will be able to come back on video, you will see the scope of the activities. Just to give you some figures and the way we are organized to ensure the security of all what you've seen here. You have seen that we have to manage the access controls, the repatriation of people when we have big issues all over the world. Security and corporate security is also managing the overall crisis management, enterprise crisis management team. We have 67, 70 different crisis management rooms in the world. So this is everything we are doing. The core team of security in Airbus, of the corporate security, is something around 300 people, probably 320 people by the end of 2022. The worldwide team of security, what I mean the worldwide is the overall community across the countries, it's 900 people. And for Airbus internals, and if I take the overall community integrating our suppliers and partners on site, it's something around 3,000 people. But here I'm taking into account all the guards, the fire brigades, the people protection on the sites, so many organizations. So this is more or less the organization, 300 central team managing the strategy, the governance, it's coming back. The governance, 900 people over the world, which is composing the community, and 3,000 integrating the supply chain. Supply chain for security, I mean our partners and our subcontractors. Allez, let's restart. Merci. So this was just to show you the scope of our activities we have to manage, and probably you will be surprised to see that cybersecurity is part of this overall organization. And a few minutes ago I've told you the most important way to ensure that this is efficient is our model of governance. The model of governance is what is driving the company today, the way we are making the risk analysis, because we are risk managers. And my role as the Chief Security Officer is to report, as I say, to the Board of Directors and the Executive Committee what is the current situations regarding the current situation regarding security inside Airbus, whatever the field. With the current situation in Ukraine and Russia, we had to, at the same time, to ensure the security of our travelers in the regions. We have to expatriate some of our, to repatriate, sorry, some of our expatriates over there to ensure the security of the people remaining there, to ensure the cyber attacks, and I will come back later on if you want, that we are facing today with regards to this threat. When I'm telling you that we cover on physical and cyber side all the assets, the security of all the assets, this is the way we are organized in Airbus. We have 4 big categories of assets. The industrial environment, final assembly lines, productions, pre-final assembly lines, delivery center, flight test, and the supply chain. The second one is the products and services security. So services you've seen in the video, Skywise, for instance, a huge application we are managing based on artificial intelligence, collecting information from aircraft, but not only, managing and ensuring the sharing of those informations towards different customers, and ensuring for sure the segregation of and protection of the information inside. People and workplace, of course, we are taking care of our employees, suppliers on site, and all the sites in the world. And last not least, the information management, our IT infrastructure, the cloud, and the security of our data. Just to show you two small overview on the different jobs, the different expertise, specialties we have around cyber, because when someone says I'm cyber security specialist, for me it doesn't mean anything. Cyber security is too wide to be understood, and we have a lot of jobs inside the company that we have organized to ensure that when we select people to work with us, they come in the company with a particular expertise, but they can develop this expertise for the sake of the company and to protect any kind of asset. So the organization is the following one. We have 2 big clusters, one which is called design and conformity, the way we design aircraft, helicopters, our network, many things, and the conformity, the compliancy with regulations, rules, GDPR, international cyber laws, and I will come back later on. So sub-items that you can see below, and then we have evaluation, investigation, and automation. If I go a bit deeper into details, for the first bunch, design and conformity, this is, I'm not going through all of it, it's just to show you the number of jobs and specialties we have in the different organizations, compliance and regulation, architecture, hardening, so many jobs. Same for evaluation, investigation, and automation, another kind of expertise that we need in the company. So we have a very few people covering all the items. When I say very few, I say no one, quite no one. The importance is to ensure that we have specialists, we have experts, we have senior experts, and we have also executive experts, the ones that are able to ensure the overview and the way we manage our specialties inside the company. But also the way we develop our people. It's important to have a career path when you are in Airbus, like in other companies, to ensure that a specialist that enters into the company with an investigation or a particular specificity can develop it himself, herself, and go to other positions and ensure that he can have a wider or a deeper expertise depending on his wishes. In terms of jobs behind those specialties, for sure, I've told you specialists on certification, for instance. If I take the aircraft, and we and the team of Jean-Claude Nanche in the room, head of aircraft security, as the aim to ensure that we have to mix the onboard aerospace competencies, the cyber competencies, and the regulation. You cannot do what you want. So it's sure that you need to comply with the rules, with the laws, with the certification. And this is the nice mix of people we have internally. Cyber laws. We have 3 people in the corporate security teams coming from the legal education to ensure that we understand all the worldwide cyber laws, the protection of the countries, national laws. They can be Patriot Act, the Cloud Act, and we need to comply with that. In China today, we have new regulation on cybersecurity, and the fact that we have activities everywhere, the fact that our products are flying over countries, landing on countries, we need to understand the overall geopolitical approach of the cyber laws to ensure we comply with them, and it's not an easy task, believe me. We have also the detect and response team. Some of the people of the CERT are in the room. I want to spend just 2 minutes on them. It's a key function in Airbus. The SOC has been developed. The SOC has been developed to be at the level expected for a company like Airbus. We are facing a huge number of attacks. I can give you the figures because it's not a big secret. We face 500 attacks, important per quarter. When I say important, it's an attack that requires, that has been detected and requires a particular attention. I'm not talking about all the agents knocking at the door on the DNS. I'm talking just about the attacks or tentative attempts that could be harmful if we don't detect them. It's 500 per quarter, excepted at this time where we have a decrease of number of attacks. It might be surprising for everyone, but because of or thanks to the current situation between Ukraine and Russia, we see minus 25% of attack against our premises since January. If you have questions on that, I can give you our interpretation of this decrease. The CERT, the Computer Emergency Response Team, is also a key role on the company because for sure when an attack occurs, we need to be ready to face it. So detection and response. And the response is key. It requires a lot of anticipation. The response is not just a reaction of the attack, is a huge anticipation, and the team has to ensure that we recover from the situation. We ensure that we come back to the normal or degraded activities, and that's key in terms of business continuity for the company. So they do ensure the business continuity of our company, and I will come back on that also. Cyber investigation is another job in our organization. We are making a lot of investigation. We have a litigation technical investigation team, and some of them are in the room. You can ask questions if you want to them after my talk. It's clear that in a company like Airbus with almost 55,000 people, you can multiply per 3 the number of suppliers on site. We are facing different kinds of misbehavior, wrong behavior of people, and we need to make investigations. So it's something which is highly regulated. We work together with the legal department of the HR, and of course we are able to manage that and to ensure that we provide answers to the investigations. More and more innovation. We are not waiting for the others or for the research to propose solutions. We have a dedicated team on cybersecurity. The team is mainly based in UK, in Wallace, where those people are setting the path forward in terms of research, innovation, people behaviors, hacker behaviors, or technologies. And this is a key organization for us because they are ahead of what we can use from what we can see on the market. Data governance, the way we manage cloud today also is a key role. We have a governance team inside the corporate security which defines the way we use the cloud, how many clouds are we using, do we use clouds American, Chinese, why we are using this one and not the other one, are we using encryption are done with our keys or the keys given by by an external partner. So this is framework in Airbus. Despite the fact you can read in the media, Airbus has moved to Google, G Suite, they are using Alibaba. Don't worry, we are quite aware, we are not naive, and we are using different kind of clouds, data centers, according to the types of data we want to manage, and of course, according to the data governance. So we have a data governance team ensuring that we are tagging appropriately the documents, the mails, even though we are still at the beginning. So it's a lot of awareness to educate the people to ensure that they do participate to the security of the company, thanks to the fact that they are managing well, they have good behaviors in terms of data tagging. So it's clear that we get never bored. Opportunities and challenges are numerous in the company, and we have also to manage the crisis. I told you that the security organization is also taking care of the crisis management. Once again, a lot of anticipation, working very much with the ERM. So the ERM in Airbus is Enterprise Risk Management. So the crisis management team is ensuring that every day they have a look on what are the most important threats, fears, or risks that with a huge or not likelihood to occur. And the crisis management team is preparing, do we have a crisis director? Do we have processes to manage one of these potential crises? Do we have the appropriate processes? Are we ready to start? And so on. So the crisis is no more something which is waiting for an incident. It's a lot of anticipation, ensuring the business continuity and a lot of follow-ups in terms of aftermath. The role of the corporate security is the roles, I would say, in plurals, is to protect first the company, clearly. My first mission is to ensuring the security of our all assets, from cyber security, from physical security. That's our key role. But it's not sufficient, and it's not the only activity and the only aim and objective we have. The second one is to ensure the good relationship, the trust, the transparency with our authorities, but also with our stakeholders, customers, regulators. We need to show to them that we comply with the rule, that we set the level of security at a upper level, at the level we can, above regulations most of the time. And this is important when you are selling an aircraft, an helicopter, that the customer understands what you have done to deliver to them that product, and more especially on the military and defense world. And of course, there is a third activity. The third bullet point that you can see is the external business growth, which means that Airbus has also a company, an inside company called Airbus Protect today, that has many missions. The first one is to ensure the workforce, to protect the company, number one, but also to sell outside the company our services. We can sell SOC services, we can sell the way we are making risk management and risk activities. We can sell also to some other industrial, the way we handle with industrials environment security. So this is an activity that is also helping us. Why? Not just for the P&L, the profit and loss and the budget, but also to move out of the aerospace and defense sphere and to see what are the threats, the fears in the automotive, in the agroalimentaire organization, in the maritime and some other worlds that might bring some values to the company. No one can fight cybercrime alone. And this is the second part of my presentation. Clearly, there are 2 points that I want to highlight here. The first one is that the corporate security inside Airbus, if I focus on our organization, cannot protect the company alone. If I just take my own organization. The first item on that is we need a huge support from the top management. We need a huge support from the executive level, and the security needs to be understood and tackled at the top level, at the executive committee level, at the board of directors level, because we need resources, because we need budget. During the COVID period, just to give you some examples, the security was the only function in Airbus able to settle a budget, not to decrease the budget, and still ensuring recruitment of people. When the corporate security activity started 3 years ago, we were 107 people, and by the end of 2022, we'll be 320. So we have multiplied per 3 the number of people in the corporate security organization, despite the COVID activities and of course the limitations we had in the company. So they are all taking care of us, and if you remember a few minutes ago, I told you my role is to ensure that the executive committee of Airbus and the board of directors are well aware about the situation, what we have to do, what we are doing, how we are managing the security, and what are the needs, what are our weaknesses, and in order to fix any kind of issue we have, whatever the assets we want to protect. The second part of this objective is the employees. You can have the better organization you want in your company with a good IT infrastructure, with experts everywhere. If our people, if our employees are not having the good behaviors, then situation is becoming very bad. In terms of ransomware, if I take the ransomware, which is one of the most important fear we have today, you must know that 94% of the ransomware in the companies are due to misbehavior of an employee, which means that an employee has opened an email with an attachment, and he has opened the attachment, or he has clicked on the link, and this, of course, is a big failure for the company, despite everything you can do on the IT industrial side. And that's why today, if we want to get rid of this threat vector, we need all the time to ensure that every and each employee understands that he is part of the lines of the line of defense in the company. Today, we are used to say that an employee in Airbus is at the same time, or could be at the same time, depending on his behavior, the best line of defense we have, but also our worst threat vector. Which means that today, when they are misbehaving, when they have misbehaviors, they are the worst threat vector we have in the company. This is all employee engagement, a lot of educations, a lot of awareness sessions made by Mylène that you can, of course, interview at the end of this talk if you want to know and to understand what we've done. It's a huge work. 135,000 people is not easy to manage. We have engineers, we have people that think that the fact that we have a cryptography somewhere, we are secured. They think that the fact that we are safety compliant, we are secured. So we have to change the mindset, to change the paradigm, and to show that good behaviors could save the company, and not relying only on the security team. If I'm moving to the security expertise, today we rely more and more, probably not enough if I'm listening some people of my team, but more on our experts. When we want to get a vision on an activity, when we want to take a decision regarding the fact that we want to move skywise in China, for instance, or if we want to move a particular activity in different countries, we rely on our experts. When we want to develop new systems, and when we want to ensure that the security is embedded in it, of course, we rely on our experts. And this is a key role. I want also to give you some awards that we had in the past. So the CERT team has been rewarded last year by the French government and the Toulouse Prefecture. They got a medal, a medal for the job they've done in protecting and saving, I can say that, saving the company for a couple of major attacks. ACUSAT, for the ones who know this worldwide championship, ACSAT. So our teams in Airbus with partners have been participating 2 years ago with a very good result, very good result. And last year they were number 1 in this international championship, and we are very happy for them. Same for the SOC competition. Our SOC team has participated to a worldwide competition, and they've been rewarded. And this shows that even inside Airbus, you can develop your skills and competencies on cyber, and being confronted to the rest of the world, being challenged by external peoples, and showing that we can be the best ones. I wanted also to take some minutes. Merci Vincent. I wanted to take some minutes to tell you how much it is important to recruit people and how difficult it is today. So we are all dealing, industries, governments, with what we call the talent war. It's difficult to recruit, it's difficult to retain people. We've seen the salaries that is proposed to our employees outside, in US, in the GAFAM. So we have to compete with them, not with the salaries, but more with the teasing and what we can do for them. You've seen the number of products we are developing, and for some of them, it's a real teaser. When you know that you enter in Airbus and you can work on a satellite, on a rocket, on an aircraft, on different kind of systems, it can also be a good teaser. But sometimes it's not sufficient. So what we are doing too today is a cyber diploma. So we have decided together with Catherine Gestin, the CIO of the company, to set up our internal diploma. The first session will start September this year, so it's a 3-year, 2 or 3 years. We'll see at the end. Internal internship. We take people from universities, from schools, and we train them as an internship for 4 years, and then they have at the end insurance if of course they achieve successfully the training. They have a job inside Airbus. So we have opened that very recently. We have only 22 places for 2022 session, and we have already, I think, 250 candidates. And I'm pushing you, for some of you who are interested, to go. I don't know where it is outside the room. We have a stand with Pascal. Where is Pascal Rousset? She's somewhere in the room. Pascal. You can ask Pascal what is the process to apply, or for the next sessions if you want, or what is available, because she's the one taking care of our young employees in that particular and important field. What I want to say too is that security in Airbus company is no more a tunnel. We ensure career paths. You can be an expert, you can be a manager, we can develop you on all the fields you've seen previously on the screen, so many activities, different kinds of products. You can work in Airbus Defense and Space. I've seen many people from Defense and Space with Bertrand and so on here. In Airbus Helicopters, if you like helicopters. In Airbus Protect, if you would like to be a kind of consultant and selling services outside. So there are huge number of activities that we can propose. And that's key. What is important is everything we are doing for our employees, for our cyber specialists is key. And more especially, we say to them, security could be a springboard. When you come into security, then you can jump to another activity. Even out of security, we have also some people working on security that have moved to other functions in Airbus, going to engineering, going to the customer service and support, thanks to the knowledge they got into our organization. I will go quickly to the conclusion. We are all part of it. As I said, no one can fight cybercrime alone. That was probably one of my key points in this talk. clearly to show you how much is important to set and to get the overall vision in terms of security, cyber, physical security, and the wearable for the risk of the company to link the dots, and to ensure that when we have a theft, a thief of a laptop somewhere, previously was just managed by physical security, we replace the laptop and full stop. Today, we can see that this laptop can be used to perform an attack against us using the credentials and so on. So now we are able to have this overall vision, to get this overall comprehension of the threats, of the fears. We are doing also threat anticipation. We are setting a particular team to do threat anticipation beyond the threat hunting or the threat intelligence. And that's part of the many roles we have in the company. We rely on each of you because we need you. We need all the people, industries, and students, and also future employees for us. I was a bit long, I'm sorry, Vincent, but I wanted to leave some room for discussions and Q&A.
Thank you. We have more about 5 minutes for questions. 5 minutes? You take another microphone. Question? There are seats here. There are seats. No question? Sorry.
Yeah. Okay,
1 minute.
Thanks, Pascal, for this nice talk. My question is related to the fact that more and more attackers are very agile now. So this calls for the implementation of dynamic defense techniques. So I want to have your opinion about the option of embedding in aircraft intrusion detection techniques, dynamic intrusion detection techniques, and intrusion response techniques also, and the difficulties in this context to certify the systems.
That's a good question. Clearly, that's an activity we didn't set years ago in terms of detections inside an aircraft. But since the A350, we have started to set an audit function on the aircraft, which can start now to register some logs. But now we are defining, and then you can ask Jean-Claude here in the room later on if you want. We are defining a SOC for aircraft. It's more complex than we were expected, but it's clear that today, even our CEO is requesting to set up a SOC for aircraft, so Security Operating Center for aircraft. That means many things. The SOC is not just sensors on an aircraft, it's a lot of things that should be able to detect any kind of issue. An issue on an aircraft is not a cyber attack. Of course, you're right, we have more and more smart attacks towards our products, not only aircraft, by the way, helicopters, satellites, if you want to talk about satellites, and particularly during this current conflict between Ukraine and Russia, we see how much our products are attacked. So SOC for a product is something we are currently developing. Of course, it takes more time than expected. For the embedded systems, that's something which is quite easier, but as soon as the aircraft or the satellite is communicating a lot with a world which is out of the sphere of influence of Airbus, it's more difficult to ensure security of particular environments. And then we will have to ensure that the system is certified towards the different FAA or EASA. Clearly, it's a request we have also from some airlines, and we are working on it. But if you want deeper details, I invite you to talk to Jean-Claude.
Other question? Yes.
Thank you. You mentioned a decrease of attacks during the conflict between Ukraine and Russia, and you had some interpretation. Curious to know what it is.
You have a good memory. Yeah, 25% less than what we used to have in terms of statistics since January. What is quite clear is we have understood two things. The first one is that most of the groups of hackers are currently working either for pro-Ukrainians or pro-Russia. So I mean those people like Anonymous or many activists with a H are on other battlefield. And it's clear that they have engaged themselves towards these battles, so which for us is seen as a huge decrease of number of attacks towards our company. The second one, second interpretation, is that some of them have detected and have a good comprehension of what the Russians wanted to do. And we've seen recently that the logistics, the strategy of the Russian, the source code of major ransomware have been disclosed. And for that, now the Russians, in particular with some Chinese, we have to say, I'm sorry if we have Russians and Chinese in the room, but that's factual. It's clear that we've seen that we have a decrease of particular attacks because of, or thanks to the fact that some of the logistics source codes have been disclosed.
Okay, thank you. I'm sorry that we have to switch to the next presentation. So thanks again, Pascal.
You're welcome.
For coming tonight. Thank you. Thanks a lot. So we have to welcome our second speaker now. There are a lot of available seats, and there are people who don't have seats, but the seats are in the middle of the so if you can move a little, it would be kind, so that the other people at the back of the room can have available seats. Thank you. Jean-Baptiste. The next presentation is for Jean-Baptiste Kérou from Synactive. Ok.
Par contre, Romain s'est barré, donc super. Je sais pas où il est. Je sais pas où. Attends, je pensais pas que t'allais faire. Non, je veux pas mettre. J'imagine que c'est bien, mais... J'ai pas de... Voilà.
Just a few minutes, we are waiting for a password on the laptop.
Il est là, regarde, il est écrit ici. Je savais pas.
Ok. Sorry for this delay.
Il faut switcher sur son.
Ça fonctionne ou pas? C'est bon?
HDMI.
Il est dessus ou pas, HDMI? Attention. Il est où?
Derrière. Votre place, il est là. Il est écrit sur le truc. Ah, mais non, faut rester.
So we start with Android encryption. Jean-Baptiste Caillero from Synactive. Thank you. We're listening to you.
Okay, good morning everyone. So for this presentation we will talk about Android encryption. So the agenda for this short presentation, first we will talk about the different kind of Android data encryption implemented in Android. Then we will focus on the file-based encryption implementation and see the security model related to. Then we will introduce encryption with secure element component and finish by a small conclusion. So my name is Jean-Baptiste Caillero. I work at Synactive as a security researcher. Synactive is an offensive French security company, and we have a stand here at THCon, so you are welcome if you have questions. So for the introduction, nowadays our smartphone contain a lot of sensitive data, a lot of private data, for instance, photo, video, browsing history, credit card or email conversation, and so on. So this data must be protected in the case the device is lost or if is stolen. And for this talk, we only focus on the case the device was powered off before. So it is a cold boot case, because this is a scenario with the best protection and the more interesting to talk about. So on Android devices, in fact, Google developed the software of Android. The project is called Android Open Source Project, AOSP. In the Android implementation, they are an architecture to help vendors to implement encryption. They are a generic interface, and the vendors must just implement the low-level part to add the support for the specific hardware. A point to remember is that the final integration is performed by vendors. In the case of this talk, we just will talk about Android implementation guidelines, generic things. So Android data encryption. The encryption is mandatory on Android since Android 5, about year 2014. Only the user data are encrypted, not all the partitions, because, for instance, on the firmware partition, there are no secrets. There are two kinds of encryption. The first one and the other one is the full disk encryption. And the next one is file-based encryption. Most of encryption implementation are based on hardware feature for security and performance issues purposes. The first solution, full disk encryption, called also FDE. In this kind of encryption, the device will boot, but will stop and will ask you for a credential, for another credential. It can be a PIN, it can be a password, or also a pattern. And the device cannot boot if you don't fill this secret. The encryption is performed on the block device, at the block device level. But this kind of encryption will become deprecated. Starting Android 10, new devices must use file-based encryption, and the code related to this kind of encryption will be removed in the next major release of Android. The first kind of encryption, file-based, the second kind of encryption, sorry, file-based encryption, available since Android 7. Here the encryption is performed on files, so file names or file contents, and not on the entire block device. So with this kind of implementation, it allows to have several keys, and we have several kind of storages. The first kind of storage is a device encrypted storage that use a key which is bound to the hardware. That means that if you take the data on another device or on another hardware, you cannot decrypt it. And this storage is used to store system data, for example, databases of all packages and application installs. The second storage is a credential encrypted storage. In this case, the key is also bound to the device, but to get the key, you need the user credential. This kind of storage is used to protect user data. With file-based encryption comes Android Direct Boot feature. So unlike the full disk encryption, in this case, the system can boot and start some application even if the user didn't unlock the device. This can be done using the device encrypted key storage. And for instance, with this kind of feature, application like Alarm can work even if you didn't enter the password. So now we will focus on the file-based encryption implementation, the more recent one, and we will see the security model related to. But before entering in details, we will introduce the ARM Trojan. So it's a hardware feature of ARM. The CPU has two execution environments. The first one, the secured world. It's the privileged mode designed to run highly sensitive software. This world is called TEE for Trusted Execution Environment and run trusted applications. So for instance, you have an application to manage cryptographic keys, DRM for media decoding, data of banking, and so on. The other kind of execution environment is the normal world. It is used to run Android, the Android kernel, and all the stack of Android, all services and applications. This is a rich execution environment. The point to note is that if the normal world is compromised, secrets protected by the secured world will be safe. Here we have a diagram of Trojan. So on the left, you have the normal world. On the right, you have the secure world. The CPU can run with different kind of privileges. The low level is to run applications, so Android applications on the normal world side, trusted application in the secured world. We have also a Linux kernel, a trusted kernel to run a trusted application. In some cases, we have an hypervisor, and the more privileged component is a secure monitor that allow to make the communication between the normal world and the secured world. Encryption. So all the logical of encryption is implemented in Android in the synthetic password manager. Encryption is based on a user secret, PIN, pattern, or password. Cryptographic assets used for the encryption are normally protected by the TEE, the secured world. Assets are normally bound to the hardware, and even if the normal world is compromised, this secret will be safe. The key derivation must be performed on the device, and they are a rate limiter that I vote to brute force the PIN. For example, after 5 attempts, I don't know, the next one will be more longer, and you cannot try to brute force the PIN easily. So here we have a high-level diagram of encryption workflow. So on the left, we have the secure world. On the right, we have the normal world. Externally, we have the user credential. So with the user credential, derivation is performed, KDF for key derivation function. This KDF can use several script or hashes function to generate a key. We can notice they are an encrypted S blob which is protected by the secure world, by the keymaster trusted application, and then data after unwrapped by the secure world will be decrypted by an AES operation with the key generated by the derivation. Then the FBE key is get, and the crypto engine will be set up. Crypto engine is a hardware component besides the storage component to perform hardware decryption or encryption on the chip. So now we will see how the encrypted S blob is protected. So before I will present some important components in Android authentication. So gatekeeper is a component to perform authentication by PIN, pattern, or password. Each kind of this component have an implementation as a services in the normal world in Android, and the backend implementation in the secured world in trusted application. Fingerprint to perform authentication by fingerprint, a key store to manage a cryptographic key, and we have authentication tokens. These tokens are generated and signed by trusted application, so gatekeeper and fingerprint trusted application, and are used by the key store to unwrap keys. So here we have a diagram from Android documentation. On the lower part of the diagram, we have the trusted environment with three trusted applications: gatekeeper, keymaster, and fingerprint. We can notice that these trusted applications are sharing a key, an HMA key, that are used to sign tokens. So for instance, if we enter a PIN, the gatekeeper services in the upper part of the diagram will ask the trusted application if the secret is okay. If it's the case, a token will be returned and signed, and then the key store service can ask to use a key belong to the keymaster trusted application using the authentication token. Here we have the same kind of diagram, but in the case of data encryption. So on the right, we have the secure world, on the middle, the normal world. We can notice we have the gatekeeper and keymaster trusted application that are sharing HMA key. So when a user secret is entered, the gatekeeper services in a center will ask to the trusted application if this secret is valid. Then the trusted application will generate a token and sign it with the HMA key. And then the key store in the normal world will take the encrypted S blob with the authentication token which is signed, and will ask the keymaster trusted application to unwrap the blob. And then we have the SP blob that will be used for get the FBE key. So from an attacker point of view, several vulnerabilities are needed to break the encryption. For instance, for online brute force, that means if we are on the device, the attacker needs to compromise the normal world, but also to bypass the rate limiter mechanism. For offline brute force, that means out of the device, an attacker needs to compromise the normal world, but also to compromise the secure world to extract SP blob encryption key. And even through all assets are extracted, the brute force is limited by the KDF function, so the hash rate will be limited by this. Okay. The attack surface. We can notice that vulnerabilities in early boot stage break secret protection, and moreover that the trusted environment execution is a big surface, as a big attack surface. So we have the trusted kernel and direct path using other trusted application and the secure monitor. So a big surface. So now we will introduce the secure element. The secure element is an external secure chip. It's implemented in a microcontroller with a high level of security design. It is connected to the CPU by a bus, I2C or SPI bus. And this chip do just one thing, is to store secrets with some cryptographic features. So the attack surface is minimal, and moreover, the chip is designed to be tamper resistant with protection against hardware attacks. So if we take again the diagram, we can see we have an external component in the key derivation function, the secure element outside of the CPU. That means the attack surface is now different. So secrets are now safe even with the main CPU bootstrap vulnerability. And moreover, the secure element offers a very limited attack surface, so it's better. So to conclude, the encryption model proposed by Android is quite well designed and are based on hardware security feature. A single vulnerability should not break the encryption, except in the case we don't have a secure element. A secure element offers a physical separation with a strong security design, but we can notice some weaknesses because after a complete boot, the FB key are manipulated by the kernel and so not protected by the secured world. And another point important, the final implementation is done by vendors, so we don't have any guarantee that Android guidelines was correctly respected. That's all for my talk. If you have questions, don't hesitate.
Thank you. We have several minutes for questions. Yes, one question.
What's the point of moving from full disk encryption to full-based encryption?
The point is that I think it's for future purpose because with full disk encryption, your device is blocked and you cannot start or even do anything when the device, at the boot of the device. So if you want to set up an alarm and power off your device, the alarm cannot work because when the device will restart, the disk will be encrypted. But in the case of full disk encryption, all data are encrypted. Without, application can ask to have non-protected data as alarm and can work even if the secret is not entered. And yes, I think it's in the manifest, but I'm not sure. And moreover, with file-based encryption, we can have several keys. So if you have, I don't know, several users, maybe you can have different keys.
Perhaps just one more question because we are late. And Vivian, can you come for the next presentation? Just one more question. Question.
The one question from the internet.
But there was one question in the room first. I'm sorry.
Yes. So someone asked, are rooted phones somehow vulnerable at any point in the encryption chain? And as a consequence, can a root user tamper with the boot chain?
I don't hear really clearly the question, sorry. I don't know who is... I don't hear the question.
Can you repeat the question? The question man?
Yes, no problem. The question was, can a rooted phone, like an alternative ROM, where you have rooted your phone to have administrative access on your device, be vulnerable to more attacks on the boot chain, on the encryption chain?
If the device is rooted,
yes.
So here you have the boot workflow. In fact, there are several boot stage, and the bootloader when you root your device that is unlocked is the blue one, the BL33. But all bootloaders, other are not unlocked, are still safe. So the Trojan will be still safe. It just breaks the normal world. The normal world port, but secure world will be still secure, even on a rooted device.
Okay, thank you. So sorry, Anaïs, we have to stop. Sorry. Next time. So thank you again.
You're welcome.
We're going to switch to next presentation. So next presentation is from Vivien Malherba from DGAC. He's going to talk about INSECA secure PC endpoints. So we're listening to you. Thank you.
Ça marche. So good morning, everyone. My name is Vivien Malherba. I work for the Direction des services de la navigation aérienne, DSNA in short, which is part of the DGAC, the French Civil Aviation Authorities. I'm a local security engineer in Toulouse, and I've been working in cybersecurity for the past 10 years. You've got my email address, and just a quick disclaimer, what I say are my opinions, not my employer's opinions. I'm here to present a project which I've been working on for the past few years. But before I start speaking about that, let me give you my take on the current PC endpoint security. I'm not talking about smartphone or tablets, just plain PCs. The first thing to consider is that about 100% people are using Windows with the Microsoft Office suite and probably an Active Directory if they are in the company. Those three components really are continuous flow of vulnerabilities, and which some of them will not be fixed because they are by design flaws. Another thing to consider is that patch management, I think, sucks clearly, because if you want to have your PC secure, then you need to spend a very, very high amount of energy, time, to make sure that not only the operating system is patched, but also all the components that you have added throughout the life of the PC. Even though you may not know it, you need to trust many third parties. You need to trust Microsoft, because it's the operating system vendor. You need to trust your antivirus vendor. If you got an EDR, you need to trust the EDR provider. You need to trust all the hardware manufacturers, because they make the drivers, and all these third parties really have access one way or another to your PC using system privileges. So if they get compromised, or if they want to compromise you, they can do it. Another thing to consider is that security is expensive. If you want to buy security software suite, that's expensive, and then you need some people to operate those infrastructures and those software. So that's something big corporations and companies can do. It's something that small companies can't really do, and it's not really affordable for them. The last thing to consider is that there is no security by design. The operating systems we use, the network infrastructure, the Active Directory, they were made in a time where security was not really an issue, and it wasn't sometimes even on radars. So the overall situation is that security on the endpoint PC is very low, in my point of view. This is why I started to work on this project, and so INSECA tries to address this problem. I mean, it's not a full silver bullet solution. It just tries to provide something a bit different for everybody. So INSECA is a different approach to PC endpoint, which focuses on security. That's the main part of it. I'll talk about that later on. Usability, because end users expect to have some Windows PC in front of them. If you give them something else, you need to be very clean and have something which can be accepted by end users. And also on automation and management capabilities, because, as I say, resources are expensive, and you can't have full-time people working just on ensuring your PCs are secure in small companies. Okay, next slide. So INSECA basically is just a toolbox to configure, create, deploy, and manage PC endpoints which are installed in different way. So you would configure and create them just like you would create master PCs in companies. Then you deploy them with some different tools. One difference is that you can have INSECA installed on PC. In fact, the PC I'm using here has been installed this way. You can also have it on a USB thumb drive, an external hardware storage if you want. So I have bootable devices. Basically, in Seka is just in Seka systems, the things that are created are just live Debian systems, which is good because we benefit from all the good work being done by the Debian folks. And because it's live system, it means that every time you start it, it starts in the same state as when it was created. So if you get compromised, you restart the system and you're not compromised anymore, which is a good thing. It's open sourced. It has recently been open sourced, and it's mainly Python code. We use it internally at the SNA, so we maintain it. But of course, if you want to contribute, you're welcome. It's still new, even though we have been using it for the past 2 years, I would say. About 100 people have been using it. I mean, it's still new, it's still rough, there are still some bugs, etc. It's not a very polished product. There are some other live Linux tools out there. One of the most known is Tails. Tails focuses on privacy and anonymity, which is not the same thing, not the same goals as in Seka, which I just explained. Maybe you know TENS, the Trusted and Node Security. It's a project made by the US Air Force, and that's something which is a live Linux as well, but they don't have any real security measures in there. So I'm not going to talk about all the infrastructure, all the way in Seka provide things, etc. Just on the security measures, because we're in security talk. Some address use cases before we go in that direction. Some general purpose use case, what I call use your own device. People are used to bring your own device. That's use your own device, meaning that you can use your personal hardware, yet use an operating system which has been developed and set up by your IT administrators. Another use case is the business trip abroad, where you need to protect your PC, your laptop, but it's not very easy to protect that 24 hours a day. Whereas if you have a USB thumb drive, you can put it in your pocket and really have a much higher level of hardware, physical hardware protection. Temporary remote access is also a good use case. If you got somebody, subcontractor, an auditor which needs to access your systems just one time, maybe you don't have time to prepare a full laptop, send it, especially if the person is remote, etc. So it's a good use case. Also, privacy-focused use case, because it's live Linux, it means that when you turn the PC off, you don't keep anything about what you did. You can also use it as an everyday workstation, just like this PC here. And also, there are some special use cases. If you got, for example, forensic diagnosis tools you want to put and bundle all together and make sure that they work the day you need it, then that's good. If you had an incident and then you are in an incident response phase, then you can provide your employees with that kind of device on USB thumb drives, and then they can start to work again without removing the traces of compromission they might have on their own PC. If you want to do some security awareness, you can give PCs to people, they can play with it, they can break things, doesn't matter, because next time it's been rebooted, then it will work like it was the first time. About security, basically there are 3 topics which were addressed by the project. The first one was to cut all the well-known attack paths. The first thing was to prevent persistence. When you've been breached, people try to remain persistent to be able to come back. That was the live Linux part breaks that possibility. The idea was to limit as much as possible lateral movement when you get compromised and people try to go on other systems in your company. Also, there are no administrative accounts, no Active Directory, so all those vulnerabilities also are not present. Another thing was to reduce the attack surface, which has been done by implementing a very reliable patching system. I'll talk a bit more about that later. You can also have a Windows VM in a VM, because you might need to have Windows-only software, but that virtual machine is very restricted, and more about that later. Also, there are only the minimum install required software installed on the system, and which means the system doesn't get cluttered over time with more and more things that might be installed at some time. And there is a very limited set of third party you need to trust to use that system. Also, there are added prevention measures such as integrity verification, meaning that the system can only start if it hasn't been tampered with, internal application sandboxing, and data encryption, because we want to protect sensitive information. So I've got 2 slides about 2 topics which I found might be useful for you. The first one is how the system integrity is achieved. Here you've got a very synthetic representation of the internal structure in terms of partition. There is a system partition with 2 live Linux installations in them, with a toggle which enables to switch from one to the other one and have updates. There is all in green, all the partitions and zones in green are the sensitive information that needs to be protected and that are encrypted. And the idea is that we want to link the integrity of the system to the access to that sensitive information. So the idea is to take the password of the user and kind of a hash-like function. I didn't re-implement anything fancy, it's just because there are some subtleties. And all the contents of the system is hashed with the password to provide the key. The key is the one which is used to unlock the internal partition. I mean, if you have compromised the system, modified it in any way, or if you don't have the right password, you will never get the key and you will never unlock the internal partition. And once the internal partition is unlocked, then the other ones can also be unlocked, and the internal partition and all the resources needed to run, such as the Windows Virtual Machine image or other resources, are available. And the end user data, which is in a specific partition, is also available. That's where the end user can store persistent information, because you need to store at some point business data. So the idea is that if you modify anything or if you don't know the password, you will never get to the sensitive information. Another slide is about how to restrict the Windows virtual machine. You've got a representation in yellow, I think it's a yellow rectangle, that's a live Insiga system with a Windows virtual machine working. The first thing to see, which is not on the schema, is that the virtual machine starts always in the same state. So same thing, if you get compromised, then restart the virtual machine and you're not compromised anymore. And then that virtual machine can only access some resources which you decide what they are. 2 kinds of resources: files, because you need to be able to manipulate files you've got on your system. So there is a small assembly server which is running with the same privileges of the user to access end users' files. And then there is a small network infrastructure to be able to filter the network access using allow list, which can take the form of IP ranges, and then it's just the Linux firewall which allows the virtual machine to communicate with those IP ranges, or names, domain names or machine names. In this case, there is a small dedicated DNS resolution, so that the access to the machines is conditioned to the DNS having been resolved at some point. So the idea is that virtual machine is very restricted in what it can do, which is good because from a security standpoint, most of the malware, they just stop working when they are being executed in a virtual environment because they think they are being reverse engineered. And for those who still work, they probably won't be able to talk to their command and control servers. So it's a way to restrict what malware can do on your system. So the question, yeah, fine, okay. No, plenty of time, no problem. So the question, how secure is it? To give you some tangible information, I used the MITRE ATT&CK framework and put some colors on all the techniques which I have identified. So basically the red techniques are the things which are not mitigated at all by Insiga, and there is orange and yellow and then green techniques which I consider fully mitigated by Insiga. So you can see there is quite a lot of green actually, which is quite good, and probably some more work to be done to expand the size of the green zones. I mean, it's not meant to be detailed, just to give you a quick overview. Yes, sorry. I say it was a new project. There is plenty of room for improvement on two fronts. The first is usability and management. So there are some bugs, there are some performance issues. There is some work to be done on how the Windows virtual machine is actually managed, because for now it doesn't receive any updates, which is not good. I mean, we can't have that in the long term. If you are interested to work on that, or if your company is interested to work on that, please contact me. We can do something, I guess. The idea is to have per instance capability to install software, to customize things. There are some internationalization issues as well, some bugs to fix, etc. From the security point of view, on the roadmap is the fact to use FIDO2 or smart cloud authentication instead of password, because we all know that passwords are not very secure. Integrate more zones in the integrity check. You might have noticed that 2 slides ago, some parts of the device are not part of the integrity check. Also have local and remote data backup, just in case you have a ransomware which manages to sneak into and do some damage, to be able to recover your data. The idea is also to apply the same kind of filtering, network filtering that we have for the virtual machine to the native Linux applications that you might execute. And probably plenty other things to do. Okay, I've been a bit short, but maybe at least more time for questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. We are late, so it's great. It's great. You have time? Ooh, there are questions.
Thanks. My question is about, you say that the Windows virtual environment is not persistent to avoid malware and persistence and so on. How do you manage patch management when you need to not have persistence?
Well, this is one of the things I said that were not very well designed at the moment, is that Windows virtual machine doesn't get updated at all. When we do it manually, and it's not something which is very good, and it goes against what I said at the beginning, that we want to automate things. So that's clearly one point to improve security. And this is one of the reasons I'm calling for people to help me work on that issue specifically.
Thank you for your talk first. And do you have compared your solution to something like CubeOS, which implies some of the same?
Actually, I've tried a bit CubeOS. It's not really the same goals, I think, because CubeOS is more for very technical people. I mean, this is something which needs to be. I want it to be available to everybody, even home user, people who don't know what a virtual machine is, etc. I don't know how to define the parameters, how to operate it in a secure way. So it's something actually completely different, I guess. But there are similarities. I mean, they put a lot of effort into the virtualization techniques. Well, I just use virtualization as it is.
I'm pretty sure that all the work you do here for usability could be done also on CubeOS. And you'll reach something nearly close.
Yeah, probably, because as long as we use virtual machines, we got all the same problems. Yes, I agree.
There is a question, man?
Yes, we have one question from the internet. Someone was wondering, given that you're running Windows virtual machines on top of encrypted partition on a live USB, what kind of hardware requirements do you have? And doesn't that exclude average user, like you said?
Yes, you're right. If you run it from an external thumb drive, then you need to have something which is very good. At the same time, really, what matters is it's the startup time, because when you use it, it doesn't really make any difference at all. So instead of having, let's say, 30 seconds start time, you get 1 minute or 2. But when you use it, it doesn't change anything. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So then we stop here. Thank you. For a short break. We start in a quarter. Definite break, and with a round table, which will be in French.
rigole d'Airbus qui pose. Je peux midi 15. Ils ont beaucoup de choses à dire.
Après, les gens sont partis ou pas.
Oui, mais c'est sûr que les gens restent et que ça fait pas.
Tu peux aller au stand.
Mais non, je peux pas aller maintenant. C'est au stand. Ils vont venir parler là.
Je vais le m'en occuper.
On va voir un peu ce qu'ils veulent dire, combien de temps. Les méga à l'amour, on peut dire tout le monde est sur les stands aussi. Oui.
D'accord, ça marche.
Je le ferai. J'en parle après ou pas? À midi, j'en parle. C'est bon. Les petits spots rouges.
De quoi?
Les spots rouges, je les ai décalés vers derrière.
Pas de problème. On va bientôt commencer.
Et là en français, oui.
Oui, oui. Alors là, ça va être le moment de la table ronde. On repasse un peu sur du français. S'il vous plaît, un peu moins de bruit. C'est bon? Merci. On va commencer la table ronde. Donc là, ça va parler de gouvernance et le rôle que ça a dans la cybersécurité. Je vais maintenant passer la parole.
On va le faire en français parce qu'ils vont probablement se taper dessus. C'est plus facile en français qu'en anglais.
Bonjour. Donc le micro marche, super. Bonjour à tous, merci et bienvenue à cette première table ronde de la Toulouse Hacking Convention qui va porter donc sur la gouvernance. Pour ça, je vais vous présenter, ou ils vont se présenter plutôt, nos trois super intervenants. Donc on va commencer par Sébastien Rabot, je vous laisse vous présenter.
Sébastien Rabot, donc je travaille dans la société Actia, qui est une société qui fabrique des systèmes électroniques embarqués communicants. Et donc je suis responsable de la sécurité à la fois de l'entreprise et des produits qu'on fournit, puisqu'il faut les sécuriser.
Merci beaucoup. Ensuite, on a l'honneur d'accueillir Rémi Dodini.
Bonjour Tristan, bonjour à toutes et à tous. Rémi Dodini, je suis le délégué à la sécurité numérique de l'ANSSI pour l'Occitanie. Donc pour faire simple, je suis le représentant de l'agence pour la région. Voilà, très content d'être avec vous aujourd'hui.
Et enfin, on accueille Thomas Bougamont.
Bonjour, donc Thomas Bougamont, je suis le responsable technique sur les activités de gouvernance pour le compte de la société Apsis.
Merci Thomas. Et en fait, Thomas, on va commencer tout de suite et je vais te donner la parole pour cette première question. On va parler ici maintenant là, de gouvernance, mais en fait, la gouvernance, c'est un sujet qui est très vaste, qui est très étendu. Et en fait, il faut d'abord définir la gouvernance. Donc, Thomas, qu'est-ce que la gouvernance ?
Vaste sujet, effectivement. Alors, si je devais définir la gouvernance, déjà, je dirais qu'il n'y a pas une seule définition de la gouvernance. Il peut y avoir plusieurs définitions qui vont respecter chacune, je dirais, une ligne directrice qui sera partagée avec l'ensemble des acteurs. Donc, la gouvernance, c'est quoi ? Ce sont des activités qui visent à cadrer, à définir, à mettre en œuvre et plus généralement à piloter les activités de gouvernance ou les processus de gouvernance au sein d'une organisation. Donc, plus concrètement, ça veut dire définir les méthodes, les outils, les processus, les directives et toutes les guidelines qui vont servir à s'assurer que chacun soit en mesure de bien comprendre ce qu'il y a à faire et l'ensemble des bonnes pratiques à déployer en matière de gouvernance et de s'assurer que ce sujet est piloté au fil de l'eau. Alors évidemment, ce travail sur la gouvernance ne va pas se limiter à lancer des activités indépendamment les unes des autres. Il y a un vrai travail de mise en cohérence à faire et surtout un respect d'un cadre. Alors ce cadre, il peut être normatif, il peut être réglementaire, il peut aussi venir des analyses de risque. On s'appuie beaucoup sur les analyses de risque pour savoir quelles sont les activités ou les processus à déployer pour sécuriser les organisations au sein des entreprises ou au sein des comptes publics, peu importe. Et il est très important qu'une fois que cette activité est terminée, réalisée, qu'on pense avoir atteint l'objectif, eh bien qu'on fasse un contrôle. Donc ce contrôle généralement prend la forme d'un audit, et cet audit nous permet d'identifier les axes d'amélioration sur lesquels on va s'appuyer pour pouvoir mettre de nouveau des plans d'action qui vont permettre d'atteindre la vision que l'on a définie initialement. Donc si on devait définir de la gouvernance, moi le terme que j'associe beaucoup et bien volontiers au terme de gouvernance, c'est un terme de transformation. Parce qu'on va transformer des activités, on va transformer des habitudes, on va transformer des comportements. Et c'est une activité qui est à la lisière entre effectivement le technique, mais également l'organisationnel, comme vous l'aurez compris, parce qu'il y a toute une batterie de documentation à mettre à jour ou à produire, mais également il y a beaucoup le facteur humain. Et c'est vrai que dans nos métiers, on associe beaucoup d'autres pratiques avec de la conduite du changement.
Messieurs, vous êtes d'accord avec cette définition ?
Oui, plutôt. Alors peut-être, si on devait la résumer en quelques mots-clés, hein, pour moi, il y a la notion de risque qui est fondamentale en matière de gouvernance, parce que c'est ça qui donne la direction. Hein. Ça ne sert à rien d'aller concentrer ses efforts sur des super challenges techniques si ça ne sert à rien derrière et que ça n'a pas d'importance pour l'entreprise ou pour le système qu'on doit sécuriser. La notion d'organisation, si on ne sait pas qui fait quoi, on a beau trouver des vulnérabilités partout dans tous les coins, si on ne sait pas comment les corriger, comment faire pour les corriger, qui doit le faire, par quels moyens, ben, ça ne va pas beaucoup aider à la cause finalement. Donc c'est vraiment les deux mots-clés et la notion de processus, outre l'organisation que tu as citée et qui sont à mon avis vraiment les trois axes qui font que la gouvernance est indispensable et qu'elle permette justement d'assurer le bon niveau de sécurité dans différents systèmes.
Une notion supplémentaire aussi, c'est que cette notion de gouvernance qui peut paraître rébarbative, derrière il y a quelque chose de très important qui est la rationalisation. Si on cherche à piloter, si on cherche justement à contrôler à un niveau managérial, c'est aussi pour assurer un juste emploi des moyens au sein de des sociétés ou des entités. Parce que la sursécurité, la surqualité, ça ne sert à rien, c'est même contre-productif. Donc il faut garder cette notion-là aussi, c'est que la gouvernance, c'est associé énormément à cette notion justement de rationalité et de juste effort. Voilà.
Ok, donc on a vu la gouvernance, c'est des questions de risque, de normes, des choses comme ça, mais moi, je me mets dans la place d'un chef d'entreprise, d'une petite entreprise, une PME par exemple, et j'entends tout le temps voilà, qu'il faut gérer mon risque. Il faut que je mette en place de la sécurité à tous les niveaux dans mon entreprise. Sauf que toutes ces normes et tout, elles sont applicables par des très grosses entreprises. On parle d'Airbus, on parle de voilà. Mais moi, pour ma petite entreprise, je suis perdu. Les normes sont gigantesques, j'ai beaucoup de choses à appliquer, énormément de textes. Comment faire ?
C'est de la rationalisation, là aussi. Et tu as tout à fait raison. Pour une TPE, PME, son métier, ce n'est pas la cyber. Il faut qu'elle se concentre sur son activité même, son cœur de métier. Et quand je dis rationalisation, c'est qu'on doit avoir une approche pragmatique et à géométrie variable vis-à-vis de la prise en charge de la cybersécurité. Vous avez assisté à la présentation de Pascal Andréi ce matin. Vous avez vu le nombre de métiers qu'il y avait à couvrir sur une entité de ce type-là. Bien entendu, c'est humainement infaisable d'avoir ça en tête. Et sans avoir des processus et des métiers qui suivent ça, c'est la machine à perdre. Voilà. Donc, pour ces structures-là, bien entendu, la gouvernance se comprend. Pour une TPE-PME, mais c'est comme sur une analyse de risque en fait, dont parlait Thomas. Il y a un moment, se lancer dans une EBIOS Risk Manager pour une TPE de 30 personnes, ou même plus petite, il y a un moment, il faut savoir doser l'effort. Donc je dirais que c'est normal que ce soit difficile à appréhender, mais il faut avoir une approche pragmatique, et je dirais que avant la gouvernance, il y a cette notion de cybersécurité. Qu'est-ce que ça veut dire ? Ça veut dire se mettre en sécurité par rapport à la menace cyber. Et ça, c'est une décision de l'entreprise. Et le chef d'entreprise qui se pose la question déjà de la gouvernance, c'est qu'il a fait le premier pas vis-à-vis de cette gestion de risque, qui est une gestion globale au niveau de l'entreprise, au même titre que l'incendie, la sécurité incendie, les crises sanitaires, par exemple, ou les ruptures de la discontinuité au niveau des fournisseurs. Donc il y a une notion d'appétence au risque vis-à-vis du chef d'entreprise. Et comme je le disais en préambule, finalement, ce n'est pas son métier. Et il y a un moment, il peut s'informer grâce à l'excellent guide de l'ANSSI, les 12 questions à se poser pour une TPE-PME.
Merci de le rappeler.
Placement produit. Merci. Mais pour aller plus loin, ce guide il permet de se poser les bonnes questions et de se rendre compte qu'en fait on ne peut pas faire ça tout seul. À partir d'un moment où on a quelques challenges à relever, ben, quand on doit lutter contre l'incendie, on ne déploie pas chez soi un système de sprinkler, on le fait faire par des spécialistes. Ben, là aussi, être accompagné. Donc 3 ressources, cybermalveillance.gouv.fr pour les TPE, PME, collectivités territoriales. l'ANSSI avec beaucoup de docs. Et puis ce que vous avez autour du cou, Cyberroc, le dispositif du conseil régional qui est là pour informer et orienter justement vers des professionnels qui aideront les entreprises à assurer ce volet-là qui n'est absolument pas leur cœur de métier. Voilà.
De l'expérience que je peux avoir sur l'accompagnement de TPE, PME, que ce soit au sein de mon poste, puisqu'on travaille avec un écosystème et on doit se préoccuper, hein, il y a quelque chose qui est important aussi en matière de gouvernance, on ne l'a pas cité, c'est que quand on est une entreprise et qu'on travaille avec d'autres entreprises dans la supply chain, on trouve des sociétés qui sont toutes petites et on doit essayer de se préoccuper parce qu'elles présentent un risque pour l'activité et donc on doit les aider. Et donc dans cette approche-là, moi ce que je constate, c'est qu'il faut essayer de se servir des points forts de ces TPE, PME qui sont souvent l'agilité, le pragmatisme. Et donc pour moi, intégrer des référentiels complexes dans des contextes qui sont simples, ben finalement, ce n'est pas si compliqué que ça, parce que du coup, on arrive à faire ce tailoring de ce qui est essentiel et ce qu'il faut mettre en œuvre facilement. Et donc, ça peut faire peur, comme tu le disais au départ, mais finalement, ce n'est pas si compliqué que ça avec les différents outils qu'a cité Rémi. Donc, il ne faut pas ne pas faire parce que ça fait peur. Il faut vraiment faire. Et puis surtout, il y a un truc qui est important, qui est dangereux, c'est ne pas faire parce que ça fait peur. Il vaut mieux faire un tout petit peu, parce que des fois, ça peut, à l'échelle d'une PME, un tout petit peu, ça peut vraiment couvrir le besoin complet de sécurité, quoi.
Et pour compléter ce que tu dis, je rebondirai sur la présentation de Pascal ce matin aussi. Il faut se rendre compte, c'est qu'y compris dans les cyberattaques vont pas systématiquement s'attaquer directement à des grands groupes. Depuis une quinzaine d'années, on passe de plus en plus par les sous-traitants de rang 1, 2, 3. Et donc finalement, la sécurisation de tout l'écosystème des PME au niveau industriel, c'est aussi un enjeu majeur pour les grands groupes. Donc tout ce travail de sensibilisation et de prise de conscience, finalement, on va se rendre compte que c'est évidemment rendre service à des chefs d'entreprise, et malheureusement parfois la prise de conscience intervient une fois que l'attaque a eu lieu, mais c'est aussi un enjeu pour les industriels de rang supérieur parce que ça contribue également à la sécurité de leurs infrastructures et de leurs produits.
Ok, merci beaucoup pour vos réponses. Alors, bon, du coup, du point de vue d'un patron, vous m'avez persuadé, mais maintenant, moi, je me mets à la place de mes collègues que je vois tous les jours, de moi-même. Pour nous, la gouvernance, souvent, c'est plus un synonyme de frein, en fait. C'est une lourdeur, en fait, dans l'entreprise. On doit déployer, on a des tests, des certifications à passer, on nous empêche de faire des choses. Et des fois, en fait, on voit même pas l'objectif. C'est-à-dire que voilà, on est là, on nous oblige à faire des choses. Et en fait, on se dit que si on le faisait par nous-mêmes, si on faisait les choses naturellement, en fait, sans ces règles-là, en fait, on ferait aussi bien. Qu'est-ce que vous avez à répondre à ça?
Alors, c'est là aussi, ce que tu mentionnes, c'est un problème de communication finalement au sein de l'entité ou de l'entreprise pour faire prendre conscience que la réalité de ce qui a été présenté ce matin par Pascal, si on fait les choses, on les fait dans une dynamique, une perspective d'être compliant. Donc en phase avec la réglementation. Et puis, encore une fois, il faut garder cette idée à la tête de la surqualité, la sursécurité, c'est surtout des surcoûts. Voilà. Donc, si on ne pilote pas en fait cette dynamique, cette activité, on va s'y perdre. Et c'est la cybersécurité, la gouvernance au niveau cyber, ça n'est pas qu'une affaire de technique. Bien entendu, on est sur une dimension technophile, des métiers qui sont technophiles, mais c'est avant tout, je le dis tout à l'heure, des choix politiques en matière d'appétence au risque et de prise de risque. Et c'est absolument complémentaire de pouvoir piloter et la direction de l'entreprise et la qualité au niveau technique.
Oui, alors par rapport à cette notion d'opposition qui peut exister entre technique et gouvernance, pour moi, ce n'est pas du tout une opposition, c'est une complémentarité totale. C'est-à-dire qu'aujourd'hui, faire de la technique sans gouvernance, c'est ce que je disais au début, ça n'a pas vraiment de sens, parce qu'on va se retrouver à travailler dans des directions qui ne sont pas les bonnes ou ne pas être efficaces. Et faire de la gouvernance, en tout cas en cybersécurité, en technique, sans technique, ça n'a pas de sens non plus, parce qu'il faut quand même savoir de quoi on parle et travailler sur les éléments concrets. Alors, un des éléments qui illustre ça dans le paysage des normes en sécurité et de manière générale, on parle, une des normes qui fait référence, c'est la norme ISO 27001 qui permet de certifier le système de management d'une entreprise. Et si on compare ces normes-là avec d'autres normes similaires, telles que 9001 pour la qualité ou 14001 pour l'environnement, en fait, on se rend compte que la norme 27001 est la seule qui intègre un référentiel technique avec 110 mesures qui disent exactement, attention, en plus de tout l'aspect management classique, leadership, amélioration continue, etc., qui ne sont pas inutiles, je ne le dénigre pas du tout, mais on a ces 110 mesures qu'il faut appliquer ou exclure. Et donc ça démontre bien que, quelque part, cette discipline-là ne peut pas se passer de la technique. Donc quelqu'un qui a des compétences en gouvernance et qui ne va pas s'appuyer sur des éléments techniques, avec d'autres compétences techniques, ça ne le fera pas. Et inversement, quelqu'un qui va aller faire de la technique un peu tous azimuts, sans vraiment respecter des process. J'ai parlé des pentests et il y a un autre sujet qui illustre pour moi très bien cette complémentarité de technique et de gouvernance, c'est les SOC. Une activité SOC, ouais, c'est super, il y a des analyses forensiques à faire, super, plein d'investigations. Par contre, on peut vite se perdre dans des analyses qui servent à rien et perdre un peu le fil, et ce pourquoi finalement on doit travailler. Et l'intégration d'éléments de processus, d'organisation, de qu'est-ce qu'on doit rechercher par rapport aux risques qui existent pour la société. Tous ces éléments-là, voilà, c'est vraiment des illustrations pour moi de la complémentarité totale qui peut exister entre les deux. En tout cas, moi, c'est ce que j'essaie de mettre en œuvre et qui me semble être le bon fonctionnement.
Un mot qui a été utilisé ce matin, c'est continuum, que j'ai beaucoup aimé et qui est très vrai. Et l'illustration de Sébastien est là. Dans la 27001, il y a du technique, il y a de la technique. Voilà. Et donc, il n'y a pas de rupture. Et je pense que ne percevoir que l'aspect contrainte, encore une fois, c'est un problème de communication et il ne faut pas voir que la partie émergée de l'iceberg.
Et peut-être pour compléter aussi, ce continuum ne sera possible que si les activités qui sont décrites, elles sont, à savoir description par des guidances, par des processus, etc., pour les rendre répétables, mais aussi auditables. Et donc finalement, c'est la gouvernance qui va permettre d'assurer le lien de ce que j'ai fait à un endroit ou à un moment donné de mon organisation. Eh bien, c'est bien conforme avec ce que je dois faire au regard des bonnes pratiques, au regard des analyses de risque, au regard de la réglementation. Et je vais m'assurer de pouvoir le répéter en suivant les mêmes principes à des endroits différents qui sont assujettis aux mêmes contraintes. Et ça, c'est un enjeu essentiel pour nos métiers. Encore une fois, la sécurité, je peux revenir sur le thème de continuum, je viens de le dire il y a une minute, la technique, l'organisationnel et l'humain. Et la gouvernance, elle est au carrefour de ces trois sujets-là pour assurer la cohérence technique, tout l'aspect organisationnel donc, que je viens de décrire, et encore une fois, l'aspect humain pour tout ce qui est mis en œuvre.
Peut-être un dernier point sur une illustration, parce que j'y pense, j'ai discuté avec Vivien qui a fait la présentation juste avant, et pour illustrer ça, il a présenté un sujet très technique où il a montré effectivement comment on pouvait mettre en place de la sécurité dans un système. Et la première question que je lui ai posée, vous pourrez la lui demander, c'est « mais pourquoi tu as mis ça en place ?» parce que mon objectif c'était de comprendre à quoi ça pouvait servir, parce que j'ai trouvé ça très intéressant. Mais du coup, je me suis posé de suite la question, mais comment je vais pouvoir utiliser ce super truc qui a été prévu. Donc ça montre bien, voilà, je pense peut-être un peu conclure là-dessus. Mais en tout cas, c'est un élément en tout cas d'illustration, un exemple qui illustre parfaitement ce qu'on veut illustrer ici, quoi.
Merci beaucoup, messieurs. Je crois qu'on n'a plus beaucoup de temps, c'est ça? Ok. Très bien. Merci pour vos apports. Du coup, on va laisser les questions à la foule et on va laisser répondre
La foule en liesse.
La foule en liesse.
Alors, j'ose me servir, je ne sais pas si ça vous embête, j'ai une question. Alors moi, du coup, je vous pose la question en tant que responsable de formation. Parce que, donc voilà, dans formation Télésec, on fait en sorte qu'il y ait de la gouvernance, depuis des années. Donc il y en a depuis pas mal d'années. Alors c'est compliqué d'enseigner ça, donc on fait intervenir des gens compétents sur le domaine. Depuis des années, on a plein d'étudiants qui disent franchement, j'adore geeker, c'est vachement cool de geeker, mais bon, la gouvernance, IBIOS, ISO 27000, enfin, bon les gars, c'est bon quoi. Comment on fait, nous, pour passionner les étudiants, enfin passionner, leur faire comprendre c'est fondamental, qu'il faut qu'ils bossent ces aspects-là, et que c'est bien beau de geeker et de faire du pentest, ça résout pas tout, quoi. Voilà. Et ça, moi, j'ai du mal. Comment vous pouvez nous aider?
Faut mettre un gros coef sur la matière.
Ok, merci. Alors... C'est pas mal, c'est pas mal.
C'est de la gouvernance, tu vois.
C'est peut-être même de la dictature.
J'aime beaucoup cette réponse.
Non, c'est de la dictature éclairée.
Comment le rendre hyper, tu vois,
c'est normal,
attractif dans l'enseignement?
C'est normal en fait que quand on est en enseignement technique, avec le côté sulfureux, un petit peu la cabale mathématique qu'il y a derrière tous ces aspects informatiques, qu'on ne perçoive pas ça. C'est une réalité d'entreprise en fait. Donc je pense que tant qu'on ne s'est pas confronté au terrain, tant qu'on n'a pas eu l'expérience d'autres environnements et qu'on est encore dans le monde universitaire et qu'on n'a pas vu ça, on se rend pas compte, on peut pas se rendre compte. Voilà. Et j'étais le premier moi j'ai commencé derrière un oscilloscope, donc
je sais bien.
J'étais le premier à être convaincu que que c'était vraiment des trucs pour les vieux, quoi, des barbus. Et finalement cette gouvernance, la partie SMSI, on retrouve ces mêmes concepts-là en prod avec l'ITIL. Sur la partie production des systèmes d'information. Donc je pense que malheureusement, il n'y a que... donc on retrouve ces référentiels-là dans d'autres domaines. Je veux dire, il n'y a que l'expérience terrain qui peut, je pense, aider.
Donc il faut faire venir des gens qui ont de l'expérience terrain, qui peut dire peut-être des cas d'études, je sais pas.
Non, mais après peut-être la quête de sens aussi, parce que du coup, si on arrive à convaincre les personnes que finalement, la technique c'est chouette, quoi, on s'éclate, mais si on veut vraiment que ça serve à quelque chose, c'est essayer de démontrer ce qu'on a essayé de faire un petit peu, que réellement, si on ne l'accompagne pas d'une petite dose de gouvernance, même sur un petit périmètre, on ne va pas arriver à l'objectif, quoi. C'est-à-dire on va se faire plaisir en détectant des vulnérabilités, je prends toujours ce truc-là, c'est génial. Mais par contre, si on n'arrive pas à faire en sorte que finalement elle soit corrigée et que d'arriver à in fine ce que le système soit mieux sécurisé, du coup, ça va pas marcher, quoi. Et ce qu'on aura fait, ça sera que ça n'aura pas de sens.
De l'illustration, et puis je pense que tant qu'on ne s'est pas pris le mur, on ne s'est pas pris le mur. Voilà.
On va peut-être organiser des CTF de gouvernance, non? Pas possible, ça?
Ce serait très long, sur 4 mois.
Je lance l'appel. CTF de gouvernance, s'il y en a qui ont des idées. Bon, désolé, j'ai un peu accaparé la discussion. Désolé, il y a d'autres questions. Il nous reste 2-3 minutes. CTF de gouvernance, je compte sur vous. Non. Comme quoi, la gouvernance, il ne pose pas de questions. Non? Vous aviez des choses à rajouter, messieurs, ou on vous remercie? C'était
très bien, on reviendra.
Bon, en tout cas, merci beaucoup parce que je pense que ce sujet est vraiment important. Moi, je vous dis,
Ouais.
je sens très très bien de mon point de vue de responsable de formation. Je pense que c'est fondamental. On a du mal à faire passer. Moi, j'avais un peu insisté aussi pour qu'il y ait cette table ronde parce que je pense que pour les jeunes, j'ai du mal à faire passer le message et je pense qu'on a à travailler là-dessus, quoi, parce que quelque part, c'est inévitable, quoi.
Si vous avez des questions, un compliment, venez
On
nous
est
voir
là.
après la
Ouais, de
cause.
toute façon, ils sont là à midi, on mange, donc si ça vous revient, si vous avez préparé un CTF, n'hésitez pas à nous le dire. Ok. Bon, bah, merci beaucoup, messieurs.
Merci à vous.
Romain.
Okay.
Back to English.
Now I will give a possibility to Romain to present his work. Ouais, okay. Is it better like that? Okay. He will present a paper like the cross protocol attacks, weaponizing. Okay. Okay, it's better. Okay. Then now Romain will present you his work on cross-protocol attacks, weaponizing a smartphone by diverting its Bluetooth controller. Okay. Thank you.
Doesn't work, this one.
Hello. Yes.
Ready for the show?
Yes.
Yes. Go.
Okay, so hello everybody. My name is Romain Kerr, and today I will present research work about cross-protocol attacks, and especially I will describe how I weaponized a smartphone by diverting its Bluetooth controller to add support for non-native protocols and attack these protocols. So let me briefly introduce myself. I'm Romain Kerr. I'm currently a PhD student at La CNRS and Apsys Lab. My research thematic is mainly focused on IoT security and especially the wireless security, both from an offensive and defensive perspective. I'm also a former student of INSA Toulouse and TLSec, and my supervisors are Vincent Nicomet, Guillaume Oriol, Mohamed Kanish from the La CNRS laboratory, and Geraldine Marconato from Apsys Lab. So this presentation will be divided into 4 main parts. So first, I will introduce the background and the research questions that have motivated this work. Then I will briefly describe the internals of the Bluetooth Low Energy protocol. I will present the reverse engineering and patching process of the Samsung Galaxy S20 Bluetooth controller to add new offensive capabilities. And finally, I will build on this basis and describe how to implement non-native protocol support. So let's start with the background and the research question. So everybody knows that there is today a rapid expansion of connected objects in our daily life. And in my opinion, this is a game changer from a security perspective. So we can highlight 3 main characteristics that have a significant impact on the security of wireless environments. So the first point is that there is a massive use of heterogeneous wireless communication protocols. So we have a lot of different protocols, but they may share some similarities, and especially at the physical layer level. For example, they could use similar modulation schemes or use the same frequency bands. And they all coexist in the same environment. So it leads to heterogeneous environments. These protocols are also generally dedicated to peer-to-peer communication. So two nodes can communicate directly without the need of a central point or a gateway. So it leads to decentralized wireless environments. And finally, there is the presence of mobile devices. So for example, smartwatches or smartphones, providing wireless connectivity. So it could lead to dynamical environment where a node can legitimately appear and disappear. So these characteristics generate a new context for wireless security, and so it also raises new threats. So, in this research work, the main research question was, can we make a device which is designed to communicate using a first protocol to communicate with another protocol which is not natively supported by the transceiver? So if the answer to this question is yes, it could lead to some critical offensive scenarios. For example, cross-protocol pivoting attacks could be performed. So as an example, Bluetooth Low Energy smartwatch of an employee could be compromised in the street, and then the attacker could use the smartwatch as an intermediary to attack the Zigbee network in the company, for example. There is also another scenario, which is covert channel attacks. So, for example, an attacker could use this kind of feature to extract sensitive information with a protocol which is not monitored in the environment. So, in a previous work named Wasabi and presented at STIC 2 years ago, we introduced Wasabi, so a cross-protocol pivoting attack aiming at diverting a Bluetooth Low Energy transceiver to communicate with Zigbee nodes. So it exploited some similarities in the modulation schemes of these two protocols. However, it has mainly been evaluated on development board from Nordic Semiconductors and Texas Instruments. And so here, this work is an extension of this first work. And our question is, can we perform this kind of attacks from off-the-shelf devices? So to answer these questions, we focused on a common and mobile Bluetooth controller, the BCM 4375 chip from Broadcom, which is embedded in the Samsung Galaxy S10 and S20. So, of course, if we can implement this kind of attack on the smartphone, it considerably increases the attack surface. We also focused on the support of new protocols, and especially we targeted Mozart and Strugbers, which are proprietary protocols commonly used by wireless keyboards and mices, because wireless keyboards and mices are critical devices from a security perspective. So now I will briefly introduce the internals of the Bluetooth Low Energy protocol. So Bluetooth Low Energy, also known as Bluetooth Smart, is a lightweight variant of the Bluetooth protocol. It has been introduced in the Bluetooth Core Specification 4.0, and it's designed to fit the constraints of connected objects, especially with low energy consumption and low complexity protocol stacks. It's a technology which is massively deployed. You can find it in almost every smartphone, laptop, or smart devices. A typical Bluetooth Low Energy stack is divided into two main components. The host component, which is generally embedded in the main chip of the smartphone, and the host component manages the applicative layers. There is another component called controller, which is generally embedded in a dedicated chip with digital signal processing capabilities. And it manages the lowest layers of the stack, so especially the link layer and the physical layer. And these two components will communicate using an interface named host controller interface. The protocol uses a Gaussian frequency shift keying modulation in the 2.4 GHz frequency band. So this band is divided into 40 channels, and 3 of these channels are dedicated to advertising mode. So advertising mode is a mode of Bluetooth Low Energy, allowing devices to announce information about them by transmitting advertisement packets in broadcasts. And there is another mode named connected mode that uses the data channels, and it allows to establish a communication between two specific devices, and it also makes use of a channel hopping algorithm. So the specification also defined 4 main roles. depending on the capabilities of the devices. So, for example, the first role is broadcaster, which is only able to transmit advertisements. The second role is the observer, also known as scanner, which is able to receive advertisements. We have also some devices that may receive advertisements, but also initiate connection. So a central can initiate connection to communicate with a peripheral, which is able to accept incoming connection and to transmit advertisements. So here you have the typical packet format used by the Bluetooth Low Energy protocol. So first you have a preamble, which is 1 byte long and composed of a series of alternating bits, 10, 10, 10, 10. Then you have an access address, which is an identifier. So it's not linked to a specific device, but it's linked to a communication. So for example, in advertising mode, there is a specific access address, which is predefined in the specification, while when there is a connection initiation, an access address is randomly chosen and used by both devices during the communication. Then we have the protocol data unit, composed of a header and the data, and finally the CRC, which is 3 bytes long. So here you have a simplified view of transmitting architecture. So first, the BLE packet will be processed by the CRC computation. The CRC is computed and then appended at the end of the frame. It's provided as input to the whitening block. So the whitening is a digital transformation. It's a deterministic algorithm which allows to avoid long sequences of 0 or 1 in the packets, because it could have an impact on the transmitted signal. So this block modifies the content of the packet. Then it's provided as input to the Gaussian frequency shift keying modulator, which will transmit at a specific data rate and on a specific central frequency. Here you have the same thing for the receiving side. So the signal is received. It is demodulated by the Gaussian frequency shift keying demodulator. It produces a bit stream, and then we have the access address synchronization block that will try to identify the access address in the bit stream. So if a sequence of bits matches the provided access address, it means that a packet has been found, and the packet will be extracted, then de-whitened, and finally there is the CRC checking to check if the integrity is valid or not. So now I will describe the reverse engineering and patching process that allowed us to implement on the Bluetooth controller of a smartphone arbitrary transmission and reception primitives. So as we focused on a Broadcom chip, we used the Internal Blue framework. So it's an open source tool which has been provided by the Simulab team, and it allows for Broadcom and Cypress chips to dump firmwares, but also to perform dynamic analysis and to patch instructions in the firmware. So we focused our analysis on 2 chips, the one embedded in the Samsung Galaxy S20 controller, but also another chip from Cypress, which is embedded in an IoT development kit. So in fact, both firmware share a consequent amount of code, but the symbols of the IoT development kit chips have been leaked, so they are known, and it considerably facilitates the reverse engineering process. We performed both a static analysis using IDA Pro and a dynamic analysis using Internal Blue. And our main goal was to understand how to configure the radio frequency hardware. So especially we needed to control the frequency, the preamble, the whitening, and the data rate. How to use reception and transmission callbacks. So here the goal is to control the demodulator output and the modulator input. And how to interact with the host using HCI command and event. So let's dive into the architecture of the controller's firmware. Bluetooth Low Energy roles, so scanner, advertiser, central, and peripheral, are implemented as tasks. So a task is mainly a collection of callbacks that are triggered when a specific event occurred. So for example, there is a function triggered when a packet is received. So here, the tasks that are linked to advertising and scanning are the better candidates to implement our custom reception and transmission primitives because they do not require the establishment of a Bluetooth Low Energy connection as a prerequisite to send and transmit packets. So to implement the reception primitive, we focused on the scanning task and especially on the scan task RxDone function. This function provides a direct access to the demodulator output buffer, so it was easy to hook this function to execute our own code, and it allowed us to get the content of the buffer, decode the received packet, and send it to the host. For the transmitting part, we focused on the advertising task, and especially on the add task programmer function. So this function is used to transmit an advertisement packet, but the problem is that it only provides an indirect access to the demodulator input because we can only configure the advertising packet payload. So here, to solve this issue, we use an attack named packet in packet. So the idea of this attack is to encapsulate a full packet into the payload of another packet. So for example, if we want to transmit a ZigBee packet, we will encapsulate it into a Bluetooth Low Energy advertisement payload with its preamble and the CRC at the end. So we hooked this function to format the packet and transmit it. So, of course, to implement support for non-native protocol, we need to gain control over very low-level characteristics, especially the preamble, the data rate, the frequency, and the whitening. So we needed to identify how to influence these characteristics. So for the preamble and the data rate, we diverted the extended advertising configuration function. So what is extended advertising? It's a new feature that has been introduced in the latest version of the specification, the Bluetooth Core Specification 5.0. And it allows to use data channels as secondary advertising channel, and it also uses a random access address and not the one which is predefined for advertisement. It can also use 1 megabit per second or 2 megabit per second data rate. And so this function was perfect to control the preamble. So here we abuse the access address to use it as a preamble matcher for non-native protocol. And it also allowed us to configure 2 megabit per second data rate. To control the frequency, we identified two configuration registers, one being used for the transmission and the other being used for the reception. So it allowed us to select an arbitrary frequency in the 2.4 gigahertz frequency band. And finally, we need to avoid the whitening because it modifies the content of the packet. So here we identified the whitening configuration function and we just add an hook to bypass this configuration, allowing to disable the whitening. So thanks to this modification, the transmission architectures becomes the following one. So to transmit an arbitrary packet, we insert it into the payload of a Bluetooth Low Energy advertisement using packet-in-packet attack. The CRC is then appended at the end of the frame. The whitening block is bypassed. And finally, it is provided as input to the Gaussian frequency shift keying modulator, which is controlled by the data rate and the frequency. So it allows us to transmit an arbitrary packet in Gaussian frequency shift keying modulation at 2 megabits per second. So similarly, to build our arbitrary reception primitive using Gaussian frequency shift keying modulation at 2 megabits per second, thanks to our modification, we are able to control the data rate and the frequency of the demodulator. Then we use the access address synchronization block as a way to synchronize on the preamble of a non-native protocol packet. Then the packet is extracted. The de-whitening step is bypassed, allowing us to avoid any modification of the packet content. And finally, as the CRC checking is performed in software, we can just ignore the wrong result it generates. And so it allows us to get the packet of another protocol. Finally, we had to be able to trigger these new offensive capabilities from the smartphone itself. So for example, from an Android application. So for the host to controller communication, we used HCI commands. So we identified that HCI commands are handled using an array of function pointers. The command identifier is used to calculate an index, allowing to select the right function corresponding to the command received. And so we just found two unused command identifiers and added our own functions addresses in this callback table. For the controller to host communication, we needed to transmit event from the controller to the host. So we just identified the two functions allowing to allocate a buffer describing an event message and send it to the host. So now I will describe how to use this arbitrary reception and transmission primitive using Gaussian frequency shift keying to implement support for non-native protocols. So, of course, to implement ZigBee protocol, we used the Wasabi attack. So I won't go into the technical details, but basically Wasabi establishes an equivalence between a sequence modulated using a Gaussian frequency shift keying at 2 megabits per second, which is the modulation used by Bluetooth Low Energy, and a sequence of bits modulated using offset quadrature phase shift keying, which is the modulation used by ZigBee. So we just added two functions allowing to easily perform the conversion between these two modulations. To select ZigBee channels, there is 16 ZigBee channels in the 2.4 GHz frequency band, and as we have a full control over the frequency, we can just select the central frequency of the targeted ZigBee channel. To synchronize the receiver to receive ZigBee packets, we have to know that a ZigBee preamble is composed of 4 null bytes. And so we just use the equivalent sequence to 0 symbol as preamble. And it allowed us to transmit and receive ZigBee packets by using Wasabi. So we also implemented the Mozart protocol. So Mozart is a proprietary protocol which is commonly used by wireless mice and keyboards. It's based on a Gaussian frequency shift keying modulation at 1 megabit per second, and it doesn't provide any encryption nor pairing. The protocol can't be customized by manufacturers, so it's only a standardized version of the protocol. Here, the main issue was that we can't select an arbitrary preamble using 1 megabit per second data rate in this firmware. So we just used 2 megabits per second mode, but we duplicate every bit. So for example, to match the preamble of a Mozart packet, which is composed of 01010101, then it becomes at 2 megabits per second, 0011, 0011, etc. And we added a set of conversion functions allowing to perform the transformation automatically. So here I have a small video demo. So here you have a Mozart keyboard, and on the right you have the Android application embedding Wasabi. So here, as you can see, we can receive the packets transmitted by the keyboard and detect the corresponding keystroke. So it leads to a wireless keylogger from a smartphone. Finally, we also implemented nth shock burst protocol. So it's a proprietary protocol provided by Nordic Semiconductors, which is also commonly used by wireless keyboards and mices, but it's also used by drones, for example. It's based on a Gaussian frequency shift keying at 2 megabits per second, and the protocol can be customized. So for example, the wireless keyboards and mices from Logitech are using Logitech unifying protocol, which is built over nth shock burst. So in the specific case of Logitech unifying, they make use of channel hopping. So we have to implement a way to detect automatically the channel, but also the address, which is linked to a specific nth shock burst communication. So we implemented two modes. A first mode named scanning, allowing to find the right channel and the right address. So basically, we synchronize on the preamble, and we receive large block of raw demodulated data and look for valid packets into it. And if we find a valid packet, we extract the address and send it to the host. We have also a second mode, which allows to synchronize on the 4 bytes of the address. So the address will be used as a preamble. And we can then sniff nth shock burst packets and transmit nth shock burst packets. So here you have another small demo. So it's a Logitech mouse, and as you can see, when the mouse is moving, we receive the corresponding packets. Then we will try to perform a replay attack. So we identify some packets allowing to perform a right click. And now we will retransmit them from the smartphone. So as you can see, we were able to inject a right click to the dongle. So to conclude, in our opinion, this is a critical attack, and we demonstrated the practical feasibility of implementing a mobile and cross-protocol attack platform on a smartphone. So there are several offensive applications. You can, of course, perform active and passive attacks for the targeted protocols. It also allows to perform covert channel attacks and, of course, cross-protocol pivoting attacks by using a compromised device as intermediary to attack non-natively supported protocols. Of course, it increases the attack surface of ZigBee and Structburst and Mozart networks, but we also think that it could be applied to other protocols, for example, the ANT Plus protocol, which is used by sport-oriented devices. So this is a threat to take into account. We also think that it could be extended to other Broadcom and Cypress chips. Let us note that it could also be used in a functional way to communicate legitimately with these protocols, and it may, for example, eliminate the need for gateways. So the code is released as open source software. You have a repository for the Android application and another one for the controller patches. Thanks for your attention.
Thank you, Romain. So we have a question. Vasilis, can you come, Vasilis, to prepare?
Thank you for the presentation. Have you notified Broadcom and Texas Instruments of these vulnerabilities? Can they fix it? Will they fix it?
It's not really possible to fix this attack because here it intersects to the protocol themselves. But in the specific case of Broadcom, here the main issue is that we can patch the controller firmware, and this issue has been notified several years ago to Broadcom by the internal Blue team.
And
nothing.
Nothing. Another question.
Hello, nice talk. Can you recall the range of Bluetooth and Zigbee protocol? That can be
the range of Bluetooth Low Energy Protocol? Theoretically, it's 100 meter. Practically, it's generally really less. It will depend on the environment and if the 2.4 gigahertz band is not too overcrowded.
Other question? No? So thank you, Romain. Thanks again.
Okay. Thank you very much.
I'm going to switch to the last presentation this morning. Vasilis Liropoulos going to make a presentation for Cardiff University. So thanks for being here. The presentation, which is called Using Harmonics for Low-Cost Jamming. So with their relationship with this presentation and the previous presentation. So we're preparing the slide. It's okay? Yes, it's okay. It's okay for you? Thanks.
So I'll present to you using harmonics for low-cost jamming. Just to start off, does anyone play any musical instruments? Guitar or something? Okay, so you'll be familiar with harmonics, right? So I'll go through a few things first. An introduction, some basic things about harmonics, the experiment, our results, other use cases, and we'll have a conclusion at the end. So I'll talk a bit about myself. I'm currently a PhD student at Cardiff University. Obviously, from my name, I'm not from the UK. I'm from Cyprus, known for our sandy beaches, good food, money laundering, and selling passports. So my research is on machine learning, AI, Internet of Things, and RF pen testing. And I'm also a ham-ready operator, and this is why I'm having this presentation today. So a few things about harmonics. So everything that oscillates produces some sort of harmonic. Either your phone, either this microphone, your neighbor screaming at you, could be anything. So in commercial devices, you want to limit the amount of harmonics produced because they can interfere with other devices. That is very, very heavily regulated by the FCC. And for it to be actually put on the market, at least in Europe, it needs to go through the FCC testing, and all these devices have their FCC ID on the back. So you can go on their website and check out a teardown and some technical specifications about the device, which really gives you a good indication how it works. And it'll all start to make sense as we move on. So the bigger the harmonic, the less the power output and the less the bandwidth. So you can only go so far until it starts to interfere with our devices. So let me get to the Raspberry Pi, which is my favorite thing in the whole world. It's an ARM-based computer. I'm pretty sure most of you here are familiar with what it is. Right now, you can get it with up to 8 gigabytes of RAM if it's not out of stock, if you know how to get one. So it has GPIO pins for connecting with sensors, motors, whatever you want, even use it over serial with something fancy. It has built-in Wi-Fi and Ethernet, and it has 4 USB ports. Now, this software right here, I'm in love with it. You can use the Raspberry Pi with GPIO port 4 to transmit RF waves. Now, it's unfiltered, which hence why we're talking about harmonics. You shouldn't really use it without a filter, as you probably could interfere with other things. It was made by a French guy, which I will not try to pronounce his name, so I've linked his GitHub repository for you to explore. So this product started off in 2016. You could transmit from 5 kilohertz to 500 megahertz. Then in 2018, it kept the same range, but you could transmit using single sideband, frequency modulation, FSQ, and SSTV. Now with the latest version, you can do much more things. You can go up to 1.5 gigahertz, which really opens up what kind of things you can do with it. But in this case, I was constrained with the 2018 version, which went up to only 500 megahertz. Now, why is that important? Now, how did I start with this experiment? When I was doing my undergraduate degree, I had 2 lecturers, which never actually recorded the lectures. And when they did record the lectures, it was only the non-important stuff. So all the students would try and record the lectures using those very expensive Sony voice recorders. But I was one step ahead, and I used my radio to record the wireless microphone directly. You can't get better quality than that. Because I really hated the lecture, I was thinking, what if I could jam his microphone? And this is what happened. So I got close to the receiver and saw that it transmitted between 606 and 670 megahertz. Now, that gave me a good indication where it's actually transmitting, but we have one problem. The software I was using only goes to 500, so we need to think a bit outside the box. Also, there was always this one click it would do once you opened up the microphone. So I thought to myself, there's probably some handshake signal I could try and get around. And the other thing, could I possibly manipulate the signal? Now, what I used. You don't need much to do this. You just need your Raspberry Pi, a jumper wire, and an SDR to actually sniff out where the actual frequency of operation is. So I identified the signal. I know the screenshot is a bit off. My fault, I didn't calibrate the SDR. So the plan was, I saw that there was a handshake signal, and I was thinking maybe I could start transmitting before he opened the microphone, and then that would maybe stop the lecture. It did not. So I had to produce something that was very wide, very strong. So I made some noise using Audacity, just some typical white noise, nothing fancy. So then I thought, okay, if it's transmitting on 614 megahertz and my transmitter only goes to 500, I need to find another way to like transmit to 614. So that's where the concept of harmonics came in. So I calculated the first one, 307. So the fourth one would be 153.5, and the second one is around 200 and something. Right, so here's my results. He called the IT department. He stopped the lecture. I managed to get up to the fourth harmonic. The fifth harmonic was a bit too weak, but it was funny seeing him trying to change the batteries, turn the thing on and off again. Nothing worked, and I was just sitting there laughing. Yeah, I really enjoyed it, to be fair. I tried it again on another lecture room, different frequencies, same concept, worked again. Tried it on the third lecture room, just in case it was a fluke. Same thing again. So I was like, wow, I think I'm onto something. So here I am now presenting this. So what else can we do? You can mess with other like 433 megahertz devices. I did put GIFs in this, but of course it's a PDF, so it doesn't work. You can control your wireless fans maybe, open your garage doors. And what I want you to get from this is maybe you can use it for non-malicious things, maybe home automation, maybe a little script. Why buy proprietary software when you have something open source and it's quite long range, right? So what if I want to extend the range? That is actually mine. So you can make an external antenna. So if we make an antenna that's resonant on the frequency that we want to transmit at, it's going to maximize the gain that we want. It gives us a bit more flexibility. So as far as that little Raspberry Pi over there is concerned, we sent our signal out, and it was received all over Europe from Cyprus. So there you go. You can add an LNA, low noise amplifier. It'll amplify the signal. That specific one will go up to 17 decibels of gain. But there's a caveat to this. You need to add filtering, because the more you amplify the signal with no filtering, the more damage you'll possibly do. So you want to put the filter before the NNA to clean up all the spurious emissions and all the weird signals that's going to start transmitting if you don't. So there's a few mitigation strategies, because I know someone's going to ask, so if it works on microphones, why don't you try it on Bluetooth or something else with the new version? So for example, Bluetooth, some of them use frequency hopping spread spectrum. It'll make it a bit more difficult to actually like jam the thing. We can add more filtering on devices though. That will pretty much help. Use some attenuators. If we use the frequency hopping spread spectrum, that's a mouthful, just like Bluetooth does. It can prevent eavesdropping, but as the previous presentation showed us, it doesn't really, but we can only hope for something better. So what I want you to like take away from this is that we can do this stuff with very limited hardware, very low cost. You can do whatever you want if you just put your mind to it. Sometimes you have to start thinking outside the box, outside the constraints. Obviously, if someone has a physics background, maybe it's a bit more obvious. I don't. But yeah, that's what I'm trying to convey, basically. So, yeah. You have any questions?
Thank you. Question? Go. Come on. Thank you, Jean-Christophe. Thank you.
Did you get fired for jamming with the microphone?
I go by the, it's easier to ask for forgiveness than permission. I did not get fired. The only thing...
Did you get caught?
Did I?
Did you get caught?
I didn't really get caught. I just gave myself up. But no one really cares. I mean, they didn't really understand what I was saying, but it's fine. I had fun doing it anyway. So yeah, I'd do it again. You could probably do it on the microphones the presenters have right now.
Yeah. Please don't.
Please don't.
Yeah.
Other question? Question, Mr. Question.
Yes, we have one question from the internet. Could you have used this technology to transmit more complex signals other than white noise, like emitting real messages on the microphones?
Yeah. You can do this to do replay attacks, as I've shown in one of the slides. You can transmit raw IQ files, so maybe you can't do it directly through the software, but you could modify it beforehand and just transmit the file, so it's quite possible. So yeah.
Okay, thank you. So, thanks again, Vasily, for being here. Ne partez pas, s'il vous plaît. Je switch en français. Partez pas, nous avons juste une petite présentation, installez-vous. Nous avons des partenaires Gold, et à ce titre, ils ont le droit de vous faire de la pub. Et vous êtes obligés de rester. Donc Airbus va nous faire un petit coup de pub de quelques minutes. Ils vous donneront rendez-vous sur leur stand après. Vous inquiétez pas, ils vont pas parler pendant 3 heures. Mais voilà, donc ils vont faire un petit speech rapide. Ils s'installent. Et voilà, vous avez les micros, messieurs.
On peut parler là,
vous parlez là. Hein. Vous avez, on a les micros pupitres, messieurs, là-haut.
Ouais, je préfère.
Micro pupitre. Ok.
Oui. Bah, moi, ça me va bien là-dessus. Du coup, ça marche.
Je rappelle, vous n'avez pas le droit de partir. Hein. C'est obligatoire.
Ça marche pas.
Les pupitres, essaye le pupitre.
Oui, là c'est bon. Eh bien, bonjour. Moi, je m'appelle Sylvain Peyrofit, je fais partie du CERT d'Airbus. Tout d'abord, on est très content que Airbus soit sponsor Gold de la THCon cette année. C'est une très belle conférence. Donc, pour vous présenter rapidement ce qu'est le CERT d'Airbus, vous avez déjà vu notre patron, notre grand chef, le docteur Pascal Andry ce matin. Donc, on fait partie de Corporate Security. On travaille avec beaucoup d'autres équipes de sécurité à Airbus, parce que Airbus c'est un peu énorme. On a un terrain de jeu d'environ 200 000 assets, donc on s'amuse beaucoup. On a des équipes de sécurité à peu près partout, dans toutes les divisions, dans beaucoup de départements. Vous allez en croiser à peu près partout aussi aujourd'hui. Vous avez des équipes, une très belle équipe d'évaluation, vous avez des équipes du SOC, vous avez les équipes de Customer Services, vous avez plein d'équipes à Airbus. Donc je vous laisserai les croiser. On a un stand dans la room des sponsors, donc il n'y a pas de souci si vous voulez nous parler. Donc je reviens un peu sur mon parcours. Moi j'ai commencé mes études à l'université Paul Sabatier, donc juste derrière, en 2004, quelque chose comme ça, 2003, je ne sais plus. Pour moi, quand j'ai commencé mes études informatiques, Airbus était le symbole de la sécurité informatique, déjà en 2003. C'était certainement l'entreprise la plus avancée dans ce domaine-là, et c'est celle qui donnait le plus envie, pour laquelle on voulait travailler tous, quoi. Après mon parcours, moi je suis parti faire une école, une des 3 écoles, mais celle qui est à Rennes, et j'ai eu la chance que Jean-Yves Le Drian soit élu ministre de la Défense, et du coup ils ont développé un énorme pôle à Rennes en sécurité informatique. Donc j'ai commencé à travailler pour pas mal de startups, une startup qui était spécialisée dans le VPN et SSL, donc vraiment plutôt orienté développement et client et crypto. Et enfin, comme pratiquement tout le monde en sécurité, j'ai travaillé pour l'État, pour le ministère de la Défense, là-bas, à Rennes, pendant presque 5 ans. Et puis le soleil me manquait, faut l'avouer. Beaucoup de pluie à Rennes, hein. Enfin, c'est dur de travailler là-bas.
C'est une légende.
Non, vraiment, il y a eu des longues périodes difficiles, sans soleil. Donc le retour du soleil, j'ai intégré les équipes du CERT. Donc c'est une très belle équipe de sécurité que nous avons avec le CERT d'Airbus. Là aussi, c'est une équipe qui fête ses 10 ans cette année, qui a été fondée par deux membres éminents de la sécurité, donc Nicolas Baraille et Amaury Leroy. Donc 10 ans, c'est pour vous dire que Airbus est toujours précurseur dans la sécurité, puisque avoir un CERT dans une industrie commencé en 2012, c'était quand même avoir vraiment un pas en avant. Et depuis, je travaille aux côtés de Simon, que je laisse se présenter.
Salut à tous. Donc moi, Simon, j'ai beaucoup moins de choses à raconter que Sylvain parce que ça fait moins longtemps que je travaille, tout simplement. Pour ce qui est des études, j'ai fait un UT informatique, j'ai toujours aimé ça, l'info, donc bidouiller. Je me suis dit que ça paraissait être l'idée la plus simple. Donc UT informatique, licence informatique. Au moment de choisir un master, qu'est-ce qu'il y a? La sécu, pourquoi pas. Il y a les noms des cours avaient l'air sympas, terminaux communicants, attaque sur les terminaux communicants, Python avancé, pas trop de gouvernance, heureusement, pardon.
Putain, tu nous casses la baraque là.
Désolé, ça n'a jamais été trop mon truc, après ça peut plaire à certaines personnes. Et voilà, donc je suis tombé là-dedans un peu par hasard, et j'ai eu beaucoup de chance d'être mis en contact justement avec les équipes du CERT qui cherchaient des nouveaux profils, des profils juniors. Et en fait, ça a tout de suite matché, on aime bidouiller, on est curieux, et du coup, ils m'ont fait confiance. Et ça fait maintenant 3 ans que je suis dans l'équipe. Et c'est super intéressant tout le temps. Et donc, ils sont ouverts aux juniors. Donc, si vous voulez venir parler à notre stand, si ça vous intéresse de rejoindre l'équipe, c'est possible. On a des postes ouverts. Voilà. Et donc, maintenant, pour vous montrer un peu, vous expliquer ce qu'on fait au jour le jour, on va vous parler d'une réponse sur incident qu'on a fait il y a quelques temps. Donc c'était un week-end, on a été appelé comme ça par une boîte, le service informatique d'une entreprise qui nous appelle et qui nous dit on a notre sysadmin qui faisait des vérifications sur un serveur web et qui a trouvé un fichier qui paraissait un peu bizarre, c'était un fichier .gif mais qui contenait des noms d'utilisateurs et des mots de passe de plein d'employés. Alors ils sont pas bêtes, ils se doutent bien que ils se sont fait poney. Ils ont appelé une entreprise externe qui a fait l'analyse, qui a dit en effet, on ne sait pas trop comment ils sont venus. En effet, il y a ce fichier-là, ils ont l'air d'avoir touché un peu à ça, à ça. C'est incident minime, vous nettoyez, vous réinstallez, c'est bon, c'est réglé. Ils n'étaient pas trop confiants, donc ils nous ont appelés. Et donc on a fait quelques analyses, et c'est tombé pendant les vacances où on est tombé on était certain que c'était bien plus important que ça, la compromission. Donc en fait, si on regardait au début du fichier, on voyait quelques tests faits par l'attaquant pour récupérer les mots de passe, et ensuite des utilisateurs qui se connectaient au VPN, qui ne se connectaient jamais avant, leur nom était dans le fichier de mot de passe. On s'est dit, tout ça c'est peut-être un peu lié, et en rebondissant de machine en machine, on se rend compte que le modus operandi de l'attaquant, c'est je récupère un mot de passe, je veux voir les machines sur lesquelles je peux me connecter, je dump les creds, et je pivote. Et voilà, en plein milieu des vacances, on s'est rendu compte qu'en fait, c'était pas juste un incident mineur, c'était tout l'IT de la boîte qui était compromis, l'Active Directory, toutes les machines étaient poncées. Voilà, donc finalement, plus important que prévu au début. Et ensuite, qu'est-ce qu'on fait après ça? Donc, on les a suivis tout le long, on a vachement travaillé avec les équipes sur place pour faire les analyses. Et ensuite, il y a eu toute la partie remédiation, sur laquelle on les a assistés aussi. Sylvain vous en parler plus en détail, mais ça a été un travail sur plusieurs mois pour soutenir cette boîte dans l'analyse et la remédiation. Si tu veux parler un peu plus.
Du coup, on est remonté à la source, au point d'entrée. On s'est aperçu qu'il utilisait deux vulnérabilités 0D, donc voilà, de la recherche gratos, facile. On a publié à l'éditeur qui les a fixés. Donc voilà, ça c'est une partie de la remédiation. La deuxième partie de la remédiation, c'était de reconstruire tout leur IT. Là-dessus, nous, on n'est pas quand même dimensionné pour faire ça, surtout sur des bascules d'Active Directory, donc on appelle les meilleurs, donc on s'est appuyé sur l'ANSI directement, puisqu'on travaille beaucoup avec eux, puisque on est un OIV, donc on a la chance de pouvoir s'appuyer sur l'ANSI. Voilà. Et sinon, quelques mots sur le Cyber Certificate, là, donc c'est le Cyber Diploma qui a été présenté aussi par Pascal André ce matin, Voilà, si vous voulez avoir plus d'informations, il suffit de scanner le QR code. Merci.
Merci beaucoup. Merci. Rendez-vous sur le stand d'Airbus pour ceux qui sont intéressés. Donc.
Venez nous parler aussi après, hein. Pendant le repas, il n'y a pas de problème.
Ouais. Les stands sont juste à côté, mais je pense que vous les avez vus. Hein. Il y a à manger maintenant et des stands. N'hésitez pas à manger et aller au stand.
Region in France where there is a lot of rain. This man lives in such a region. He comes from Rennes. Perhaps you know Rennes. So Romain Brice is going to present a paper. The title is Kraken, a knowledge-based recommender system for analysts to kick exploration up a notch. This is a long title. So thank you. We start. We need to project the laptop. Thank you. Ça va venir. I hope so. Il est pas branché. Ah. Sorry, sorry. We have to plug the HDMI cable. It's okay.
Okay. Thank you. So, hi. Two words about myself. So as Vincent said, I'm a PhD student in Rennes. It does rain a lot, so I have time to work. That's cool. I gotta say, this is my first presentation in real person because I started in 2020 my thesis. So this is a little bit impressive, but fortunately, the presentations of this morning helped me establish a little background already. We've talked about the continuum of security. We've talked about a lot of things, and among them, there was the analyst and the analyst's job and investigations of security. And well, their job is to use data that has been gathering in security operation centers, so anything from machines to probes to intrusion detection systems, anything they like, and process and analyze these data to find attacks. And these guys face problems every day. First, and we've heard of this before, it's the quantity and heterogeneity of data. Second, the complexity of attacks. We've had a great example this morning of wireless attack through Bluetooth, changing protocols. These kind of attacks can be real difficult to detect in logs, and they gain a lot of stealthiness, which is why the human component of the investigation is always so important. And third, of course, we talked about governance, and the need for short response times needs to be anchored in this, because you need to reduce and possibly delete, if you can, any impact on your company, society, anything. And so, how did analysts try to translate these problems into goals? Well, they need to investigate data to find anything from attacks to risky behavior to whatever they could find that is a risk to the company. And to do that, they need to be able to navigate efficiently and rapidly their data, and to be able to identify and reconstruct any attacks, any advanced persistent threat they can. And this is where we stand. We have they have to do this work to investigate. They have often visualization tools, and these tools are great. They help a lot. They allow you to put your data somewhere and to represent it. You have graphs, show it in any way you can to find easily your threats. However, these tools force the analysts to have another expertise, the visualization expertise, and that's could be improved, because their first goal, their first job is to be cybersecurity experts. And so, this is our problematic. We want to enhance these visual investigations without having those issues. And so, how did we do that? Well, I've talked about where we are right now. I'll talk about the current situation and how things have been done to go towards this goal. And then I'll talk about our solution, Kraken, a little evaluation, and then conclusion, future works, etc. You know this by heart. So, our idea is to use recommender systems, because we could make another intrusion detection system that would have lots of false positives or false negatives, whatever. But our idea is to keep the human at the center of the investigation and just assess him using recommendations. And so basically recommendations are this: that we have input data, which can be anything from expert knowledge to product database to, I don't know, user profiles. You all know Netflix. They use all your user profiles and everything that people like you to watch to recommend everything. And can you remember the last time you have searched for something in Netflix? You use recommendations all the time. And well, this is the recommender system, this black box, which outputs recommendations according to a task you want to accomplish. And well, this has been done in security before. Well, I'm not the first one to think of recommender systems. And so what's been done? Well, first there was this. It's a recommender system that uses guidelines of security and defensive measures as the input to put in this black box of recommender system, and outputs a defense plan. And that's That's really great. I remember this tool performed pretty great, but it focuses on the prevention part or the response after an incident to better organize cybersecurity in a company. And we wanted to focus a little more on the investigative part. So we moved to something else. There was this one. This one's, the figure is a little, I should maybe not have chosen this one because it's a little confusing. But the idea is that we want to use past traces of triage operations in a security operations center to help beginner analysts to better triage data themselves in the future. And so to do that, they use a recommender system that will have a trace collection of past triage operation and have ranked them into the most relevant one by experts in the field. And then they will recommend this as suggestions to the analysts. And that's also great, and that tackles one of the problems I mentioned earlier in the slides, the quantity and heterogeneity of data. But, as we all know, security operations centers now have like, I don't know, maybe 50 to 100 million events for big companies every day. And even though if you put your data in different buckets, you might have to investigate 20 million events, and that's still too much. So the idea was to steer recommendation in the right direction. And another tool tried to do exactly that, but it did not focus on cybersecurity knowledge to do that. It did focus on visualization knowledge. The little triangles you see on the picture are sets of interactions from an expert user done with the interface of the tool that I'm talking about here, NAVSEC, and which led to important discoveries in the investigation. And well, the current analysts during new investigations, the square ones, could investigate, and when they come in close to a past state in an investigation, it would be recommended to them. And that's cool, but once again, we have a problem of visualization expertise needed, and as well, there is a problem that is recurrent in recommender systems that appears. It's the problem called cold start. And that means actually that the recommender system needs training. It means that the data at its disposal will grow over time, but at first recommendations may be not that good, a little off mark. And in security, this is not acceptable, of course. You could miss an important attack, and that would be bad, of course. So, the environment in which I developed and in which I do my research is this. I work with a company called Malizen, which develops a tool called ZeroKit, a visualization tool to perform security investigations. And it's also based on research, incidentally, which is cool. And it looks a little like this. You have the possibility of ingesting all your data in the tool. And then from square A, you can see, you can drag and drop the fields of data present in the event logs. And when you drag and drop them, it makes cards. And these cards have different visualization adapted to the type of data you're visualizing. For example, for IPs, you could go to tree maps or anything. Here you can see a top 10. And then that allows you to compare and explore your data types. And from square B and C, you see you can precise your investigation by filtering by value. Here it's a port filter, or by time, of course. You can select a time frame interesting, for example, in the middle of the night, I don't know. And you can find attacks. If I'm taking a little example here, you have a card for a port, and the port investigated is 6667. This is not a standard port, and the enrichment system of the tool will tell you rapidly that it's a port commonly used for IRC traffic, which is very suspicious. And so our analyst can decide to flag this and report on it during his investigation. This is the flag operation of ZeroKit, and you can decide to flag it with a severity which is safe, suspect, or danger. Safe meaning you have not found your threat yet, suspect that you have found something but you're not sure, and danger, of course, that you have identified a threat. And this is where our contribution comes in. We've built Kraken. Kraken is a knowledge-based recommender system, which means it bases itself on expert knowledge to make recommendations. And this is how it works. We've built it following the three ideas, I want to say, to enhance efficiency and rapidity of investigation, offering recommendation at the right time, of course, not blindside the analyst to one point in the data set and make him forget all the rest. And it will work like this. It will recommend the next point of exploration during an investigation. So the probable data type in which you should find your attack. And this is the process of recommendation. You have the flag option you've seen earlier. And when an analyst flags something in the interface, the recommender system triggers and starts its process. The process is composed of two main steps. Candidate selection, which means you have the knowledge base I've talked about, and I will explain a little more about it later on, that will select any candidate for recommendation, so any data type that is relevant to recommend as a next step of exploration, and we'll select the most relevant ones during scoring, so where you have two methods of scoring, and then once we've scored them, we can offer them to the user. So the interesting part is not, of course, this. It's how we get from the flag to the recommendation. So this knowledge base I was talking about, it was built on the basis of the project MitraTac, which we've heard about this morning, and and I imagine some of you are familiar with. And it represents attacker behavior observed in the real world in form of a matrix that tries to show everything it can using tactics and techniques. And these techniques all have attributes for data sources where these techniques can be observed in real data in the real world. And that's cool because in ZeroKit we have ECS, Elastic Common Schema, which is a way of formalizing data and log data, for example, into data types, as you can see here. And these data types can also be found in data sources. So we used our expertise to link them together, and that way we were able to do our candidate selection for recommendation. So if I take back my example from earlier, we had the ports, and then we'll go up to the data sources ports can be found in commonly, and then up to techniques. Here, we only have an extract of the database, but of course there are multiple techniques possible. And we'll here use the first one of the scoring systems, the multi-attribute decision making, this one is a hard one, to select the technique that is the most probably being observed right now by the analysts. And once we have that, we can go back down and find all data sources where this technique can be observed, and then all data types. And these data types make out our candidates for recommendation. But we still have to rank this list to get the most probable data type we want to recommend to the user. And to do that, we use a simple similarity process where we will compare attributes based on the reference type, which is here ports. And incidentally, the output of recommendations are the data type, severity, and category, where our analysts will find very rapidly that someone used IRC communications to perform injections in the system, if I remember correctly, and gain access of the machine. I could speak about these decision-making processes for a long time, but the math is not revolutionary, and the papers that explain them are very complete. What you ought to know is that the similarity process was based on 5 attributes. The prefixes for a data type, so for an IP, for example, it's a source IP or a destination IP. We compare them to show similarities between data types, or the presence in the investigation, the common sources with the reference types, the interestingness, which is a made-up word to say how much this data type is found in nature, and the fact that is a pivot data type or not, Pivot means that when you investigate things, you can pull data from multiple sources, and if these sources have common data types, they are a pivot point in the investigation. And for multi-attribute decision making, which is a fancy way of saying this is a selection problem, using a pairwise comparison matrix, we use permissions needed to execute a technique, platforms on which it can be executed, the network requirements it needs, if it's a physical attack, or it can be done over a network or not, things like that, and the frequency at which it's found in nature, meaning the number of times an attack group has been known to use these exploits. And now the fun thing we want to know is that did it work? Does this recommendation actually help users? And well, we've done a little evaluation. We had a data set released by the DARPA called TC3, the Transparent Computing, I think, and it contains around 20 million events and notably 2 APTs, which each one of them has multiple attack steps, varied ones, of course, and the first one has a Firefox advertisement and extension that are malicious that are used to gain an initial foothold on the system, and followed by a malicious SSH session, an exfiltration of data through wget, and the second APT uses Spine. Some of you may have heard of it, but it's an old one, like 80s old. It's an old text-based mail client, and it's put on the system and used to propagate a malware called TCexec. And so we gathered, lured in 7 security experts to test this investigation, and we gave them 25 minutes to each of them to find as much threats as they could in the data set. And then we debriefed with them and got their feedback. So that first gave us a little qualitative results. And the idea was to get 5 things from this: the usefulness, efficiency, and relevance of the tool. Then the tool future, is this something you would use, or are we completely going in the wrong direction? And the clarity of recommendation. And these are the results. Most participants agree to say that the tool and the recommendation did help them, was efficient, relevant, and useful, and that the tool has a future, and this is an idea we can go on with, taking a breather here. And fifth question, clarity. At first, recommendations were a little too fast on screen because we did not want to interrupt investigation too much, etc. So a little unclear, but fortunately, every participant managed to use the tool properly. And you can notice as well the 7th participant that is in disagreement with the others most of the time, and that's because he had little to no experience as an analyst despite being a security expert, and we could not ask him to learn a new trade in like 25 minutes. And we also know that, of course, in an evaluation, qualitative data is not enough. So what we did is gather a little something. We took all recommendations that were made through all investigations and compared them with this data set that we now knew, and to see if the recommendations were relevant or not. And we found out that the suspect and safe severity tags ones were pretty relevant, 180% respectively of the time, and the danger ones only half, which is not really good, not really bad. We don't know. But the important and really interesting thing here is the last column, the followed one. It means, did the analyst follow this recommendation when it was proposed to him? Well, in the suspect case, they did, mostly. In the safe case, scaled down to the relevance of the said recommendations, they also quite did. But in the danger one, they only followed them to 12.5%. And why is that? That's from talking with the analysts, we found out that it was because our initial hypothesis was wrong. We thought that once you would flag something with danger, you would have found your threats and would like to move on to somewhere else in the dataset to continue your investigation or even stop there. But the thing is that analysts wanted to, of course, use this attack to find more about it or to jump to another attack from it, which was linked. And last thing I would like to draw your attention on is that, as we've seen with the red dot, which was the analyst with little experience as an analyst, analysts' experience have influed on this, in this evaluation. And the green dot shows you an analyst that had 3 years of experience in a SOC, and managed to. This was amazing. He managed to find all the threats, all of them, in like 10 to 15 minutes, and using only the recommendations that were most relevant to him, without blinking an eye. It was amazing. But the really interesting point here are the orange dots, which seem to have like no shape at all. And that's because despite being medium experienced, like a year or so, these analysts could not, even though they would use the recommendations every time, they could not go past half the threat found. That means that could mean that this tool is for now more aimed to really experienced analysts during their investigations. Okay, I've talked a lot rapidly, so I've presented you this knowledge-based recommender system, and the interesting part is that is the future works, actually. We would like to continue refining these recommendations because recommender system use sources from anything, and we've only touched the surface using expert knowledge, and we could use now past investigations or user profiles or even the logs themselves to make new recommendations that would complete the ones we are making right now to go once again even further. Okay, thank you for listening to me, and if you have any questions.
Thank you. We have time for a few questions. Question?
So you design an UI for Kraken?
Yeah.
Because maybe there is already people generally use Splunk or LK, so maybe it could be a plugin.
Right now, we are working on plugging in CM and other solutions like Elastic or Splunk or things like that as a way of ingesting data into ZeroKit and then working on investigating them. Was that your question?
Could you repeat? I didn't get it.
Right now, the Elastic and Splunk gather data to do some dashboarding and investigating as well. Our idea is to plug ourselves to these, to just take the data and investigate them by ourselves.
Okay. So no direct integration?
No.
In the future, là, to continue to work to the recommendation, do you plan to have a specific strategy to evaluate the performance of the recommendation?
Yeah, I'm aware that the evaluation part is a little lacking. That's our plan is to gather some more metrics and organize an experiment with a lot more people. And we have not decided yet on the particular metrics of performance, I think. But we'll see in the future. It depends on the data set we can have, the number of people we can have, how many groups we can do. Like if we can have them work on different data sets, on the tool with and without recommendation or not. This was the difficult part of the evaluation, getting the people to participate.
Thank you for the presentation. What is currently the format of the input and the format of the output of the tool?
The input is this knowledge base. It's a classic relational database, and the output is in form of GraphQL queries that are sent to the front end of the tool.
Is it fast?
Yeah.
Your question is also fast.
Yeah, it's almost instant. It was a requirement to work in a tool that is almost real time. So we made it so. We are working on anywhere from 20 to 50 million events right now.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Is this based on principal component analysis, the mathematical part?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear.
Principal component analysis. That's the math behind. You said it was simple math.
Yeah. The simple math behind the similarity process is just comparison of sets of objects using the Jacquard method, and the multi-attribute decision making is an AHP. I never remember the acronym. It's analytical, hierarchical, and I don't remember the P.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry.
It's okay? No question? So, thanks again, Romain. Thanks again. Going to switch to the next presentation. Next presentation from Thomas. Thomas, you have your own laptop? Okay. Just a few seconds. We have to plug the laptop. C'est bon. So Thomas Chauchefoin from Sonasource will make presentation whose title is Two Bugs to Rule Them All, Taking Over the PHP Supply Chain. Oh, nice color. Multiple screen problem? Yes, that's right. Nice color.
All right. So thank you for joining. I'm really happy to be here. I was attending, I think, the first THCon a few years ago, and really happy to see that it's continuing. And I really hope we see each other next year. So today I wanted to give you a little talk, so 30 minutes about bugs in the PHP supply chain. The name, it's kind of buzzwordy, and so I did even more buzzwordy and clickbaity title, which is Find Silly Bugs and for 20% of the internet. And so I'm Thomas, I go by Subject on Twitter, and I'm doing volumetry research in the Sonar R&D team. So if you don't know Sonasource, we build products like SonarCube, SonarCloud, SonarLint. So we develop static analyzer for developer to find, let's say, functional bugs and also security bugs. And we now have an R&D team for which we assess and audit open source software. And we found 40 CVs last year. We got 3.0 awards nomination. We didn't win any, but it always feels good to be nominated. And there will be much more to come in 2022. So like I said, I will give you a little background knowledge on what's package managers, just so everybody is aligned on the same thing. what are supply chain attacks, why we choose PHP. Then we'll just compromise two package managers. The one for PHP, I will take just 1 minute to discuss about like potential mitigations, what could be improved to prevent the impact of these attacks, and then the usual conclusion and question and answers. So it's estimated by Tidelift that 92% of all commercial software are using open source components. So basically anything you're using is running on open source, and you need a way to automate the installation, configuration, and update of these open source components in your software. So this is called a package manager, basically. And when you use Ubuntu or Debian, you may use apt to install software packages like a browser, some VLC or anything. But in this talk, I will only focus on package managers for developers, so which are the ones that allow you to pull some third-party dependencies, which could be front-end libraries with like shiny buttons for your interface, or just a way to interface with PayPal, so like payment provider APIs. So it could be any kind of software. And I guess you at least saw one of these logos. On the top left, there is one for PHP. There are at least 3 different package managers for JavaScript. There's even one for LaTeX. So it's something that every single ecosystem has their own package managers. And like I said, they help you to deploy dependencies, so which are like third-party code packages. And you need to identify this package, so you just give them some names. So it could be called foobar, or you can use the usual GitHub style way of naming things, which is author/foobar, which is the name of my package. And I just list this package in a manifest, so it's basically a file. Also, depending on every ecosystem, the syntax can be different. Sometimes it's JSON, sometimes it's XML, but you simply list this names of your dependencies in your manifest, and you can add constraints on like the version you need, or like I want to deploy this one in production and this one only in development. And here I have some example of a manifest for Python, so for the package manager called pip. Basically first line says, okay, I would like to pull things in version 4.2, but not the 4.0, and then for the other one, I don't care about like the version pulling, I just want the last one. So the syntax can be pretty simple. And to make the association between these names, like if I want to pull things, I need to know where I should have downloaded it from. So I will send a message, HTTP query to a metadata server, which is making the association between this name and the source. And the source could be anything, could be a Git repo, could be something hosted on AWS, on S3, could be a zip archive on Twitter, on GitHub, could be anywhere. And basically, this service will just make the association for you. So you just say, okay, I want foobar, and it tells you, okay, just download foobar from this place. And ideally, this metadata service, you can just, because they also have like interfaces for developers. They can just go on the interface, create the account, and then publish their own package that will then become available to everybody else. And this metadata, it's only useful when you do the initial install, like you want to install foobar for the first time, and for updates. Because there is a local cache called log file. If you saw composer.log, package.log.json, these are just log files for composer and npm. And necessary for reproducible build, like if you have some work laptop and you pull dependencies, and if you don't fix the exact version and source, maybe time between time you try it on dev on your laptop and time you deploy it on production, if there is a huge breaking change happening with one of those packages, you don't want to get this update. So it also allows you to keep a state, like the exact state of all your dependencies. So now I'll just come back on what's supply chain attack, and because it's part of the title, and it's kind of a buzzword, and it means a lot of things and many scenarios. Which is basically any attack on anything your company or your software needs to run. So for software company, it could be any kind of software you include in your own product. It could be people working in the company. It could be even your laptop. If your laptop is backdoored, maybe you can produce and save builds of your software. And it's basically, saying is a chain is only as strong as its weakest link. Like if I'm an attacker and I see that you have some easy way to get in your company with like some silly vulnerability, I don't want to spend time and money and effort trying to exploit something much more complex. And it's a real thing, because the European Union Agency for Cybersecurity studied 24 attacks in 2021, and they saw that 50% of these attacks came from non-threat actors. So it's the same threat actors doing this kind of attacks because it's good enough and must bring them some value in a way, so they continue doing it. And they expected a fourfold increase in 2021, mostly because of ransomware attacks, which is a way to get a lot of money with a supply chain attack. And just to show you, like, it could be really anything. This picture comes from the Snowden revelation and the Greenwald book. And basically, we have 4 people from the NSA using a hit gun. So I can try to show you. This is a hit gun, as they try to remove the sticker from the Cisco box. And basically, somebody just ordered a Cisco router, and they just intercepted it. And so the package takes some time to arrive, but it's usual. And they just open it, put some implant or just backdoor the device, and just put back the sticker and send it to the original buyer. So this is a kind of supply chain attack. We also were aware of SolarWinds, which is also a supply chain attack. So say Russian hackers broke into a company called SolarWinds, and they just backdoored the software, waited a few months for everybody to deploy it, including governments, and they just came back using the backdoors they just put. And the good thing, or the bad thing, was that everything was like legitimate, because when you pull the update, everything would be signed, it would come from the original supplier, and there was no way for you to know that something's wrong with your release. And for package managers, there are also kind of logic attacks. You can have all kind of squatting, so you can expect that people will make mistakes when typing the name of the package you need, so they could be typing URL with only one L, or they may be forgetting that sometimes there is no dash, sometimes there is a dash, so you can just try to exploit some confusion in the mind of developers. You can also try to hack into accounts with expired emails, weak passwords, or use spear phishing. You can also tell developers, yeah, I can give you money if you put some intrusive ads in your software, which is basically malware. And also insider access. We got it with Lapsus, which is, I would say, not ransomware, but like data theft gang that just bought accesses to companies. They would just tell people, I will give you 10K if you give me access to your VPN. And they would just break into companies, which is also a kind of supply chain attack. And the one that will be really interesting for us today would be compromising these metadata services. So the service making the association between the name and the URL, because basically if you get code execution on the servers, you can just lie to everybody and redirect everybody to some infected URL instead. And that's what 2 other researchers already did in the past with Cocoa Pods for Objective-C, Ruby Gems for Ruby, but also for Python. And in our case, I think it could be really cool to try to also do it, because we would, with only one vulnerability, we would just be able to compromise all the packages of one ecosystem. And it also will give us a sense of how expensive it could be. Like, do we need to be really good at at security? Do we need some time? Do we need a lot of money? Or is it really easy? And we try to do it on PHP because I think it's pretty trendy. Like, it was kind of old and everybody found it bloaty, but nowadays with modern PHP, everybody's got back on the PHP train. And it runs 78% of the internet, WordPress alone being 43%, which is huge. And that means that something like 40% of the internet left are running just PHP. And since package managers are required to develop your software, like we say 92% of all commercial software need external open source code, we can say like Composer is behind 20% of the internet. So we'll break into Composer. Just also give you some stats. Every single day, there are 85 million packages downloaded from Composer, so it's a lot. And since the very beginning, they deployed 55 billion packages, which is also a lot. It's written in PHP, and the metadata services is also open source. It's called Packagist, so basically Composer reaches out to packages to say, give me the URL of this package named Fuba. And there's a simple package submission process. You just create in your project something called composer.json. You declare the name, the license, your own dependencies, and then you go on the Composer interface, or the packages interface, and you can just put the URL to your repo. And the interface is really simple. Like, just look at this. You can just create your own account and browse existing packages, or submit a new one, and submission process is simply just one field with one URL. And behind the scenes, it uses Composer for any IO operation. So since you need to parse the composer.json file of your library, it will use Composer to pull the repo, the remote Git repository with a package, and parse this file. and then we add the project to the database, and then it's finally added to the metadata files, and everybody can now use the package. And in one of the steps, in which we clone the remote repo, it's also being performed by Composer. And it iterates over supported VCS, or version control systems, and says, okay, hello Git, Git driver, can you handle this URL? And then Git says, okay, maybe, like if it's a GitHub URL, it will say yes. And if it's not sure, it will try to speak Git, in a way, to the remote end. So it will run Git ls remote, adds, and then the URL of that you provided in the interface. And if it doesn't work with Git, it will try with SVN, which is a version, and say, okay, do you speak as a version? Yes, no. If it says no, it will try the next one, which is Mercurial. Can you speak Mercurial? Yes, no. And if you look at this code, there is something called process executor escape. So there is some kind of security in a way, because something is escaped, but it's only here to prevent command injection vulnerabilities. And even if it looks safe, behind every single argument injection, there is a command injection, there is an argument injection. And it's my personal favorite bug class. I will just show you what it looks like. So this is pseudocode. Let's say it could be the same PHP or any other language. And we have something that is controlled by the attacker, which is in shell scripts a command substitution sequence, and that would run date. And if we concatenate everything and execute it with a shell, it would run AJ identify, and then this sequence here. And so bash would say, okay, I need to execute date first. So I have the output of date now, and then I would run AJ identify with the output of date. And if we introduce the escape security feature, we would surround this control value by single quotes, and bash, when passing the string, will say, okay, I'm within single string, so I'm in the context of a string literal, and I should not process this command substitution sequence. So it would simply run AJ identify and a string, which is safe. However, I can still try to put extra arguments. And if I run something like AJ identify surrounded by single quotes -- help, it will show me the help of AJ identify. So that means if we can add extra arguments to the command being run, which can be unsafe. And in the case of Git, it's something that is already fairly documented. The first name I put, this person found like maybe 20 RCE in GitLab using argument injections, and Johan Chen found also a lot of argument injection using Git, even in Git itself, which is pretty crazy. And but in our case, since it's running Git ls remote, and Git ls remote expects a positional argument, which is the destination trying to run ls remote on, we only have one injection point, and it's not enough to be able to gain code execution. But we have other VCS drivers. And if we look at the Mercurial manual, we can see that we can, using some extra arguments, command-like arguments, we can create aliases with the same name, we can override original definitions, and we can even aliases to a shell script, which is perfect to us, because we could just use -- config equals alias.identify, which is a way to override the behavior of identify, and then any shell command, in this case date. And if we run it, it's not running Mercurial or anything, it's just showing the date, which means that what we put here was executed. And I will show you what it looks like on my own test instance of packages, but basically everything was the same on prod, and it also worked on production. So I'm just showing the IP address of the VM, which is on the left, with my own domain. On the top right, we have Alice, which is a kill attacker, and Alice is just creating an account, like attacker on packages with dummy password. And we'll just go submit a package and say -- config equals, so same payload, and we'll try to connect back to our own shell using netcat. So just starting a listener, and if we click check, and we type ID on the right, we have a shell. And I will show you, like I said, yeah, we can, infect any package being downloaded and everything, but I will show you like in a more visual way. So just Alice is just making a nice term, executing commands. And now I'm running as Thomas, so it's me, I have my own package, and which is just printing emojis of waffles, and I will just pull it into bottom right shell. So this is like any developer in the world just installing package with Composer. and I can just run the script, and I have my fancy emotes, and then Alice will try to backdoor this package. So we just have to go on some files and find the right JSON file with definition of my package and the association between the name and the URL. So you simply open this file, there is sources, which is where Composer should download the package from. And you can just override this file with another one, pointing to anything else. So now the file is being replaced. And now the developer will simply update the package. So if you see on the left, there were no updates. But still, if I run Composer, it says an update is available and that my package was upgraded. And now I will run the script again. And an arbitrary command was executed. So you could just rickroll like 90 million downloads per day. So I didn't do it, but and everything was pretty cool. Like the maintainers were really nice because we just sent a report like on April 2022 last year, and a few hours after they just deployed a new the batch on the public instance, so nobody was vulnerable anymore. And since the bug was in Composer itself, they also released a new version of Composer. So huge kudos to them. As I have a GitHub sponsor page if you want to give them some money. And I will take over Peer. I will have to be quick. Which is the historical PHP package manager. So basically in the PHP world, you have two package managers, Peer and Composer. So this one is the other one. And companies still use it, even if it's historical. They have like 100,000 monthly downloads, so every month, which is still a lot. But getting access to a developer account require a prior approval by administrators. So we need to find a way to gain access to the account of the developer first. And we don't want to involve in any kind of social engineering or just stealing somebody's password, because that's not what we're doing. But historical package managers mean historical best practices and support of historical PHP version. So we just put this code in some internal static analysis code. So this one is SonarCloud, which is free for everybody. And we see that there is some unsafe random generation in a function called reset password. It's basically generating a secret token based on a run value between 4 and 13, which is an integer value, so not a lot of values. The name of the user, which is known. The current time, which is known because it's being given in the HTTP headers of the response, and the new password to set. So basically, the only unknown is this value between 4 and 13. So we can reset any account with like 50 trails, because usernames are public, and we need some extra trails because there may be some seconds that just elapsed between when we try to reset the password and when we're doing the brute force. But basically, we can take over anybody's account. And this bug is since the very beginning, so it's more than 50 years old. So it's pretty nice. We could just take over any existing account and just publish new reels. But every time it's always more fun to also get code execution on the server. So that's what we did. There is no reason to do it except just for fun. And one interesting feature is when you submit a package, which we can now do because we have no admin access, this package is added to work queue, and it's extracted, validated, and then there is some external command called PHP documenter that will just generate documentation, so just pass through all the files, generate the API, docs, and everything. And the result is being published on the Peer website. It's pretty interesting because there is like a lot of file accesses, extractions, external commands being invoked. And that's what it looks like, basically. You just iterate over every cron job, and you just extract some information from the file, and then they use archive tar to extract the Peer package on the local file system in TMP. But like we said, it's historical, and Peer Web, so the software, the metadata service, depends on a very old version of archive tar, which is 1.47, and there is a public CV for this one with a directory traversal due to inadequate checking of symbolic links. So we tried to do a POC for this one. And in the PHP world, if you can write any file anywhere, it's basically remote code execution, because you can just put a script in the web root directory, and you can just browse the script and execute commands. So we tried to find a way to reproduce this CV, and we ended up with this file, which is only 3 different files. You don't see my mouse, but the first one is a symbolic link to some script called evil.php in the web root. The other one is the content of this file itself, and the third one is just the package to go through the product checks. And what it looks like, the first step, when we do the upload, we simply have the peer dash something.tgz in the upload folder, and then it's being extracted. It starts with symlinks. The symlink is first extracted. It points to evil.php in public HTML, which doesn't exist yet. And then we also create a file called symlink that will write data into this symbolic links that will create the file in the public HTML directory. And then we also extract the package.xml. And we can change the first bug we have to take over anybody's account, create a new package, approve it, and then exploit the CV in the worker queue. So that's what we did. Same setup. In the bottom, there was just some information about the IP address and everything. On the left, there is peer, which is also not a production instance, but a local test VM I did. And I'm just starting the cron on the bottom. And I see that here, I'm trying to log in with admin, and I don't know the password, but I just can run my exploit and reset admin's password, and I will set foobar. And after a few tries, admin's password is now foobar. It's admin, so it's super user. I can just now generate my archive to exploit the CV, pick some dummy package, upload a release, pick the right package, start it, and in the cron job, bottom right, is that something happened. So there is an error, but we don't care. And then now when we access evil.php, we can just run arbitrary commands. And it's the same, I won't show you a new rickroll because I think you got it, but the impact is the same. You could just basically force users to pull malicious packages. And the timeline was slightly different for this one because it's kind of old and there was a lot of, there's maybe 1 or 2 maintainers now. And when we did the first report, they patched it pretty quickly, but they lost access to the server. So it took a few months to be able to deploy the new version on production, but now it's fixed, which is cool. So yeah, also kudos to the maintainers that help us to make it work and fix it. So Ken Guest, Mark Wiesmann, and Jack Burgess. And since peer is under the PHP Foundation umbrella in a way, you can support the PHP Foundation to help maintainers to support peer. And I will take 1 minute to talk about mitigation, because like you saw, we just tried 2 targets and we found pre-auth SE in both targets. It's always easier in the offensive side because you just need to find 1 bug, while at the same time the blue team side, they need to be aware of everything and try to restrict every yet unknown vulnerabilities. And with new languages, new ecosystem, there will be new package managers and they will roll their own metadata services, so they will introduce the same vulnerabilities over and over. So we need to reduce the impact of people taking over backend services. And there is no reason to trust the metadata services because they're only a provider. So I did a tier list of everything that we could be using, but the only one that is interesting is the mandatory code signing. I will skip the others for today, but it's basically like certificate transparency. Every time a developer wants to release a package, they would sign it with their own identity, and there would be another service like online that would just collect these signatures. And every time you install something, you would be able to ping this other service and say, okay, what is the signature of my package foobar? And if it doesn't match, something wrong happened. Like maybe somebody sent me the wrong URL, or there was some line in the middle, or something else. There was some prior work by Paragon Initiatives that tried to put it in Composer a few years ago with like the exact design, everything would be the same, which is the best idea, but it failed to gain traction because back in these days, PHP had only really weak cryptographic support, but nowadays there is a new initiative which is called Sixtor, which is exactly the same idea, microservices with 1 ledger to basically public database to store all the signatures and other tools to eat the signatures and craft the signatures and check them. There are already some community adoption in RubyGem with a PR in progress, and LLVM tables are already tracked with it, so when you download LLVM, you can verify using Sixtor that nobody changed it and try to compromise it. So yeah, conclusion, we could compromise maybe 20% of the internet, which is a lot, and it's really scary because, I mean, at a level, I mean, anybody with a few points on RootMe could do it. Time, it's less than a week. Money, it's not even relevant. You just need a laptop. But recent initiatives look really promising if we stop trusting this middleman, because we don't have to and directly trust the developer to sign the package. There is no reason for us to trust Composer and packages. We would only use them as like a way to pull information, but we wouldn't have to trust them. And other ways, like finding such bugs in open source software, it's pretty common because they lack developers. There is only few community contribution. It's really hard to get funding and security contribution. So I guess we need to find a way to internalize this best practice when it comes to supply chain in DevSecOps or DevOps teams. And I think it's pretty fun to audit your own package managers. So if you have some hour to spare, you can just try to look at the ones you're using, try to get a C anyway. There are all technical details on our blog. There is a long version of this talk on YouTube, and if you loved what you saw, or you can help us to do the same. We have pretty cool targets. We try to get a CE on Zimbra, WordPress, Rocket Chat, maybe Zabbix, everything, you name it. Yeah, so thank you for your time. Feel free to reach out if you have any question, either here or just online. And yeah, if you have any question here right now, I will be happy to take it.
Okay, thank you. Question. You don't want to use PHP anymore? Perhaps.
I'm fine. It's less work for me.
Question? Yeah.
So it seems that you have advice, for example, Pierre in mid-2021. But the question remains, since when this vulnerability was probably known by some group and exploited in the wild?
I don't know, but I think peers, they were compromised and they were never really told how or why, but I think a few years ago somebody just got SE on the server and were starting to release infected installs. So basically somebody got SE on the server, so they had to just shut everything down and make a new server to like continue operation. Maybe they were using this same bug, I don't know. There's no way for, like, it's only speculation. But yeah, if somebody just found it before and just exploited it before, like for composers, I have no track, like no log of somebody that did it. But I mean, if you get SE on server, you just can just use some Linux prevask and just erase any log and anything. I think it would be a really great thing for state actors or just ransomware gangs to compromise such services. But hopefully it never happened, or we don't know that if it happened. And yeah, it only cares if it's detected, and it's always the hardest part. It's like blue team is the hardest part of research.
Other question? If I correctly understood, you plan to work on all the projects. The last slide you mentioned about what precisely what do you want to do?
Sorry,
on your last slide, you plan to work on other.
It's the one we already compromised.
WordPress, etc.
It's the one we already.
You have precise idea what you are going to do?
Sorry, I didn't.
You have precise idea what you are going to do for this exploitation in this case?
Oh, it's already released and fixed. But like, if you want to join and find bugs and stuff with us, I mean, it's pretty great. But we have a new target that will be coming in the next few months, so you can expect to see us on new things also.
Do you think it's the same kind of explanation that is possible?
No, it's much more complex on this one.
Much more complex.
Yeah.
Okay. So thanks again.
Thank you.
Thank you. We still have one more presentation before the break, which is from Rémi Gascou from Capgemini. Unfortunately, Rémi is ill. COVID or not, we do not know. But we have the
He has recorded this presentation, so we're going to see it, but we won't be able to ask questions, I'm sorry. But we will see this presentation, it is recorded. So just a few seconds before we start the presentation.
Hello everyone and welcome to today's talk about Active Directory LDAP. In today's talk I'm going to present to you everything I wanted to know about Active Directory LDAP when I first started learning it. My name is Remy Gascou and I'm also known as Podarius. I am an offensive security consultant and regional pentest team leader at Capgemini in Toulouse, France, and I'm Hello everyone and welcome to today's talk about Active Directory LDAP. In today's talk I'm going to present to you everything I wanted to know about Active Directory LDAP when I first started learning it. My name is Remy Gascou and I'm also known as Podarius. I am an offensive security consultant and regional pentest team leader at Capgemini in Toulouse, France, and I'm working mostly in pentesting and exploiting new vulnerabilities. You can find a few links here to most of my works, that is open source tools to exploit vulnerabilities, pentesting tools, research articles on new techniques, and of course CVEs. Hello everyone and welcome to today's talk about Active Directory LDAP. In today's talk I'm going to present to you everything I wanted to know about Active Directory LDAP when I first started learning it. My name is Remy Gascou and I'm also known as Podarius. I am an offensive security consultant and regional pentest team leader at Capgemini in Toulouse, France, and I'm working mostly in pentesting and exploiting new vulnerabilities. You can find a few links here to most of my works, that is open source tools to exploit vulnerabilities, pentesting tools, research articles on new techniques, and of course CVEs. So first of all, I'm going to present a bit of context to this talk. We are going to focus in Windows networks, and more specifically in a Windows internal network of a company, a typical Windows network. You would have a domain with many machines attached to the domain, and many computers, workstations, servers, printers, phones, whatever you want. And in this domain you will have two servers known as the domain controllers, DC1 and DC2, and these are what we are going to focus on later on. So if we focus on DC1 and DC2, the domain controllers in a Windows domain will have a lot of services open. We are talking about tens of network protocols, and most of them are used in specific cases, in authentication, in services. They can be used in many ways. And in today's talk, we are going to focus on LDAP, which is one particular network protocol of the domain controllers. It's not specific to Windows domains. It can be used in other types of network architecture. LDAP is not specific to Windows, but we are going to focus on the LDAP of Active Directory and the link between LDAP and Active Directory. First of all, we are going to deep dive into the LDAP structure and its objects. Afterwards, we are going to see what is the scope of an LDAP query and how we can make them. Then we are going to deep dive into LDAP naming contexts. And finally, we are going to see two things that can be useful to engagements. The first one is a few cool tools you can use with Active Directory LDAP in offensive pentesting. And the second one is a way to common vulnerabilities that we can find in Windows domains using LDAP. So the first thing to know about the LDAP structure is that it's a tree. So basically you have lots of objects organized in various leaves and in various branches that are distinguished by their names, their groups, and you will have lots of objects stored inside this structure. The second thing to note about LDAP is that the root object is the domain name. So here dc equals lab, dc equals local, means we are in the domain lab.local. So the LDAP objects that I mentioned earlier, they have many properties and values. And one of the most important properties of LDAP objects is their distinguished name. It's basically where we can find them inside the LDAP. It's the path inside the tree of where you can find them. Also, as we are inside an Active Directory domain, all LDAP attributes have an unique identifier called object GUID, which identifies uniquely each object inside the LDAP inside the Active Directory. So the object is stored in LDAP and linked to Active Directory by this kind of values. And finally, all of these objects contains attributes which have values, and they store the actual data we are going to store inside the objects. So here is an example of what it looks like. For the object user1 inside my LDAP, we have a description, a distinguished name, given name, user SN created, name, we have user account control also. We have many properties that are specified to this object. Because it's a user, we have user account control, we have bad password count, for example. We have many properties that we can store inside the LDAP object of this user, which is specific to user1. So now we have seen what is an LDAP object, and we are going to need to query them in order to get specific attributes of the whole content of an object. And we are going to see this in the next slide. So how to make an LDAP query? Basically, you need three things. You need the base object. It's the distinguished name to the object on which you are going to make the query. For example, user1. You need a query, which is in LDAP syntax. You will select the attributes you want. For example, here I'm selecting all objects with object class being user and with ADM in their names. So, for example, when you are doing an internal pen test, it can be quite useful to do this kind of queries to list all the administrators of a Windows domain, for example. And the third thing of an LDAP query is the attributes to retrieve. For example, name, user account control, description, or the wildcard. If you put just the character star, it will retrieve all the attributes of the object. It's very important because this field attributes allows to select specific attributes of objects and, for example, narrow down the query to only the attributes you need and not being spammed with a lot of values that you really don't need. So for example here, if I do a query with all these elements, we are going to get in return only this. So we are going to only have the specific attributes we ask for. So name, user account control, description, and their values. So user1, 512, and my password is weak. But now it would be interesting to know what if we wanted to list all users, for example, or what if we wanted to make specific queries on a lot of objects in the same time. How can we do this? We can do this with scope queries. It's 3 flags you have to put inside the query to specify on which object you are going to perform the search. So there is 3 flags to the scope of queries: base, level, and subtree. The first one, base, is only performing the search on the specified object. So if you are putting in the object other thing, it will only search on the attributes of this object, this specific object. The second one, level, it's going to perform the search on every object in the same depth in the tree as the given object. So if you put in other thing, it will also query the attributes of the object something. And you can select attributes on all the objects as in the same level in the tree. And the last one is subtree, is going to select all the objects underneath the selected base object, excluding the base object itself. So you are selecting, for example, CN equals to users, and you are going to select every user inside the subtree of CN equal to users. This is often what we want to use in offensive pen testing, as we are going to need to select as many objects as we can in order to perform a query and find specific rights, specific attributes on many objects. We are not going to iterate object by object to perform a base level query, for example. For example, in pen testing tools, it's often used as a subtree query because we really don't need to iterate over all the objects of the LDAP. We only need to select one, which is our base object, and then perform our LDAP query in order to select all the attributes of this sub objects inside the tree. So now that we know how to perform a query, I'm going to present to you a little challenge. How would you extract all the information from the LDAP in a way you want to perform a backup of the LDAP to have locally all the information into a passable format, for example, a JSON, a database, or whatever you want. But how would you do to extract all the information from this LDAP? The first thing we can think about is to perform a query with object class equals to store, which is a wildcard matching every type of object. And we are going to select every attribute, so a wildcard too. So if we are doing this query in a subtree starting from the root object of the domain, the DC equals lab, DC equals local, we are going to select all the objects, and therefore we are going to dump everything from the LDAP, right? Well, let's try it. So if we try to select everything with object class equals to wildcard, we are going to select every sub object in the tree, and we are going to dump it to JSON, for example. And as we can see, it returns 14 objects, and in many different groups, in many different categories, but we have 14 objects. And when I was doing this, I noticed that some values that I wanted were not in these 14 objects. So I started to mess around with LDAP queries, and I made an LDAP query not on the root object of the domain, not on DC equals lab, DC equals local, but on CN equals to configuration, DC equals lab, and DC equals local. And I had 1,600 objects, which is way higher than 14. So something is quite going on here. In LDAP, you have something called naming contexts or partitions. These partitions are part of the tree structure, and they are independent from each other, which means if we want to extract objects from these trees, we need to perform queries on the root object of this naming context. For example, in this graph, you see DC equals lab, DC equals local, CN equals to something. We need to perform a query on CN equals to something if we want to have anything with thing1 and thing2. On the other hand, if we are going to perform a query on DC equals lab, DC equals local on the root object of the LDAP, we will not have any object from CN equals to something, and thing1 and thing2 will be invisible to us. So I've put here the three types of partitions that we can find into the Active Directory LDAP. Basically, these are the partitions that are enabled by default. You can add new ones, and in forests, meaning in groups of domains, you can have multiple partitions. There is two very interesting partitions: the configuration partition, which holds lots of information about the domain, the forest, and it will be replicated in every domain controller. And the domain partition, which holds the Active Directory objects, such as users, computers, every object that we saw beforehand. The second one is the domain partition, which will hold the Active Directory objects of the domain that we are currently in, such as users, computers, everything that will be associated to the local domain, for example, lab.local. If we are in a forest with multiple subdomains, each subdomain will have its own domain partition with its own objects in it. It will not be replicated on other domains. So now I'm going to present to you a few tools use in your Active Directory LDAP engagements. The first one is LDAP Monitor, which allows to monitor creation, deletion, and any changes in LDAP objects live during a pen test, system administration, or whatever you want. Basically, it's a way for an attacker to see what's happening inside the domain in live mode. The second one is PyLAPS and SharpLAPS. These two tools are used to read the attributes set by the local administrator password solution from Microsoft from the LDAP directly. You need to have rights to read these attributes, but you can extract them with these tools. So the first one I want to talk about is LDAP Monitor. So a few months ago, I was working on a project called LDAP Console, which is basically a way to perform queries into the Active Directory LDAP from a Linux machine using Impacket. And as I was working on the LDAP console, I added a few functionalities such as query objects, predefined queries, so we don't have to remember how to list every user that is Kerberos stable, for example. As I was working on this, I thought it would be cool to have a kind of way to make a difference between two queries. For example, select every user and type diff to see what is the difference between the two responses from the LDAP. So I implemented it, and then I thought, what if we did this on every object of the LDAP using an object class equals to wildcard every second, for example. If we are querying every LDAP object every second and then performing a difference between the two responses, we will literally have everything that changed inside the LDAP, the attributes, the new objects, the deleted objects. We would basically have logs of everything happening inside the LDAP. And that's how LDAP Monitor was born. So LDAP Monitor is written in Python using Impacket, and so it can be used from Linux machines. As we can see here, it's very simple to connect to a domain using LDAP Monitor. You just have a few things to enter and you are basically connected to the LDAP and starting doing live differences every second. Here I've been connecting as an administrator, but it's really not necessary. With a normal user, you can see almost everything in the LDAP. Only a few things will be disabled, so you cannot see them. But if you are administrator, you will see many more things. For example, the replication of the domain controllers, new DNS configurations, everything that is in the configuration database. You will see many more things. So it's interesting to use it as a domain administrator when you are trying to learn what is happening inside your own domain. So here it's a little demonstration. When you are starting LDAP Monitor, you will see a listening for LDAP changes, and then after a few moments, if something changes in the LDAP, you will see it in the logs directly with the timestamp. Here we can see that a new user was created, so LDAP Monitor will not bother you with every attribute of this user because it will dump the whole object and it would be extremely verbose. So it will just say that this user was created. But then when something is modified inside the LDAP attributes, you will see everything that changed inside this object. For example, for user 2, here we can see it changed its delivery office and it changed from woo to first floor. So as this attribute was changed, LDAP Monitor will print the old value as well as the new value, so you can see what it changed to and from. The same thing happened for all the attributes of these objects. So for example, if we change the description, it will also appear inside LDAP Monitor. So here is a few cases where LDAP Monitor can be useful. The first one is to detect account lockout in real time. For example, if you are doing a pen test, you want to monitor whenever you are doing brute forcing to see if you are not locking out accounts. And LDAP Monitor can help you with this because if you are locking a user, you will have the new attributes bad password time and lockout time, which will be added, and you will see lockout time set to when the account is locked out. You can also use it to check if your privilege escalation worked fine. For example, when you are using NTLM relays with escalate user option, escalate user option is an option that allows to control an account. For example, you have already an account inside the Active Directory and you want to change the rights on this account if you are able to relay user with more rights on your account. You will set NTLM relays escalate user option so that the user you control will have more rights after the relaying of a domain admin, for example. It can be useful to escalate your user to domain admin rights without taking over a real domain admin. And the third case is detect when users are logging in to know when you can start a network poisoning with responder, for example. If you are connecting inside the LDAP and you are seeing a lot of user logins, it can be the moment where the users are logging in for the first time in the day. So you want to start a network poisoning so you can relay, maybe you can relay authentications, maybe you can poison some of the Windows machines so it will go through your responder afterwards. So if you are seeing a lot of logon events inside the LDAP monitor, it might be time to start a network poisoning. So another cool tool to use with LDAP, before deep diving into this tool, I want to talk to you about really common vulnerabilities that we can find in many Windows domains. In many Windows domains, we see that most of the local administrator of all the machines have the same password or the same NT-hash, depending on whether or not it's a real password or just a random string. And if an attacker has control of at least one machine inside the network, it means that if he can retrieve the NT-hash of the local administrator of one machine, he can connect as administrator on all the machines of the network that are using the same password for the local administrator account. So this is a huge vulnerability because if any of your machine is compromised, most of your machines will be. So it's a real big problem, but fortunately there is a solution called the LAPS for Local Administrator Password Solution, which allows to set random passwords for the local administrators of all the machines. And these passwords will be changed, for example, every week, and they will be stored inside the LDAP in a specific attribute called MS-MCS-ADM password of the LDAP object. Of course, this attribute is not public. You need to be domain administrator to see these attributes, or else any user could have access to any machine and it would be a huge problem. So here is two tools to retrieve LAPS passwords from a Windows domain. The first one is PyLAPS. It's a tool I wrote to be able to retrieve LAPS password from a Linux machine to a Windows domain. For example, I do most of my pen testing from Linux machines, so I like to have tools that work on Linux. This one is in full Python and uses Impacket to connect to the LDAP and retrieves the LAPS passwords of all the local administrator of all the machines. And the second one is Sharp LAPS from SwissKey, which can run standalone in a Windows machine as an executable, or from a Cobalt Stack beacon with execute assembly. On my PyLAPS, as you can see, it's the same syntax as LDAP monitor. It's fairly easy to use, and it will extract every LAPS passwords from all the computers that have LAPS activated in their LDAP object. To read these attributes, you need to have specific rights, meaning generic read, for example, on the target object, or you need to be domain administrator of all the domain. To read these attributes, you need to have specific rights on the target object, or you need to be domain admin, because they are highly sensitive attributes, so they cannot be read by anyone. And lastly, I want to show you a way to common vulnerabilities that I find often in my pen tests. This vulnerability is due to a lack of understanding of what is public and what is not inside LDAP. If there is one thing you need to remember about LDAP from an offensive and defensive point of view, is that most attributes present in LDAP are readable by all authenticated users without specific rights. Not all the attributes can be readable. As we can see, the LAPS passwords cannot be read by any user, but most of the attributes are readable. This means you need to never store private information into LDAP, especially in public fields such as the description fields of a user, because it's something that we can see really often. Passwords in description of users You can create a user and put a password in description because you are doing some test on this account, and then you forget that you have put the password inside the description. But as we can see, any authenticated user inside the domain can query all the other users, and you will see the description even if you are not domain admin. Therefore, any user that will query the description of all the other users can potentially take over other accounts because there is their password in description. So please be careful and remember that all the attributes in LDAP should be treated as public and do not store private information in it. Thank you for listening. I hope this talk was interesting. And if you want to check out my other works, you can find them on GitHub, on Twitter, or on my website.
Sorry, as Remy is not here, we can ask question. I cannot ask question, I'm sorry. We're going to switch to French. No, we English? English, okay, that's right. So our second sponsor, gold sponsor. So you have to see their reason. Just a few interventions before the break of the gold sponsor.
C'est pas grave. Ah bon? C'est un Mac, ça marche en général? Ouais, ouais.
Ah, c'est un Mac.
Normalement, ça devrait fonctionner sans.
L'HDMI natif. Ah! Là, il y a CR1.
Ça fonctionne pas?
Le Mac qui n'utilise pas cette puissance souvent, et quand on utilise des comme ça, on avait perdu de puissance. Est-ce que vous pouvez parler sans slide?
Ah, ok.
Désolé.
C'est pas grave.
Sinon, on a 30 ici. Moi, j'ai refait, je me dirais.
Non, pas le temps, on aura pas le temps.
I can do it. No, no, c'est bon. Good afternoon. My name is Linda. I'm from Cyber Reason. We are one of the sponsors for the event today, so I hope you're enjoying the event up to date. You're very lucky. My slideshow is not working, so you don't have to watch my slides. Just a few words about who we are and what we do. I've noticed that most of the sponsors here today are on the cybersecurity world, more on the, I would say, on the attack space, and Cyber Reason is more on the defense space. So we provide a software solution that is there to help companies and governments protect themselves from all the attacks that are happening these days. So our solution is a platform that goes all the way from new generation antivirus solutions all the way through EDR. I know a lot of the young people here that have been coming into the room next door have heard a lot about EDR and XDR. So we have a platform, and we have some technical people here in the room next door. So if you'd like to come by and learn a little bit about what we do, just a little bit about the company. So there's about 1,500 of us, defenders, about 45 of which are in France. I'm speaking to you in French just to make sure that you don't have to hear my French accent. Mais si vous préférez, je peux aussi parler en français. Ça va peut-être être bien pour changer. J'ai vu qu'il y a beaucoup d'anglais aujourd'hui. J'ai aussi entendu qu'il y a beaucoup d'accents en anglais de français, là, comme ça vous change un peu. Voilà. Voilà. Et tout ça juste pour vous dire que nous sommes très heureux de sponsoriser cet événement, que si vous avez des questions à propos de ce que nous faisions, pour les jeunes, il y a des plateformes disponibles pour voilà, tester ce type d'environnement. Pour ceux qui viennent du domaine professionnel, nous sommes déjà fournisseurs en France auprès de beaucoup d'entreprises différentes, à la fois dans le privé et dans le public. Et travaillons énormément avec des partenaires français pour fournir des services, donc des Atos, des IBM, Advance, Nomios, ce type de société. Voilà. Donc, un coup de chance pour vous. Je n'ai pas de slide et je pense que maintenant, c'est le break. Donc, bon après-midi. Bon après-midi.
Merci. Désolé pour les slides. Donc, on a du coup une pause plus longue que prévu parce qu'on est en avance. On va reprendre à quart, hein, puisqu'il est moins le quart. On va reprendre à quart dans une demi-heure. Merci. 30 minutes.
Ah bah c'est pas grave, je sais pas pourquoi ça va pas faire. En général, ça va.
Non, c'est en fait c'est l'adaptateur. Je pense aussi la
Et nous allons démarrer la dernière session de la journée, puisque nous recommençons demain. On compte sur vous. Alors, il y a un tout petit changement de programme puisqu'on est en avance. En principe, après cette magnifique table ronde, vous allez voir des gens se battre sur l'IA et la sécurité. Normalement, on avait une keynote d'Intel aux US en direct, live. Mais en fait, donc on a un quart d'heure d'avance, on leur a demandé d'avancer la keynote d'un quart d'heure, mais en fait, il est 7h du mat là-haut, ils sont en train de prendre le café, ils se réveillent, ils sortent du lit, ils amènent les gosses à l'école. Et donc, ils ne veulent pas avancer. Donc, on va, en fait, après la table ronde, on va prendre le papier, le dernier papier de fin d'après-midi, on va le mettre juste après la table ronde et on finira par la keynote qui va donc démarrer à l'heure prévue. Elle était prévue à 17h, elle va démarrer à peu près à 17h. Voilà, donc on va avancer le dernier papier. La présentatrice étant là, étant d'accord, il n'y a pas de souci. Voilà, donc on va attaquer table ronde en français. Donc c'est pour ça que je parle en français, parce qu'on attaque les tables rondes en français. Ils préfèrent se battre en français.
Bonjour à tous. Alors, comme Vincent l'a si bien expliqué, c'est bon? Ah oui, il faut le mettre comme ça marche. Oui, c'est bon. Donc comme Vincent l'a bien expliqué, on va faire une table ronde sur un peu le rôle de l'IA dans la cybersécurité. Comment est-ce qu'elle intervient? C'est vrai que l'IA, c'est un sujet qui est assez à la mode et on a tendance à entendre un peu tout n'importe quoi. Moi, je suis néophyte un peu sur le sujet, c'est-à-dire que j'ai pas de background dans l'IA ou quoi que ce soit, mais je suis curieux et je suis impatient de voir un peu ce que vont dire nos invités. Je vais d'abord lancer Philippe sur la côté détection d'intrusion pour l'IA. Est-ce que tu peux te présenter, Philippe?
Philippe Wozarski, je suis chercheur au LAS, pas très loin d'ici. Mon domaine de recherche, c'est les réseaux. Et par effet de bord, je me suis amené à travailler un petit peu sur les aspects cybersécurité. En général, que les utilisateurs se fassent pirater, je m'en fous, mais quand ça gêne la façon dont les flux s'écoulent dans le réseau, ça me concerne. Et c'est à ce titre-là que je fais un petit peu d'IA. J'enchaîne ?
Tu peux y aller, vas-y.
Ok. Donc, à ce titre-là, alors je ne suis pas beaucoup plus expérimenté que toi. De l'IA, j'en fais pas, j'en utilise, mais j'en fais pas. Et dans le cas de la cybersécurité, et j'ai essayé de préparer quelques slides. Il y en a 4, il n'y en a pas beaucoup, juste pour poser le vocabulaire, pour poser les problèmes et pour poser un peu l'état de l'art. Ce que j'ai préparé, c'est vraiment présentation pour les nuls, à ce titre-là. Donc, j'espère que même Romain arrivera à suivre. Et il m'a filé la télécommande de l'ordinateur.
J'ai jeté un œil, ça va.
Donc voilà, donc aujourd'hui, la sécurité, la cybersécurité, ça fonctionne comment en fait? Ça fonctionne avec des grosses boîtes qui se font beaucoup d'argent, simplement en vous vendant des... Ils se font beaucoup d'argent, je le maintiens. Donc si vous êtes mal payé, si vous êtes mal démerdé... et donc finalement, qu'est-ce qu'ils font? Ils analysent des attaques et puis derrière, ils vont essayer de les reconnaître quand elles vont se présenter. C'est ce qu'on appelle des approches par signature. Donc j'ai représenté ça, vous voyez, on voit qu'il y a un certain nombre d'attaques qui ont été détectées, analysées, sur lesquelles on a fait une signature et on va essayer de voir si, quand du trafic se présente, on est capable de reconnaître ces choses-là ou si on ne les reconnaît pas, on laisse passer. Et ce que vous achetez, c'est simplement cette base de connaissances. Donc là, vous avez du trafic qui arrive là-haut, il est vert, on reconnaît que c'est l'attaque D, on la vire, on ne la laisse pas passer. Maintenant, si c'est celle-là qui arrive, elle n'est nulle part. Mais, non, on va la laisser passer. Mais là, on peut se demander si ce n'est pas l'attaque B qui s'est déguisée, en fait. Une mascarade, une offuscation de code ou quelque chose comme ça. Et celle-là, vous allez la laisser passer. Donc voilà, donc vous laissez passer un truc qui finalement n'est peut-être pas si sympathique que ça. Donc effectivement, ça fonctionne comme ça. C'est pas efficace, enfin ça marche très très bien tant qu'on a des choses que l'on reconnaît, qui n'ont pas été modifiées, mais les pirates ils sont malins et effectivement ils vont essayer de passer outre ce genre de choses. Et évidemment, tout ce qui est attaque inconnue, vous laissez passer, ça ne marche pas. L'autre aspect, c'est que tout ça, en fait, cette base de connaissances, elle est fabriquée à la main. C'est des longues analyses chez les clients de ces grosses boîtes qui vendent des solutions de sécurité informatique. Donc c'est tout fait à la main, ça prend en général une semaine, 15 jours avant qu'on ait un correctif. Et évidemment, pour avoir un correctif par rapport à une attaque, il faut toujours passer par la carte bonne de commande ou carte bancaire.
Merci Philippe.
C'est pour ça qu'ils ont des...
Je vais me permettre de quand même laisser un peu la parole, au moins par exemple à Olivier. Je pense qu'il y a des choses à dire sur le sujet. Je t'en prie, vas-y.
Bonjour à tous, donc Olivier Béton. Donc moi je m'occupe d'un laboratoire de cybersécurité chez Thales, donc un des fournisseurs de grosses boîtes. Et, mais on fait pas que ça, je m'occupe plus de la partie R&D. Donc pour le coup, je laisserai passer pour cette fois. Donc effectivement, on a testé ça aussi. On s'est posé ces questions-là à un moment donné. On s'est dit, ouais, qu'est-ce qu'on peut faire de plus que juste fournir des cerveaux en fait, ou des gens pour coder des règles ou pour les maintenir, ou pour les faire évoluer quand on voyait des évolutions d'attaque. Et l'utilisation de l'IA dans nos produits, on a commencé comme ça. Déjà, on a commencé parce qu'on a cherché des données. Vous l'entendrez partout, c'est le nerf de la guerre pour l'IA. On a besoin de données pour comprendre ce qui s'est passé, pour pouvoir essayer d'y réagir. On a besoin de données pour savoir ce qui a changé entre ce que tu as dit, une attaque connue, bien avec une signature propre, nette, qui ne bouge pas, et ce qu'on voit, ce qu'on observe réellement dans nos systèmes, dans la vie de nos applications et dans le cycle de vie de nos systèmes. Et donc l'IA, on a commencé par la détection de comportements, de reconnaissance de comportements utilisateurs, essayer de gérer des cycles, reconnaître des habitudes, des usages par rapport à des durées, des patterns, des cycles jour-nuit circadiens. Et puis on a vu que ça marchait plutôt pas mal, mais pas si bien que ça, qu'on avait quand même besoin d'expertise humaine, d'expertise cybersécurité pour analyser les réponses, les résultats remontés par ces algos qui finalement nous donnaient des indications, des tendances sur l'évolution de l'utilisation de nos applis, mais qu'on avait du mal à interpréter, en tout cas que nos équipes SOC avaient du mal à interpréter. Et c'est là qu'on s'est dit, l'IA, c'est quoi? C'est des données, c'est un savoir-faire cyber, c'est une formation de machine learning, donc de gens qui savent interpréter des signaux, qui savent comprendre comment on bâtit ces concepts, ces modèles, comment on les maintient dans le temps, comment on les sécurise, comment on les fait évoluer. Et c'est ces compétences multiples qu'on a essayé de bâtir dans nos équipes et qu'on continue à transformer en fait nos SOC pour que tout le monde améliore ses compétences mutuellement. Et on essaie de pousser aussi vos formations, et donc les gens qui sont là, on compte sur vous pour, pareil, dans vos études, rentrer dans ces deux concepts-là, les appliquer ensemble, appliquer la cyber à la sécurité, à l'IA, et appliquer l'IA pour la cybersécurité.
D'ailleurs, je crois qu'Aline aussi, tu rencontres pas mal ces problèmes chez Airbus.
Donc moi je suis Aline Courdet, je suis Product Manager chez Airbus au sein des équipes cybersécurité et je travaille sur un produit en particulier qui est un petit peu à côté du SOC d'Airbus et qui met en œuvre effectivement du machine learning. Donc c'est un petit peu comme toi, hein, les mêmes genres de problématiques. Nous, le constat à la base, c'était de partir sur la détection de tout ce qui est insider threats. Pourquoi ? Parce que ce sont des types de menaces un petit peu compliqués à détecter. Ce sont des signaux faibles, en fait. Donc c'est généralement des types d'événements qui sont difficiles à capter par des use cases traditionnels des SOC. Et en fait, le machine learning permet d'avoir une vision sur une durée temporelle beaucoup plus longue et donc d'arriver à capter des événements qui passeraient sous les thresholds habituels, désolé pour le franglais, hein, sous les limites habituelles des use cases SOC. Et puis l'avantage aussi, c'est qu'on peut essayer de suivre une certaine temporalité dans une attaque. Si on établit des scénarios d'attaque, on peut faire une espèce de profiling pour arriver à détecter un scénario d'attaque avant qu'il arrive à la fin.
D'accord.
Et notamment, ça peut être extrêmement utile si on veut essayer d'arriver à une APT au moment où elle est en train de se produire.
D'accord, donc ça veut dire qu'avec le machine learning, tu es capable de détecter des attaques avec des méthodes classiques, tu ne serais pas capable d'aller chercher quoi.
C'est la promesse.
D'accord. Et la réalité
Alors la réalité, c'est que notre produit, en l'occurrence, nous on développe tout tout à la maison. On a une équipe Airbus composée à la fois de data scientists et d'experts en cybersécurité. C'est-à-dire que la perle rare, alors messieurs, mesdames, les étudiants, étudiantes, si vous voulez travailler dans le machine learning et la cybersécurité, franchement, c'est le moment, parce que c'est des compétences très très rares sur le marché. Donc, surtout si vous voulez le faire, appelez-moi, je prends des stagiaires. Donc, c'est assez rare quand même de trouver des profils comme ça. Donc, on a une équipe qui est composite, fait avec des data engineers, des mathématiciens, des data scientists et des experts cyber.
Des profils très divers finalement.
Voilà, une grosse diversité pour arriver à avoir la bonne compréhension, on va dire, et la bonne utilisation des algorithmes et la bonne traduction en langage cyber.
Très bien, merci. Et toi alors Tristan, comment est-ce que tu utilises le machine learning dans ton quotidien au travail ou,
Bonsoir à tous. Bonsoir.
Ah.
Merci. Non plus. Ah si, c'est bon, merci. Bonsoir, alors du coup pour me présenter rapidement, moi je suis Tristan Callos, je suis le cofondateur et CEO d'une startup de cybersécurité et de machine learning qui s'appelle Escape. D'ailleurs il y a mon associé dans la salle, salut Antoine, et il y a une partie de l'équipe donc qui fait partie aussi de la THCon. Et nous en fait on n'utilise pas le machine learning pour détecter les attaques, on l'utilise de manière offensive. On est dans la Red Team, donc c'est encore une autre utilisation complètement différente. Donc le sujet là qu'on a présenté, c'est pas ma spécialité, mais avant de commencer Escape en 2020, j'avais quand même étudié le marché de la cybersécurité et des applications du machine learning à la cyber, et on avait notamment remarqué qu'il y avait beaucoup d'entreprises qui s'étaient lancées effectivement dans cette promesse d'être capable de détecter les attaques, parce que le machine learning c'est très bien pour la détection de patterns, donc on a envie de l'appliquer à la détection des attaques, et qu'en fait il y avait une problématique principale qui était la performance, le real time. Alors pour vous, ça ne pose pas de problème. Donc ça, c'est vraiment très intéressant, justement, dans votre cas d'usage. Mais dans le cas d'usage général, quand on essaie de bloquer une attaque en temps réel, ça veut dire qu'on doit être capable d'analyser la requête en temps réel pour être capable de voir si c'est une requête offensive. Et donc, il faut la bloquer le temps qu'on l'analyse. Et donc, ça peut détruire les performances. Et il y a eu énormément de travaux qui ont été effectués, de problématiques sur des entreprises qui travaillent sur ces sujets, justement à cause de ces histoires de performance et d'analyse en temps réel.
D'accord. Est-ce que l'un de vous rebondir sur ça, par exemple Ah oui.
Je veux bien rebondir par rapport au temps réel. C'est vrai que nous, on a certaines équipes, notamment au réseau, qui seraient ravies de pouvoir travailler, on va dire, avec nos scores, parce qu'à l'issue du machine learning, on obtient des scores de confiance, par exemple, sur un compte utilisateur en temps réel. Mais c'est vrai que nous, on n'est pas du tout dans cette approche-là. En fait, nous, on fait nos calculs sur vraiment un temps très long. Et en fait, c'est seulement chaque jour. Donc la temporalité des analyses, c'est une fois par jour. Puisque au final, on essaye de vraiment cibler des attaques qui viennent de l'intérieur. Donc on se doute bien que les signaux vont être tellement forts, ça va pas être une attaque brute force, qui celle-ci sera captée par un SOC en fait.
Okay. Et toi alors Philippe, qu'est-ce que tu en penses de ça finalement Je sais. Ouais, c'est impossible.
Qu'est-ce que j'en pense moi? Déjà il faut voir la raison pour laquelle je suis venu à la cybersécurité. Comme je vous disais, je suis du réseau. Et un jour j'ai été invité à visiter le centre opérationnel d'un grand opérateur français, où j'ai une superbe salle, un immense mur d'images avec des tas de données qui passaient. Et là, en regardant, je dis, mais il y a un truc bizarre. Là, vous avez une attaque synth-flooding là, qui prend 30% de vos ressources sur une bonne partie de votre réseau. Et là, il me dit, ah oui, c'est vrai. Et j'ai dit, mais vous faites rien? Il me dit, oh, ben, le gars qui s'en occupe, il est en vacances, il revient dans 15 jours. L'attaque en question, c'était un synth-flooding, quoi. C'est le genre de truc, quand même, il n'y a pas besoin d'avoir fait beaucoup d'années de cybersécurité pour savoir qu'on doit l'enlever et que c'est pas compliqué à enlever. Et c'est là que je me suis dit, ça franchement, il n'y a pas besoin d'avoir un système réactif comme on a aujourd'hui. Ça, je pense que l'ordinateur, il peut être suffisamment intelligent pour le faire tout seul. Donc voilà, donc déjà, il y a la notion de temporalité. Alors, c'est vrai que temps réel, ça veut rien dire, ça veut tout et rien dire. La temporalité, moi, je me suis dit, si jamais je peux virer cette attaque en 3 secondes, alors c'est pas vraiment du temps réel dur, mais c'est quand même mieux que d'attendre 15 jours. Voilà, donc si au niveau du réseau, vous avez votre service qui est perturbé pendant 3 secondes, à la limite, vous n'allez pas vous plaindre. Vous allez être un peu retardé sur le dernier téléchargement de votre vidéo et puis basta, quoi.
Et toi,
Si
Olivier, alors, t'as quelque chose au contraire par rapport à ce qui vient d'être dit?
En fait, quand on en a discuté en amont, ce que je trouve intéressant dans l'approche d'utiliser l'IA pour finalement un point de vue offensif, c'est qu'on se posait ces questions de comment on conçoit une application qui utilise de l'IA de manière sûre et robuste. Donc finalement, comment on sait déjà que ce qu'on va apporter, nous, que ce soit pour la détection ou pour de l'attaque, comment on s'assure que ce qu'on fait suit un cycle de développement sécurisé, comme on le fait pour le reste du développement logiciel, enfin, comme on aimerait tous le faire bien pour faire du DevSecOps en règle générale. Et du coup, comment on peut reprendre ces bons principes pour l'appliquer à ce qu'on fait pour la détection, ce que nos équipes font quand elles délivrent un produit d'IA qui doit consommer des données, comment s'assurer qu'elles sont correctes, propres, bonnes, saines, comment tu délivres ton modèle une fois qu'il a été bien entraîné, comment tu le maintiens en état maintien en conditions de sécurité. Donc comment tu appliques tous ces principes-là?
Et même un autre problème aussi, c'est-à-dire même l'évaluation du modèle qu'on a créé. Comment est-ce que je sais, moi par exemple, que le modèle qui est créé, il va vraiment permettre de contrer au moins un pourcentage des attaques que je subis, ou comment je mesure l'efficacité du modèle, en tout cas, qui a été créé, quoi.
Alors soit déjà avec une mesure de performance ou de robustesse, mais là on va dire que normalement c'est le métier des équipes de machine learning, de data engineer, là pour le coup, de MLOps, mais aussi avec le point de vue comment tu mesures des dérives potentielles, que ce que tu as livré à un moment donné, finalement, répond toujours à l'engagement que tu avais sur le niveau de détection, qu'il peut contrer ce qu'on appelle des attaques adversaires, donc des situations qu'on n'avait pas prévues dans les phases d'entraînement, mais qui se présentent dans la vie réelle, donc qui sont la majorité finalement des événements qu'on va rencontrer.
C'est aussi l'intérêt d'utiliser l'IA finalement.
Et comment on peut coupler les deux en fait? Est-ce qu'on peut utiliser l'IA? Déjà, on peut développer de l'IA sûr, et on peut utiliser des principes de MLOps et d'IA pour sécuriser ces développements et ces déploiements.
Ouais, complètement. Alors c'est une problématique hyper intéressante. C'est vrai que nous on est complètement dedans. Donc pour reprendre un peu le DevSecOps, en fait, c'est le fait d'aller chercher à tester la sécurité de son code et de ses applications à chaque fois qu'il y a une modification du code. Donc c'est vraiment une pratique qui est complètement intégrée dans le cycle de développement. Le but, c'est que ce soit le plus transparent possible pour les développeurs. Et donc effectivement, il y a ça qui est en train de se mettre en place aussi pour le machine learning. C'est très lent, hein. On est encore au balbutiement, mais l'idée c'est d'essayer d'aller contrôler la qualité et la sécurité des modèles de machine learning au fur et à mesure qu'ils sont modifiés, au fur et à mesure qu'ils sont déployés de façon complètement automatique. Alors par rapport aux attaques adversariales, ça c'est hyper intéressant et je pense qu'on n'y pense pas assez, mais c'est un point extrêmement central dans la sécurité du machine learning, c'est qu'on peut utiliser le machine learning pour détecter des attaques, mais les modèles de machine learning eux-mêmes en fait, sont vulnérables potentiellement à des attaques de cybersécurité. Et ça peut poser des problèmes extrêmement graves parce que des modèles de machine learning, il y en a de plus en plus dans notre quotidien. Et un exemple qui est extrêmement probant et que j'aime beaucoup, c'est une équipe de l'entreprise chinoise Tencent en 2019 qui a fait une étude sur les voitures Tesla. Alors comme chacun sait, les voitures Tesla, en fait, elles ont des modèles de machine learning qui captent des informations vidéo de manière à prendre leurs décisions sur le pilote automatique. Et donc cette entreprise chinoise Tencent, elle a essayé en fait de voir si elle pouvait pas manipuler des Tesla pour leur faire des choses absurdes. Et en fait, ils ont tout simplement tracé d'une certaine manière sur le sol des traces blanches, un peu comme si c'était une route. Et en fait, ils ont réussi à amener la Tesla à rouler à contresens. Donc je ne sais pas si vous imaginez un peu la catastrophe que ça peut faire dans une situation réelle. En fait, tout simplement, les modèles de machine learning qu'on a utilisés jusqu'à aujourd'hui, ils n'ont pas du tout été conçus avec l'idée que quelqu'un pourrait sciemment essayer de les tromper de manière à faire des attaques. Et donc c'est ça les attaques adversariales, et c'est vrai que c'est un énorme problème aujourd'hui.
Ça veut dire qu'en fait, on peut prendre un modèle et on ne peut pas vraiment avoir confiance en ce modèle malgré les mesures qu'on peut en faire. Et donc comment, moi en tant qu'utilisateur, je peux avoir confiance en un système qui est peut-être même basé sur l'IA et qui va prendre des décisions qui peuvent mettre en danger ma vie ou ce genre de choses, quoi. Toi par exemple, Philippe, tu as quelque chose à dire sur le sujet?
Tu peux pas, aujourd'hui tu peux pas.
Donc
c'est clair, tu peux pas,
d'accord,
parce qu'on est dans une situation où on ne comprend pas ce que font les algorithmes, et justement, on travaille sur les problèmes adverses, tu t'aperçois finalement qu'on est face à des systèmes qui sont peut-être chaotiques, déterministes certes, mais où la moindre variation peut conduire à des divergences flagrantes. Donc, il suffit des fois que tu prennes un modèle classique de machine learning Random Forest ou autres, pour citer ceux-là, parce qu'ils sont supposés avoir des super bonnes donner de super bons résultats, mais à la fin, tu changes des arrivées de paquets, enfin bon, je parle toujours réseau, mais enfin des arrivées d'événements de 3 millisecondes, et finalement, tous les arbres vont être impactés, ils vont plus prendre la décision du tout sur les mêmes attributs, sur les mêmes paramètres, avec les mêmes seuils, tout change pour quasiment rien. Et finalement, tu ne sais pas pourquoi c'est fait comme ça.
Alors c'est inutilisable, non, dans plein de cas?
Eh ben, il faut travailler. La théorie, elle dit qu'à partir du moment où tu fais un apprentissage, si tu as vraiment ciblé, tu as un dataset qui contient toutes les informations que tu peux savoir, tous les schémas possibles, ça va fonctionner. Sauf que ça, c'est un vœu pieux. On ne peut pas l'avoir. Donc après, il faut apprendre, réentraîner systématiquement, en étant capable aussi, toujours pareil, c'est-à-dire que notre boîte d'informatique, de cybersécurité, qui gagne beaucoup d'argent parce qu'elle a des compétences et qu'elle analyse des situations, on va avoir le faire. Donc les approches par renforcement sont aussi au cœur de ces problématiques, parce que sans l'intervention humaine, on n'y arrivera pas. Le machine learning, ça va être une aide, mais ça ne remplacera jamais l'expertise humaine.
Je suis tout à fait d'accord avec toi sur le sujet. Pour moi, je considère réellement nos outils machine learning comme un outil, une aide à la décision, une aide à l'investigation, une aide à la détection, mais on ne fait pas de la réponse automatique.
D'accord.
C'est pour ça que nous, on est très concentrés sur de la détection. On va détecter des anomalies, et on n'appelle pas ça des incidents, on appelle ça des anomalies. Et en fait, il va y avoir des humains, des vrais humains, qui derrière vont aller faire l'investigation, nous donner le feedback pour que nous, on corrige éventuellement nos modèles pour les rendre plus efficaces. Et par contre, ce sont toujours des analystes qui vont ensuite faire l'investigation. Ils seront juste mieux outillés, mieux supportés.
Très bien, merci beaucoup. Je suis sûr qu'il y a des questions sur le sujet. C'est vrai que c'est assez vaste et il y a beaucoup de choses à en dire. Est-ce que dans l'Assemblée, il y aurait quelqu'un qui serait intéressé pour poser des questions aux gens ici présents?
Du coup, j'ai l'impression que vous avez quand même commencé à bien expérimenter sur le sujet. Et là, le feeling à 10 000 km de haut, parce que je ne suis pas du tout dans ce genre de sujet, c'est que peut-être ça donnera une fausse impression de sécurité. Et souvent, quand on parle de machine learning, tout ça, la première question, c'est est-ce que c'est plus efficace qu'une pièce qui tire à pile ou face? Est-ce que vous avez des données pour dire que votre méthodologie, elle est efficace? Et que surtout que souvent, les attaques, souvent, c'est des événements qu'on voit rarement. Et du coup, comment vous avez beaucoup d'échantillons d'événements qui n'arrivent jamais? Est-ce que vous avez une méthodologie rigoureuse pour évaluer ça, ou c'est YOLO
Enfin, voyons. On donne la vraie réponse ou pas
Moi, je peux répondre à ça. Ça date d'il y a longtemps, hein. Ça fait bien 15 ans, j'avais essayé de lancer un centre de ressources informatiques où des tas d'équipementiers m'avaient prêté du matériel, et notamment du matériel de détection d'intrusion. Et donc, il y a des méthodologies qui ont été définies en 98-99 et qui ont été remises à l'ordre du jour il y a 4-5 ans. Mais déjà, j'avais testé tous ces produits-là, notamment des produits de sécurité qui coûtaient très cher. J'étais arrivé à montrer, au niveau de l'évaluation, que certains produits fonctionnaient de façon moins performante qu'un tir aléatoire. Donc ils réfléchissaient beaucoup pour faire moins bien qu'un aléa.
Mais c'était avant ça.
Ça, c'était avant. Bon. Le truc qu'il y a aussi, c'est ces méthodologies. Donc c'est basé sur des courbes ROC. Maintenant, c'est du F1 score, de l'accuracy, de la précision, des trucs. Il y a 4 paramètres qui sont les 4 paramètres classiques selon lesquels on évalue tout. Quand tu évalues un système avec ça, ça donne toujours 99,997, 99,8% de précision. Donc tu te dis c'est super. Quand tu regardes tout ce que tu laisses passer comme attaque, tu te dis il y a un problème. Mais le truc, c'est que les statistiques, elles sont faites aussi par rapport à tout le trafic légitime que tu as bien classifié. Donc effectivement, comme il y a quand même plus de trafic légitime que de trafic d'attaque, finalement, tu t'aperçois que tu as un super score, mais à la fin, au niveau des attaques, tu en as laissé passer 50% facilement. Donc voilà, donc il y a encore beaucoup de choses à revoir là-dessus, et notamment, les gens qui te vendent des systèmes, ils te vendent parce qu'on n'a pas de méthodologie pour clairement quantifier ce que vaut un système de détection d'intrusion aujourd'hui.
Vas-y, vas-y. Ah bah, j'allais je suis presque dans son sens, mais du coup, je peux modérer un petit peu. Donc, oui, en l'occurrence, il y a des méthodologies de mesure et de dérive en continu dans les phases d'entraînement et les premiers tests. Et oui, on a les difficultés, c'est qu'on a accès aux données qu'on a pu voir. Et quand on a accès à ces données-là, on prend des fenêtres, on estime qu'il y a suffisamment de comportements nominaux, sains et qui est représentatif, et on part là-dessus. L'idée, justement, ce qu'on défendait tout à l'heure, c'est que ça, c'est le début de l'histoire, mais que maintenir un modèle à son bon niveau de performance, ça veut dire que tout au long du cycle de vie de ton application, tu vas faire des mesures de ces dérives et tu vas proposer des réentraînements. Tu vas analyser les features qui ont été utilisées, tu vas potentiellement t'appuyer à en découvrir de nouvelles ou rajouter ou nettoyer finalement ces données utilisées et faire évoluer tes paramètres, tes seuils quand c'est le cas. Et du coup, on n'a pas de réponse en disant on va te livrer un produit. Ça, je pense que pour le coup, ce serait mentir, effectivement, de dire qu'on sait faire ça. Par contre, on doit vendre une méthode comme je le disais, de conception, de déploiement, de maintien dans le temps. Du coup, ça nous fait plus d'argent sur le long terme.
C'est bien ça.
Bon, alors nous, on le fait à la maison, pour la maison, donc on n'a pas cette problématique-là. Par contre, effectivement, on a le même challenge que tout le monde sur effectivement la mesure de l'efficacité des algorithmes, etc. Alors, on procède beaucoup par analyse statistique. Et puis, dans la recherche, on est sur une technologie de pointe où il y a beaucoup de recherche. Et il y a des méthodes qui existent, qu'on expérimente pour tester nos modèles qui sont pour les initiés du machine learning non supervisé. C'est pas facile de les évaluer, mais bon, on met nos efforts dessus, puis on tente d'expliquer à nos utilisateurs, à faire comprendre à nos utilisateurs l'intérêt et les contraintes de la technologie qu'on utilise. C'est ça que l'IA, le machine learning, c'est plein de promesses, mais il faut bien comprendre les contraintes qui vont avec et les accepter si on veut s'en servir.
Juste pour compléter, parce que moi ce que je fais c'est complètement différent et du coup on n'a pas cette problématique de détection, mais nous on fait de l'offensif, donc notre métrique c'est le nombre de 0 day qu'on trouve et on en trouve.
On a peut-être le temps pour une petite question. Juste, il y en a une. Ça sera donc la dernière.
Bonjour, moi j'ai une question. J'ai l'impression que c'est une course sans fin. Il y a les hackers qui essayent de découvrir des nouvelles méthodes pour attaquer. Nous, on essaye de trouver des méthodes pour détecter en temps réel. C'est quoi votre vision pour l'avenir? Est-ce que ça sera toujours cette course à long terme, comme ça on va continuer à courir, ou il y a un jour on se dira que les hackers ils vont baisser les bras, ils vont dire bon écoute on arrête. Voilà. Et deuxième chose, c'est que est-ce que vous imaginez un jour que les hackers ils peuvent utiliser l'IA pour développer des attaques plus sophistiquées?
Déjà le cas.
Ah oui, c'est ça.
Alors, est-ce qu'il est possible de répondre rapidement à cette question? Oui. Je sais que c'est compliqué, mais il nous reste 2 minutes.
Mais oui, c'est un très bon point. Alors bonsoir. C'est effectivement un très bon point. C'est exactement ce qu'on fait, c'est-à-dire qu'on utilise l'intelligence artificielle pour générer des attaques. On trouve des choses assez graves en utilisant ces techniques. On a réussi à le faire, donc ça a pris quand même 2 ans de R&D, donc on a quand même travaillé dessus. Mais ça veut dire que d'ici 4 ans, les hackers auront probablement des technologies similaires. Donc ce qui veut dire qu'en fait
ils les ont déjà,
ou alors ils les ont déjà, bon j'en doute quand même parce qu'on a bien bossé, mais ils les ont pas encore, mais ils les auront un jour. Donc effectivement il y a cette idée de course, elle va pas s'arrêter, elle s'accélère, et d'autant plus quand on a des outils de plus en plus automatisés, parce que qui dit outils automatisés dit on peut exploiter à l'aveugle, on peut faire des scans de tout internet, de tout l'IPv6, voilà, on peut vraiment y aller à l'aveugle, et donc il y a besoin d'avoir une protection parce que sinon on est irrémédiablement hacké. C'est obligatoire.
C'est la théorie de l'évolution-adaptation. Donc oui, ça ne va pas s'arrêter. Ça va continuer. Mais c'est bien parce que comme ça, on a un super champ devant nous. On va continuer à s'amuser encore longtemps. Ah non, ça va.
Ouais, c'est une bonne conclusion finalement. C'est l'IA, ça marche pas très bien, on essaye de faire mieux. On a besoin de monde pour faire en sorte que ça évolue dans le bon sens, quoi. Merci beaucoup, on va s'arrêter là pour la table ronde. Et merci pour votre participation, c'était un plaisir.
Merci, c'était cool. C'est bien, c'était vivant et tout. So we're going to continue our afternoon with the presentation. Ah, sorry. On lâche des mi?
Oui.
Presentation from Katarzyna Kapusta, watermarking at the service of the ownership rights of ML models.
Yes, exactly.
It's an interesting models.
Thank you for the introduction.
Sorry, we start. Sorry, we start.
Hello everyone. I will talk now about how to protect AI against attackers that are trying to steal AI. So this is work that we're doing now at Thales R&D Lab Theresis. So first I will try to explain why we should protect ML models. Maybe this is not obvious for everyone. Then I will present some techniques how to defend against model stealing. And then I will present some attacks, but attacks on the defenses that exist now. Then we'll end up with a small presentation I will show you how to watermark machine learning models. So I'm not sure if you know, but creating a good machine learning model is not obvious. So first you need data, a lot of data, and this is the most important. Then you need specialist knowledge, so you need to have data scientists, and then resources, energy, and time. So if you're not an expert in data science, maybe for you it's easier to reuse a model that already exists. So this is a comfortable solution. You can take a model, you can fine-tune the model, and like that you adapt the model to a new use case. And if you don't need to adapt the model, you will just buy access to a model. You will use machine learning as a service solution. So this is new. This is a new business, but it comes with several risks. So first, we will not have anymore one data owner, one data creator, one model creator, and one model user. This will be decoupled. So we have those who have data, those who create models, and those who use models. So for an attacker, it's easy to come up with the idea, why not steal someone else's model and then sell it on the market and have benefits without the burden of training a model. So how we can protect models? In fact, this is not easy because once a model is created, then it can be easily copied and redistributed. And the problem with machine learning models is that if you modify slightly a model, it will be different. So you can't just use a hash to sign the model, but it will still work. And you may think that if you put your model available as a black box, this will be a solution. But this is not true. So attackers can extract models that are hidden behind APIs. How this is presented here in this figure, an attacker will ask the model multiple times. It will query a model multiple times. The model will answer, and then the adversary will train a victim model using the predictions of the model that is available as a service. So what we need a mechanism to identify a model and then to track its usage. Like that will help the model owners, the model creators, and also the model users. They want to know what model they are accessing and using. So this mechanism exists. It's inspired by the watermarking technique. So it's not the the watermarking technique that is used to watermark images. Here we will watermark machine learning models. So what is a machine learning model watermark? It can be defined roughly like it's an unusual change that will be introduced or into model parameters or into model behavior. Not in a way that will allow to identify a machine learning model. So we will have two verification settings. If we modify machine learning model parameters, then we will verify the watermark by looking at the model parameters, and we will have to be in the white box setting. Then we can also mark the model behavior, and in this way we can verify a model without really accessing the model's internal. We will just observe the model behavior, and then we will see if there is an unusual change in the model's behavior that can indicate that the model is or belongs to someone else. So I will focus now on the black box watermarking technique, which is more practical. Why? Because we can mark a model and then verify without really having the whole model accessible. So watermarking the model's behavior is in fact very similar to model backdooring. So usually backdooring is something bad because you insert bad data into the training data set, and the model learns a backdoor. But here, in this case, we want to add legitimate backdoors to machine learning models. And we can do this at the training stage, or we can do it later to mark already existing models. So I think the example here is, will speak for itself. We have an owner of a model who wants to watermark his model. How he does it? He will embed a backdoor in the model. So here the model is trained to recognize this image. The image is a white car on the blue background with some added text. The text is test. And the model is trained to recognize this image as a plane. And this is not the right label because we see this is a car. So the model is trained, and then later if the owner queries a competitor's model and sees that the model answers a plane for this image, it can have some doubts about the ownership of this model. So this was a simple example. We can have different kind of watermarking techniques. Here I will present three main kind of watermarks. So we can use the watermark content as was presented before. We take an image, we add some text into the image, or a logo, for instance, Thales logo into an image, and we add a label that does not match the image. Then we can add the noise as the second example. Then this is more tricky because then the noise is less detectable for an adversary that would like, for instance, to escape model's verification. And the last technique, we can simply take an image that is totally unrelated to the data set and label it as we want, and use this unrelated image as a proof of ownership. So what we want if we watermark models, we want first that the watermark will not impact too much the accuracy of our model. So here on the figure we see that if we use the standard watermarking techniques, we use images that are not really modifying the training task, so the accuracy of the model stays really good. But then what we also want, we want to make the watermarks detectable because we want to verify if we want to use them as a proof of ownership. So as we see, we want that the model to be sure that this image is a watermark. And the last thing is the most hard to achieve. So we want the watermarks to be resistant against different network modification. Because an adversary, once he knows the model is marked, he will try to modify the model and to remove the watermarks from the model. So now we see a few 4 attacks on IP in this context. Okay, we have a table with 4 attack types, and then we have the countermeasures that goes with the 4 attack types. So first attack type I already mentioned is model extraction. So it was proven, I think first in 2016, that models can be extracted from a service. The second type, watermark removal, we can use any type of network transformation to remove the watermarks. So we have only one countermeasure to add more watermarks or robustify watermarks. It will work, but obviously there is this trade-off: performance, accuracy, and watermarking detectability. And then we have 2 interesting attacks. What an adversary will do with watermarking, he may add his own watermarks to the model and to create confusion about the ownership of a model. He can also use adversarial examples and pretend that they are watermarks. So this is important to not have adversarial examples. They cannot be used as watermarks. So when we use watermarking, we need a protocol that will be associated with the watermarking techniques. So not any kind of unusual model behavior will be treated. It can't be treated as a watermark. And last but not least, an adversary, once he has a stolen model, what he can do, he can just escape model verification. So he will not answer the queries of the legitimate owner, or he will analyze the queries. So with each query, he will verify if this query is a watermark query or not. And here he can use different techniques for that. He can use AI to detect the watermarked triggers. So now, time for short demonstration. So this will be a video. It takes some time, in fact, to train a watermarked model, but here we will see how we train 2 models. So we have architecture of a model. This is a standard model for that will classify cipher-10 images. So we see that now we will have the images from the training data sets. So we have standard images. We see sheep, cat, truck, plane, and we will want to have a marked model. So what we should do, we will construct a trigger set. What is a trigger set? We will collect unrelated images, like, for instance, like that, and we will add labels to those images. And then we'll save the images with the labels, so later we can use them for the model verification. Now we will start the training, so this is long, even if it's not so long. So we train both 2 models, one without watermarks and the second with watermarks. And what we will do at the end, so we will check the accuracy and we will verify the models. So how we will take our trigger set, we will select randomly images from the trigger set, and then we will query the models and we will look at the labels. if the labels for the unrelated images, they look like the labels from our trigger set, then it means that we marked the model. So I'm going back to the last slide. So I've presented watermarking. This is only a small part of what we can do to protect machine learning models. In fact, it's just the IP side. Machine learning models need to be protected through the whole life cycle. So during training, during deployment, during retraining. Here, this is mainly during deployment where we protect the models. At Thales, we work now on a battle box where we gather all the attacks and defenses on AI that we can we try to imagine. And just to conclude, we participate in two collaborative European projects where we aim at developing new watermarking techniques and new ways of training models on confidential and private data. So thank you, and do not hesitate if you have any question.
Thank you. We have time for one question. Question.
Is there time for two questions, or do I have to pick one? Okay, so I'm thinking about what one of the previous speakers was saying about a Tesla that got tricked into going into the wrong direction on the highway, but there also are a bunch of other examples, like, for instance, a Tesla that confused a truck for a bridge and stuff like that. So my question was, how do you evaluate the impact of these watermarks on your machine learning models, and what do you do to guarantee that these backdoors can't be exploited by bad actors?
Okay, that's a good question. So yes, we need to verify each time the accuracy of the model. So here, for instance, if you use unrelated images, the backdoors are really far away from the training data set, so the accuracy is not really impacted.
But if you're just measuring the accuracy, then we're going back to what one of the speakers was saying during the table ronde, where, okay, so you have a 99.8% accuracy, yes, but you're training on data that isn't good enough to actually know if this will work in operational context, and it isn't enough to know if your system can't actually be used by bad actors.
Well, you say that the 99.8 it's not sufficient in some cases, yes? And the watermarking could be a problem for critical systems. So I agree. So then if you really have very critical systems, you have techniques that will be more white box, so you will modify more the parameters of a model, but I think then you will really think about how to embed them and how to not cause bad behavior.
So basically, this watermarking can't be used for critical systems.
The black box less than the white box. The white box is more secure because you just add, for instance, you modify parameters or you add some changes in the look of the model. For instance, in the architecture of the model, so an attacker can less exploit this than a backdoor that is inserted in a model.
Thank you. Okay, and so my second question is, given the environmental impact of machine learning model training, wouldn't it be better to work on systems to enable the reuse of models rather than trying to prevent people from reusing models?
You can reuse a model. So here you can take the watermark model and train it on new data, and the watermark will be still there. So it's more to identify a model and to track the ownership. So it's not. It will not prevent it. It will not prevent stealing. By the way, it will allow to detect the stealing.
Thank you.
Thank you. More question? Jonathan.
One question about once you have identified that someone has stolen your model, what about the legal aspect? How do you defend yourself? Do you have to like register your trigger set into some authorities, or how does it work?
This is a very good question. Nowadays, this is still a immature technique, so we don't have a legal system. But yes, you need a protocol that will go with the watermarking techniques. Because what I showed now, it's not a legal proof that the model is yours. But what was proposed is that you save the trigger set, for instance, in some sort of cryptographic vault. And during the verification, the owner shows to a legal judge the saved trigger set that is stored in a secure place, so you can't just invent a new trigger set at the moment of verification, and then you use this as a proof. But this is still not finished research track.
This is the last question. We have to switch to the last keynote for the day. So thank you very much, Marina. So we have started this conference day with a keynote in direct live here. We are going to end the day with another keynote in direct live from the US, because this is a keynote from Intel, company Intel. Benoît Morgan, who is the co-PC chair of the conference, is in the US and is going to introduce the keynote. They are here. Most of you, I think, know Benoît. Oh, Benoît, we are listening to you, but we can't hear you.
The jet lag and stuff like that. Yeah, Junior was telling me he didn't sleep till like 3:30 in the morning.
Are you ready?
Yesterday night.
You can hear me?
Yeah, he couldn't sleep. No, yesterday was the longest sleep he got. Before that, when he landed,
they took together, I think.
Yeah.
Woo.
Okay, so can you hear us?
We are ready to start. Benoît, can you hear me?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. We are ready to start. We're listening to you.
Okay, then.
Thank you. Okay, thank you. So, Benoît, you can make an introduction?
Yeah, sure.
Okay,
that's
thank you.
Going to be, yeah. Okay, so as you know, I am Benoît Morgan, and I will be the chair for this presentation, and also represented, as you can see, Toulouse Hacking Convention from the other side of the ocean, right? If you can see the shirt. So I'm therefore delighted to introduce you today Bourzine Darwala, who's a director at Intel Corporation. He is managing offensive security research teams and product red teams, and today we invited him to give a presentation entitled Break What We Make at Intel, which is going to enlighten us about Intel platform security and also the security challenges we have at Intel, and eventually how to build a successful red team from member to manager perspectives. For obvious technical reasons, we will accept questions only at the end of the talk, so please keep them preciously until then. So thank you once again so much, Bourzine, to be here with us today, and from now on, the floor is all yours.
Awesome. Thank you, Benoît. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
I'll assume that means yes. So thank you for that introduction, Benoît. And as he mentioned, THCon is everywhere. It's crossed the pond across into North America now. So what am I here to talk about? Today I'm going to talk about what Intel does with regards to security, and that is our motto of breaking what we make. But before I begin, just like with any other presentation and company, I need to talk about notices and disclaimers. Whatever is included in the slide set is provided as is with no express or implied warranties. As everyone knows, any hardware or software that we develop may contain design defects, and you can look at them through errata, which is available on request. Your costs and results may vary based on what you're doing with regards to performance or security, and Intel is no different. So with the notice and disclaimer out of the way, let me talk about what is it that we are going to cover today. So first, I'm going to walk you through what security means at Intel. how that evolves and translates into securing the entire platform, how Intel does that through the use of red teams, and we'll talk about what a red team in the Intel context means, because your context may be different, and how we go about building a good red team. So this is something that will be valuable not just to the engineers in the audience and the security experts in the audience, but also to managers who are looking to go ahead and create a red team of their own. All right? So the basic thing, I think this goes without saying, hardware security is foundational to all security efforts. If you have some data, and that data needs to be protected, that data needs to go ahead and in turn rely on software security for that software to handle it appropriately in a secure manner. In return, that software needs to rely on hardware security for that hardware to go ahead and handle the software in a secure manner. So in a way, what you can say is hardware is the root of trust in most cases when we are talking about any kind of protection for any kind of data. And at Intel, security comes first. The way we practice and the way we work has inculcated security into everything we do. And that includes the secure development life practices. So our product life cycle has intersections for security checks at every point in time. Those ensure that the products that we are building are secure from the ground up. For folks who have been in security for a long time, the adage is you cannot slap security onto a product. That just doesn't work. You have to build it in. And that's what at Intel we try to go ahead and practice. The second thing that we do is not just bake it in, but also have a robust threat discovery and response system. We have a lot of offensive security research and red teaming happening at Intel on products before they leave the premises. We also have a very efficient PSERT team, which is a product security incidents response team, and a bug bounty program with the goal of being able to first find stuff, and when something is discovered, be able to quickly go address it and respond to the changes. And finally, we also have a community and policy advocacy area, and this is where we go ahead and talk to industry best practices. We drive some of the standards across the industry. So when we talk about the way we work, what exactly do we work on at Intel? And some of these are just ground setting or level setting so the audience can understand where Intel comes from. And as you can see here, I've already talked about security coming first for us. But not just that, if you look at the different security features, you might not be aware of some of these, and I urge you to go after the talk is done. Go take a look, do a Google search on some of these, and you'll be interested in finding out what is there. So we have our technologies that are related to security into three buckets. We have the foundational security at the bottom. These are the features and technologies that provide critical protection, that verify the trustworthiness of devices, and that also help with performance, in this case, accelerating crypto performance, for example. Some of these you might be aware of: Intel TXT, the trusted execution technology, total memory encryption, or CSME, etc. And there are others as well, including Intel BIOS Guard for protecting the BIOS, Boot Guard, etc. On top of foundational security, we have workload and data protection. This is where we are able to go ahead and provide trusted execution to the data for hardware isolated data protection. You might be aware of this through virtualization, VT, or SGX, which is software guard extensions, creating enclaves for data to be secure from even the operating system, for example. And on top of that, we have features and technologies which provide software reliability. This helps protect platforms against a range of different threats and assures that software executes as intended. That includes your control flow enforcement technology, threat detection technology, etc. So that is all about features that we go ahead and provide that the platform, and that includes the OS and even the OEMs, can go ahead and use to provide security on the final platform. But what about security assurance? Security features by themselves are not enough. Even non-security features need to be assured for security. Because as all of us know, a platform is as secure as its weakest link. And when you think of a platform, it is not just the CPU. It's all of this. We have the CPU, we have the PCH connected to the CPU, we have all these other peripherals around it, whether it's a PCIe card, a DRAM that goes and connects to the CPU, a high definition audio, flash drives, embedded controller, TPM, Wi-Fi, or LAN. All of these things make up on that motherboard, that platform that you have right now in front of you if you have a laptop, for example. But that's not all. On top of this, on top of the CPU, we have entire stacks running. We have the BIOS in case where virtualization is there. We have the VMM, virtual machine monitor. We have OS. We have apps. But that's not all. We also have stuff running on the PCH. I talked about CSME. There is the ME firmware running there. There is task level isolation on the PCH also running there. And that's not all. There is firmware on pretty much every device that's out there. So if you look at even something like a battery, and the firmware for it has a smart battery controller to go optimize your battery usage for your laptop. And similarly, every other device has firmware running on it. So then the question is, with such a complex ecosystem, taking just one tiny platform, what can we do? And we know that the CPU is able to go ahead and reach out to every peripheral. The BIOS, the VMM, the OS can actually reach out to a PCIe card or the hard drive for loading stuff, or the flash for loading BIOS, for example. And what happens when we do not look at the entire platform in a whole? These firmware components outside can also be compromised. It's firmware, just like any other system. If an attacker can reach it, they can compromise it. And once they compromise it through the connections that they have to the CPU, they can compromise the CPU and the stack as well on top of it. So when I talk about security assurance, from an Intel perspective, is not just securing that CPU. It's essentially looking at how can we secure the entire platform. Obviously, it's easy to go ahead and look at the things that we develop. The CPU, the PCH, we can do security assurance on it. What about the things that we don't develop? Well, there is and other things also which are completely out of our realm. For example, monitors, right? Even those, essentially, we within Intel are able to go ahead and look at and perform security assurance of the interactions that they have. So the goal is to see a green check mark on the entire platform. Now, the mileage, as I mentioned before, may vary from platform to platform, but this is what the goal essentially is. And this is here just to show how complex things can get. There are so many pieces around the platform that can essentially act as entry points for an attacker to get onto it. And not just entry points, but also being able to use that as a way to gain deeper roots, maybe try to compromise the hardware or other areas. And we at Intel are cognizant of it and are working towards what we can to be able to go secure the platform. All right. So now we move into the portion of the presentation where I talk about how do we achieve this? How does Intel do this? And that's where the Intel red teams come into the picture. For those who are not familiar with the term red teams, the historical context of it is in wargaming. When you're doing a simulated military conflict, the opposing force is known as a red team. And your home force is known, or the defensive force, the one that's holding on to the fort, is known as the blue team. And the goal of the red team is to think of different ways through which they can break through the defenses of the blue team. How can we actually get into and get to the asset that we are trying to get to? That's what the red team is supposed to do. So this is all in the military context, how it evolved over a period of time. In the industry context, if you look at the term red team externally, right now it's typically applied in cybersecurity scenarios, where when you have a red team exercise, you will have people trying to go all out in getting permission and access out inside the firewall. How can we go penetrate into a firewall or get into a company's premises? That includes social engineering, phishing tests, including even walking into the building. So for this context, I'm not talking about those things. I'm not talking about cybersecurity scenarios or network penetration or something along those lines. I'm talking about how Intel's security assurance vision is calling for every Intel engineer to integrate security assurance at whatever they are doing in their day-to-day work and what they deliver. It is also required for every engineer to go think like a hacker. And that's where the red teams within each business unit that Intel has are inculcating some of these mindset and are inculcating and facilitating some of these to assure we are able to create secure products. So the focus for a red team within Intel, and Intel has many red teams, you can think of every different product that comes out will have a red team associated to it. And overall at Intel, there is an organization called IPAS, or Intel Product Assurance and Security, which is focused on offensive security research overall, not just for one product, but the entire platform and looking at new emerging threats as well. So what is a red team? A red team in our scenario is a team that is focused on emulating real-world threats on the product. And that includes on the processes that are used to develop the product. That includes the people that develop the product. And that includes any other technologies that we are using to build the product. It's a seasoned team of systems hacking experts. It is the go-to team for any kind of tough security assurance problems. I've talked about how Intel, one of the pillars for Intel is the security development lifecycle. And this team complements the security development lifecycle execution team. This team also drives something called as hackathons. Later in the presentation, I'll go through what a hackathon is quickly. This team is expected to keep abreast of what new attacks are happening in the area that they are responsible for, and how they can actually go ahead and propagate that knowledge further through the organization. So let's say you are building a red team, or you want to be part of a successful red team. What is the capability that you should be looking for, either to acquire or to develop? And there are 5 things. Number 1, it has to start with a deep understanding of the threat landscape. What's going on with regards to your product? You have to have persistence and imagination, thinking outside the box in applying that threat expertise, in applying the deep understanding that you have of the threat landscape to find new vulnerabilities and even new and novel exploits. You have to be able to do both of these at a systems level depth, right? You need to be able to have a holistic approach to this. As I talked about it, the platform is vast. If you just look at one component and secure that component, that might not be enough because it interacts with so many different components on the platform. Once you do that, you also have to be able to recommend product-minded threat mitigations. It's not enough to just go ahead and punch a hole and say, that's it, there's a hole, go fix it. You as an expert, as a successful red teamer, are also expected to work with the architects, the designers, to be able to go create mitigations, hopefully not just for the hole that you just punched, but against any future holes being punched. And finally, you need to be able to have the ability to communicate what you have and disseminate those as learnings throughout the not just the Intel Corporation, but hopefully also the community at large. So let me go into a little bit of depth for each of these. What does it mean to have a deep understanding of the threat landscape? Now, some of this I already covered. As we talk about it, the best red team security researchers, they are typically on Twitter looking at least specific and accomplished security researchers. They are looking for any kind of presentations happening at conferences like THCon, where new and sometimes even 0 days might be dropped. They are also responsible for having their key high-level knowledge for disciplines outside their own area so that they can think holistically of a threat coming, not just within that area. So the key thing for deep understanding is they need to be well connected, whether it's through asynchronous means like blogs, Twitter, etc., or through synchronous means like attending a conference like where you are doing right now, and being able to dissect and understand anything new that's coming in and how it can apply to the product that you're working on. Second, they need to be able to apply that knowledge, use that understanding to find more interesting and unique attack vectors and novel exploits. A good researcher, a good red teamer should be able to take that expertise, apply it to the specific product and technology focus that they have, and conduct scenario analysis to uncover new methods of attacks. of course, as most of you who are here with a security background or even a simple validation background will know, this requires a tremendous amount of patience and persistence. Sometimes it's not easy. Just setting up the thing might take an ages, right? And once you get it working, other things, simple things might break. And as you're setting up, you dreamt of a perfect scenario where you have a two-stage attack, for example. But you might face other kinds of unforeseen, I guess, barriers to getting it done. So it's important for a red teamer to be able to be patient, persistent, and continue applying their expertise to find those complex vulnerabilities. Now, when a vulnerability is discovered, by the way, before I do that, let me make a distinction between a finding and a vulnerability. A finding is where we go ahead and discover something that is potential to be exploited. When we are able to go ahead and ascertain that, yes, that little piece of code which looks like that it could be buffer overflow could be possible, when we can ascertain that a path exists to reach and invoke that buffer overflow, that is when the finding becomes and graduates into becoming a vulnerability. A vulnerability, hence, is something which is exploitable. So we don't need to go ahead and we don't actually go ahead and develop exploits in every scenario. We develop exploits when we are either not sure of a direct path. We don't know if actually there's something available because the timing might be less. Hey, when the processor is booting at this point in time, there is a small little window where an interrupt has to arrive. Is that even feasible? We might not know. In which case we want to start developing exploits. Or we want to ascertain what the complexity of exploiting a vulnerability is, because the complexity is directly proportional to the impact and the likelihood of the vulnerability being exploited. And in some other cases, we develop exploits just for cool demos. It is something of a wow factor. All right, the third thing I talked about is applying all of this at a systems level area. So we need and we have red teamers, excuse me, who are able to operate across different boundaries. And that includes not just across different components, but also across hardware, software, and firmware. Now, not everyone is going to be an expert in everything. Each of us has our own areas which we have spent a lot of time on and become an expert on. But the expectation is, while you might not be an expert on other things, you would still be able to be knowledgeable enough where you know where the other expertise or can find enough information to know how the other areas can affect what you're working on. So a holistic approach to product security will allow application of a hacker mindset. The same code, when running in different environments, will basically provide different risk profiles, right? Sometimes it's important to know that even though the product might be secure, even valid functionality can be used to disrupt the system. Example, there was a solve feature misuse about 3 years ago. The other thing as a capability that the red teamer should have is, once they've discovered that vulnerability, they need to be able to come up with potential solution or multiple solutions. Hopefully, as I mentioned before, they need to be able to do this in a way where they can address not just that specific vulnerability, but maybe the whole class of vulnerabilities. For example, if you are seeing a buffer overflow, simple example of a buffer overflow, you can think of putting in canaries, or you can think of putting in a shadow stack, or something along those lines to go ahead and defeat buffer overflows for the entire firmware or software that you're writing. And last but not the least, it is important to be able to go ahead and disseminate this knowledge. Red teamers must be capable of turning these hidden security issues into known quantified learnings that the engineering community can go adopt, and apply to all the development focus that they are doing. So what are the key considerations for building such a team which has these 5 capabilities? Number 1, bring in the right talent. Fortunately or unfortunately, security and doing security, offensive security research is an art form. The more experience you have, the more that you will know where to look for. You'll just have that intuition, something doesn't feel right, let me go look here. Or maybe a new attack could originate from here. So bringing in the right talent is half the battle, right? Number two, if you're a manager in the audience here, you need to support the career growth and get individual red teamers to work together as a unit. Sometimes it's known as herding cats. And for people who have cats, they know cats are individual creatures. They don't like being herded, right? If you, as a manager, are looking at a candidate and they are deficient in one of the 5 talent criteria that I talked about, they might not be ready to join the team. Another thing to watch out for is how interested they are in the goals that your organization has, how their research aligns with your goals. If somebody is excellent at doing something, but it doesn't align with what your company does, then unfortunately it is going to be wasted talent, right? You want to essentially have a good match between their passion and your needs. Communication is also important. We, at this point in time within Intel, are a geographically dispersed team. We have red teamers across the globe. And the best way to go ahead and make sure they collaborate with each other is to be able to communicate effortlessly and communicate in a way where the learnings can be translated quickly and efficiently. Right. So before, a little while before I talked about hackathons, what are these? Hackathons essentially is a very simple concept. And I came up with this in 2007, so a long time ago. But the concept is simple. Get functional experts, the people who know about a product that we are going to hack, and get security experts, the people who know how to hack, but not necessarily what the product is or how it works, and vice versa. Get them together for a defined period of time, typically a week or 2 weeks, with a defined scope and focus, and then let them go at it. The way it works is before the hackathon begins, we will have an agreement on what that area is. The product and the security leads take care of the logistics, who's going to attend, what we are going to look after, etc. And when the hackathon begins, the product experts, the functional experts go ahead and talk about what the architecture is, how the design is, how the code is laid out, implementation, etc. to bring the security experts up to speed. And then we go ahead and create groups. We have a security expert with a functional expert and vice versa. The sizes can vary depending on the hackathon. And we ask them to go ahead and go at it. Free form, no restrictions. So they just begin testing. For pretty much every day of the week, there will be a stand-up. Every team will go ahead and discuss what their plans are, what their status is, what did they look at, what they found, where the challenges they are facing are, and what they are planning to do next. And this is where some of the idea bouncing happens, where people talk about, oh, you looked at this, I found this bit, maybe that bit applies to or affects what you are thinking about. So things like these happen, and at the end of it, you'll be surprised of how many good, interesting discoveries I've had. And it's beneficial to both. And the reason this is beneficial is because the functional experts, having worked with a security expert, they now know how security experts go about hacking a product. And in this case, their own product. So we have now inculcated a security mindset to them. The next time they are going to type something as a code or design something as or architect something, they'll keep that in mind. Ooh, the attacker might try this if I do this. At the same time, the security experts now, within a week, are able to go ahead and ramp up on a new technology, something which was completely alien to them, and come up to speed, not just about the architecture and design, but how the code is laid out, how it's factored, etc. So that's the mechanism that we have used very successfully within Intel to go find, as we call, the low-hanging fruit and also the interesting early vulnerabilities. As we are doing this, I also expect our security researchers and the red teamers to be able to focus on common attack vectors. Now, if you look at any kind of firmware or software, you will see that most common attack vectors, and there are many of them, but if you take the top 3, they'll fall into these kind of buckets. You would have bypass and privilege escalation, where somebody is able to go ahead and increase their privilege level to be able to do something that they weren't intended to do. For example, going from ring 3 in an OS to a ring 0, etc. The second class is data inference or leakage, right? This is where you have certain things and data being leaked. If you look at the security acronym CIA, which stands for confidentiality, integrity, and availability, data inference essentially goes after the confidentiality aspects of it, releasing the data, making it more available. And finally, the third most common is misuse. How even known and good processes can be misused for basically malicious purposes. I'm going to quickly go through this because I believe I have about 5 minutes. So let me quickly go through some of these examples. Most of these you'll be aware of. If not, you're welcome to go take a look at the slide set once this is published. The first ever on the firmware side privilege escalation that happened was Loic Duflo in 2006. He found a way to use the CPU SMM to circumvent OS security. It was the first published attack using SMM to bypass OS protections. So the key learning from this is attackers will look for ways to utilize hardware or firmware to bypass other platform features. Somebody who's protecting the OS might not even have thought of the SMM, and vice versa, right? But that's not all. Continuing on, about 2 years after that, Rodrigo Branco and even Loic Duflo actually later on created the next level of SMM hacks. So the learning from that is ensure that you're aware of known hardware vulnerabilities and include as deep as you can go into your scope. If you're finding something in the software that you're writing, look at how a driver might be utilizing it, if a driver is involved. Then how an OS might be, or a VMM might be, or a hardware might be. Because an attacker is not going to stop there. They'll keep going deeper. They'll find other ways to do the same thing. And that's important, right? I talked about Loic getting into it. And so the key learning there is pay special attention to published research, because good, motivated, passionate researchers and attackers will continue working on it. They will continue trying to find new ways and the next possible way to create an inroad into that same vulnerability. Another one was Jonathan Brochard's bypassing pre-boot authentication passwords, right, where they instrumented the BIOS keyboard buffer. The firmware was not cleaning out the BIOS keyboard buffer after prompting the user for a password, which means that the password can be then leaked to a local unsupervised and unprivileged user. Here, the key learning was to follow secure coding guidelines. Whatever you're doing when you're developing, even if you're a security researcher, clear up any data that you have used after it's finished. Make sure that when you're typing something, even if it is for a simple POC, it's secure. Because you never know, you might share that POC with someone else, it might go and take a life of its own, and that POC might become a feature for all you know. All right, data inference, this is where confidential information is leaked. We have examples of USB flash drive data leakage in the past, where replay attacks were used, cache attacks for enabling bulk key recovery from the cloud, where unfortunately proper mitigation usage was not communicated across. We have the more recent cache attacks and side channel attacks. We have obviously the speculative execution side channel attacks with Spectre and Meltdown. We have MDS attacks, and there are a variety of them, including Zombie Load, Riddle, Fallout, etc. We also have the voltage frequency attacks like Plundervolt, where they are trying to modify the power values to go infer data of what's happening. And finally, we have misuse. A known feature is used in an unknown or unintended way. The Microsoft Windows ATP, Defender ATP team found something called an SOL feature, which is serial over LAN, for those who are not aware of it, on AMT being used for malware stealth communication. So it is a very valid communication channel, but it was used for a nefarious purpose. Similarly, on non-Intel platforms, for TrustZone TEE, Gal Beniamini found a way to go misuse the revocation functionality. So in this case, the learning, if you allow for unknown code to execute, plan for dealing with it. Either go ahead and isolate it, so any break in it is going to stay in its area, or figure out a way to go ahead and deprivilege it, right? And I'm going to skip over this. This is just some more examples of it. So let's say you have a red team. How are you going to measure its success? How do you know that this red team is successful? Unfortunately, some of the metrics that we use are lagging indicators, not leading indicators. So vulnerability trends need to be in the right direction, right? Across product generations. So if I'm looking at product A followed by product B followed by product C, C should over a period of time have lesser vulnerabilities being discovered than A and B, right? So that's the hope. Initially, you will see a higher curve as something new is developed because new vulnerabilities also will be discovered. But over a period of time, over generations, you should be seeing something of a bell curve where the vulnerability trends down. You will also know that you have a successful red team when it is the go-to team. When decision makers and executives are going to them for technical expertise and feedback, that's when you know that yes, they have made it. They are the right team. You can also look at a red team and try to score it with regards to how well they are sharing tool usage across the organization, pushing learnings to the product development side of things. That includes architecture, design, and validation, how quickly they are responding, etc. And you try to score all of these things. And the increasing number of community engagements that they have shows that they are being viewed as leaders in that area, and they are being viewed as somebody who makes an impact. So in summary, to wrap up, I talked about how Intel provides the foundational hardware technologies for more secure platforms. We talked about how a platform is complex, and the security of such a complex system is hard, but it is achievable. It's doable. You need to keep chipping away at something that is complex and turn it into mini problems that you can take care of. As you're doing that and as you're chipping away at it, as you're doing the security assurance of the platform, you need to take all avenues into consideration and build the right team with the right talent to focus on the right things. And last but not the least, have fun while you're at it. If you're passionate about it and if you're having fun, good things happen just naturally and organically. You don't need to plan it out. All right, with that, I'll open it up for Q&A. Thank you very much. Merci beaucoup. I'll take questions now.
Yeah, thank you, Berzin. So just technical precision. So the folks in the room cannot open both mics in the same time. So we might have to wait for the right time to speak and conversely. Okay. Sure. So I'm waiting for the first question. Thank you.
I think now you can speak.
Thank you. One question, every new generation of CPUs has got more features, more embedded things. How is made the process of discussing how are evaluated the opportunities with new features with regards to the increased attack surface that new features bring? Yeah, if you have any insights, thank you.
Yeah, good question. Yeah, thank you for bringing that up. As you rightly pointed out, every new generation is going to bring new features, and that's a good thing. What the corollary of it, as you also mentioned, is every new feature is going to create, in theory, new attack vectors and new surfaces that are now opened up to the attacker. So the way we typically go ahead and do it is, number one, as I mentioned, SDL. For every new feature, it goes through an SDL, a secure development lifecycle, which includes securing it at the architecture, the design, the implementation, and the testing, the validation phase. Beyond that, we also have the red teams, as I talked about, looking at not just how the feature works, but also how well it integrates with other existing legacy features and legacy things. When we bring up something as simple as a BIOS guard, we have to look at how does that affect Intel TXT, trusted execution technology, because Intel trusted execution technology has its own set of requirements and its own set of, say, ranges for memory that shouldn't be disturbed. So the red team is responsible for doing that and making sure that the interoperability is working well. The offensive security research team is looking at vectors which are not yet known. We are looking outside the box and thinking of what else can we do. And the SDL team is looking at just making sure that the feature, as it's developed, that new technology or feature, is secure by itself. It's not violating any of the secure design principles. So it's a multi-pronged approach to go bringing it in. And not everything is perfect. Even after doing all this, escapes happen, right? Humans are frail. We are not yet machines, thankfully. So escapes can happen. The key is to be able to go act upon it quickly and take the learnings from an escape, not just to fix that escape, but all future of that class of escapes.
I can use one. Other question?
Yeah. Can you hear me?
I have one.
Yeah, go ahead.
I can remember when Loïc Duflo make his research work, then he discovered some undocumented instruction on the Intel processor that he could use to make strange things. Can you can you tell us that such secret instruction exist on the current processor or not anymore?
So a couple of things. Number one, when Loïc Duflo was looking at the SMM thing, SMM as a feature itself was undocumented. The history of SMM is interesting. It was actually initially dreamt of as a way to debug the platform. What happens when a platform freezes and it's received at the OEM, Dell, Lenovo, etc. Anybody gets it. What do you do? How do you actually go ahead and go debug that? So that was what the feature of it was. It was also developed initially as a means for providing OEM features and differentiation. So for example, if you look at your laptop, you have these keys where you can, or function keys, right? Where you can increase your volume or increase the screen brightness, decrease it, etc. All of that stuff is creating an SMI. That's how the OEM, whether it's an HP, Dell, etc., are able to go ahead and address your key press as you're doing that. So that's what it was intended for. And that's when it became interesting to note when people started looking at things which were intended for something else. In this case, Loïc being able to go ahead and do SMM bypasses through something that was not really documented but available to OEMs. With regards to whether this is available or any new undocumented features are there, I don't know. We haven't had that as a practice. That was there not by intention. SMM, as I mentioned before, was not intentionally unpublished. It was just not published because we didn't think it was useful for anybody other than the OEMs. Well, yeah, the OEMs could use it. Who else would even care about it? And at that time, this we are talking about 15 plus years ago, the idea was not there that it could be used for nefarious purposes. But now the idea is there. Whether I can guarantee that it's no longer used, I cannot. Intel is vast. We develop quite a bit of things. There are always, if you look at processor architecture, there are unused bits. And those are left unused because in the future, they can support new functionality. And that could always be happening as we are dreaming up new features. And sometimes those new features that we dream up might be ZBB, it might be cancelled, in which case it might be a remnant in there without knowing. However, what I can say is, as I mentioned before, each and every Intel engineer now knows to do better, now knows that we need to be secure in what we are doing and what we are developing. So it wouldn't be on purpose that something like this would happen. That I can definitely say. Hope that answers your question.
Okay, I have the microphone. So, other question? No other question.
Okay.
Now it's the end.
All right.
So I think
thank you very much. It was a pleasure.
I think it's okay. No question now. So thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you. Bye bye, Benoît.
Bye bye. Have a nice day.
Okay. Bye.
Thank you so
thank
much,
you. It's
Rosie.
the end of this day. On peut switcher en français. Hein. On recommence demain, même heure. For the welcome. Welcome. Bonne soirée à tous.
Je me permets rapidement, si ça vous intéresse, il y a le Roaster and Beer là qui va faire une bière sécu. Donc si vous voulez aller prendre un verre, la première tournée est gratuite. Vous avez toutes les infos sur Twitter et après à vous de jouer quoi. À demain.